$60 million!
You've been seeing that a lot, right? What does it all mean, though? Here's my friend Alex Machine Richardson to help explain.
So, 60 mil, 20 tournaments, 8 weeks. You probably already know. But how does a club prove themselves to be the very best in the world? That is where the Esports World Cup Club Championship comes in. The Club Championship is where things really heat up. $20 million awarded to the top 16 clubs, with the newly crowned best club in the world awarded an astonishing $7 million.
Wait, so how does that actually work?
It's simple. We've got 20 tournaments. In each tournament, the top 8 teams get awarded points towards their club championship total. The higher you place, the more points you get. Now, these points are worth the same in all titles, so it is important to not put all of your eggs in one basket. But it's important to remember that the club champion needs to win at least one individual game tournament.
Nice, so we'll probably be seeing clubs trying to qualify across a range of games to have the best chance of getting their hands on $7 million.
Yeah, man, there's your incentive. More clubs across more games, more competition.
And so the race begins. This summer, we will crown the best esports club in the world.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Esports World Cup. It is the career qualifiers for Rainbow Six Siege. We are looking to see who will be making it to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh, guys. We've got just one team from this region to battle it out, and we'll have all of the action tonight. We've gone through open quals. We're now into a position where we're basically down to 2 semifinals and the grand final, one of which, of course, will be streaming one of the semifinals, and then the other one's kind of off air, similar to what we were doing with Oceania the other day. And then, of course, after the semifinals have played out, then we've got the grand final. As we have a look at the format here as well, really good indication as the entire format for the full tournament. From now, from the open quals all the way through, you know, you got 4 Brazilian teams, 3 North American teams, 3 European teams. Fortunately for APAC and LATAM, etc., we only get the 1, but I think that's probably fair enough into the group stage, and that's when everything will be on LAN.
Yeah, we've had a couple of teams, of course, qualify through already. FaZe W7M from Brazil, and we were fortunate enough to cover Team Bliss from OS. They were the first team to qualify a few nights ago. I think the distribution, though, overall is relatively fair. South Korea probably deserving of just the 1 slot. But I will say, this might be a pretty hot take or a big statement, but I think this is probably the most exciting point in South Korea's history in Siege. We have so many different roster changes heading into this particular stage. Really interesting storylines, imports, transfers, etc. And probably outside of maybe the run they were able to get overseas in the, so that 2021 post-COVID era, it probably hasn't been this exciting for quite some time. So really eager for tonight. We have some exciting games to follow. And as mentioned, right, it is definitely cutthroat, single elimination, and only the 1 slot on the line.
Yeah, now the 2 teams that we are actually following tonight have not played so far in the qualifiers. They both had forfeits in their opening rounds. Unfortunately, one of those actually was also against Weeble. We know as a team, having followed the Korean region for a while now, is usually up there contending, and certainly the kind of team that we would have figured would be in the picture. Alas not, they forfeit their position. The games that were played, though, FearX and D+, they won that against Carrot Market, who I've never heard of. It does have a crown on the team, and BSG, Beyond Stratus Gaming. They both won those. So, unfortunately, the match we are not going to get to see today, FearX and D+ happening off stream, is a certified banger in itself. And they're 2 teams that are essentially rivals and have been cutthroat. We'll get to see at least one of them in the grand final to come. For today's game, though, to begin, we will have PSG Talent and Mer Gaming, with Mer Gaming, of course, having some really big shakeups, bringing in Blur and Sloth. The UK editions have made their way over to Korea. It feels like they are infiltrating so many different regions now into Korea, which I think they're actually, as a team, speaking English from what I've heard as well on the roster. So that's going to be fascinating, going up against the behemoth in PSG Talon, who were by far and away the best team last stage for Korea, who they themselves have also made some changes.
Yeah, again, that's why the region at the moment is so interesting. Obviously, the game below it in D plus Kia and Fear X is a banger, but this one certainly with its own intriguing storylines, especially with those particular roster changes, with Rubitic jumping in and Yas as well joining the fray. I'm sure we'll have plenty of time to discuss that. Of course, if this is perhaps your first time tuning into the Esports World Cup closed qualifiers, a quick reminder that it is the same 9-map pool as the main circuit, so not any surprises in that regard. And so a lot of the data that we have collected for these rosters should transfer over towards these closed quals. And in the best of 3 format, it will be a test of both teams' ability to tap into that map pool depth and how much that has maybe changed with some of these roster additions as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point. I mean, I remember when we were kind of covering the Oceania quals, a lot of the kind of conversation was around the fact that this is also a really good opportunity for the teams that have kind of mixed things up a little bit, which, again, even here in Korea, we're going to get that, to pretty much give it their all. There's nothing really to lose. This, in terms of monetary value, is one of the greater tournaments that you could have in the global circuit. And for these teams as well, if you finish second or third, guys, you get nothing. You need to finish first to actually gain something from this tournament. So you've kind of got no reason to hold back or feel like a second or a third will be good enough as growth. You kind of want to go for broke. If things then don't work out, you actually have the benefit of being able to shake things up again, then going into stage 2. So you can kind of just really trial some things or do some things that maybe you wouldn't do when, for example, like SI points might be on the line. So this will be a very fascinating kind of look at the way things have changed when it comes to Mer Gaming, but also PSG Talon, who I'm mostly curious about them. When we got them in stage 1 after the additions of Fabian and Pengu in terms of the coaching additions, on a roster that hadn't really had any changes outside of one player returning to the roster, now we actually get to see, firstly, those coaches have had more time, but now we've also got new player additions that they clearly wanted to get into the roster, try and get some more firepower from the likes of Rumatic. I'm very curious to see how that's going to elevate this roster to another level, if it does or does not.
Yeah, and in terms of the map veto, we have actually had that come through. So it will be Bank up first, the selection of Mer Gaming, I think. Actually, maybe PSG Talon. Probably PSG Talon. I don't know. It doesn't actually say who picked. It's just got the sides. Mer are defending, so I'm just presuming it's a PSG selection. We'll get clarification on that. I don't want to ramble in case I am wrong, but the maps themselves clearly Bank, Oregon, and Chalet as a potential decider. Oregon is probably one to flag as being quite interesting. PSG Talon starting defense. They don't necessarily have the best win record on this map, but they had a very, very infamous performance at the Manchester Major, taking down Team BDS. That was certainly a highlight performance from them. So in terms of domestic strength, it should be quite good. And again, we're sort of going into the fog of war a little bit here because of the roster changes. That's going to change map preferences and stuff a little bit as well. So we do actually have those pick bands now officially confirmed. Oregon was selected by Mer Gaming and Bank was picked selected by PSG. So yeah, sort of as expected with Mer starting defense. PSG's Bank in on that. It's their 5th preference map. It's one of their more banned maps historically, although they have had a bit of international success. They did take down E1 Esports last time out. That was just over a month ago. And so we'll see how they perform this evening.
Yeah, and as we get into this, of course, the addition of Rumatic, I think, is going to be a very fascinating one to watch. You've also got Yas, who has made his way over from the retirement village. Before that, of course, was D+, and is turning 29 this year. So not exactly a spring chicken, but maybe in terms of experience and what he can bring to this PSG Talon roster, I think it's actually quite a decent addition. You're essentially adding young and old, because Rumatic is quite young. In fact, just celebrated his 19th birthday a couple of days ago. So you're bringing in an older head and a younger head, and I think it really fills out the roster. It looks like the server might be wrong here.
Let's get a ping check.
It says East Asia, but I don't know if it should be East Asia. I don't.
Pretty sure there's a Korea server these days, so it should probably be on that. But I don't know.
Yeah, I think there's a Korea. There should be a Korea
confirmation
server. Yeah.
I mean, either way, we can discuss the bans because they'll now be locked in. Ying Montang to open things up. So two pretty prominent execute operators here on Bank, followed up by the Azami and Kai Yeed combo. And so defensively, that does leave the likes of the Valkyrie still in play. And you think about the ability for that operator to gather information on a map like Bank, it is typically quite prominent. Dokkaebi will be available though on the side of attack, and so that's going to be some good counterplay on offer. Solace as well. Pretty big talking point throughout the tournament thus far. Will actually be played here by Sloth to open the account. And yes, Sloth and Blur are on this roster, former players over in the Europe League. Sloth, of course, with experience on Heroic, most notably, actually finishing first in one of those previous seasons of E2L, and Blur, a 6 invitational champion. So very, very intrigued to see how this roster is going to formulate. We're under the impression that the team is communicating in English. So we'll see how that actually does play out inside of the server. Rehost called. Presumably we are going to get a rehost here one way or another to see if the server does need change.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, PSG are just like, all right, well, we'll end this one ourselves then, as we are very much not going to begin this game just yet. So rehost is confirmed, and we will be getting that. We'll go to a break, I think, and maybe look to try and figure things out, because clearly there's going to be some time before we get the whole new servers really up and about. So unfortunately, we'll put a pause on the beginning of this game, guys. We'll have a break. We'll go to that break, and then when we do come back, we can get underway on Bank.
$60 million!
You've been seeing that a lot, right? What does it all mean, though? Here's my friend Alex Machine Richardson to help explain.
So, 60 mil, 20 tournaments, 8 weeks. You probably already know. But how does a club prove themselves to be the very best in the world? That is where the Esports World Cup Club Championship comes in. The Club Championship is where things really heat up. $20 million awarded to the top 16 clubs, with the newly crowned best club in the world awarded an astonishing $7 million.
Wait, so how does that actually work?
It's simple. We've got 20 tournaments. In each tournament, the top 8 teams get awarded points towards their club championship total. The higher you place, the more points you get. Now, these points are worth the same in all titles, so it is important to not put all of your eggs in one basket. But it's important to remember that the club champion needs to win at least one individual game tournament.
Nice. So we'll probably be seeing clubs trying to qualify across a range of games to have the best chance of getting their hands on $7 million.
Yeah, man. There's your incentive. More clubs, across more games, more competition.
And so the race begins. This summer, we will crown the best esports club in the world.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Esports World Cup Korean qualifiers for Rainbow Six. Hopefully, we can get into Bank coming up very shortly. PSG Talent and Merc Gaming. Lobby issues sorted aside, we can kind of just rehash on things a little bit, guys. Though coming into this particular semi-final, as D Plus and FearX play off stream at the moment, PSG Talent certainly going as favourites, but excited by the additions of Merc Gaming. How much emphasis do you kind of put on PSG Talent here going into their own map pick to begin? Bank lose this. And do we get some question marks? Do we have some doubts? Win this, and does it put Merc Gaming in a bad spot?
It's tough, right? I remember I reached out briefly to Fabian before this game just to sort of get a vibe check and how the team's sort of tracking at the moment. And I kind of made the statement that this game, being the Mer one, should be quote unquote easy. Probably a little bit unfair. I probably should have actually said easier than the eventual grand final. But it's just so difficult. I mean, we literally haven't seen Mo in an official capacity at this kind of level. So the expectation, I think, is that PSG win, their map pick, set themselves up for the series. That said, Oregon is not a particularly poor map for them. They showed good prowess against BDS at Manchester. So there's every world in which they're able to 2-0 it. But who knows? Maybe Mer have been cooking in the background. Comms in English have been fine. And, they've been able to align in terms of strategy as well. I think that's going to be a really big thing. It's all well and good to import EU players with all that experience, but if you don't get enough buy-in from the team as a whole into what is likely going to be a transformation strategically that is going to expose them a little bit, and they haven't had just that much official experience. On the flip side as well, PSG also with roster changes, right? Although being Korean imports, I don't think the strategic difference is going to be quite as significant to overcome. And we've already seen Fabian's been able to get pretty easy buy-in from players throughout stage one. So I don't think it's going to be as much of an issue in that regard. So I think we go in with the expectation PSG do win the first map, but I'm finding it difficult unless Mer look really poor map one to rule them out from, pushing into a third potentially as well.
As we've got some time, unfortunately, more lobby issues look like they're arising as we speak. Such is the case when it comes to this region.
Always us.
At times, it's always us. I swear, every other EWC close call that happens is going to be perfect. It's going to be smooth. We had it on OS, we've had it today. Very quickly, though, FearX and D+, I guess we can touch on them ever so slightly because they're happening off stream. We won't get the opportunity to kind of cover that or talk about it. JLT, actually, from PSG Talent, making his way over to D+. Obviously, Nova is still there for FearX. What are your thoughts on that matchup? Do you think that those two teams, either of them, are actually a threat here for the career slot going into EWC?
Well, my doubts, my thoughts on FearX. I think they can struggle at times, but also have the potential to surprise. It really depends what they've been able to be cooking up in the background. I'm having a look across at the Faceit page, and it looks like Nova is actually playing tonight, as opposed to Jax, who joined the team, perhaps not available for this event. I'm not entirely sure what the go is behind that, and so I don't think we're going to see FearX necessarily at their strongest this evening. So there's every world in which D+ Kia can get a result across the line. Probably expecting them, I think, to win this just on the head-to-head that is on offer that I'm looking at in terms of the rosters. So, but it should also be a close game. It's a tough one to split. And then in terms of the eventual winner of this and who looks more likely against a PSG or a Mer, I don't know. I think that's the beauty of where we're at in terms of career at the moment. I think in years gone by, maybe 12 months ago, whatever, we'd be looking at this FearX D+ game and going, how the hell are these guys getting seeded in the semi? This should be, the grand final. It's going to be one of these teams going. But certainly I don't think it's as clear cut tonight. And, PSG Talent have shown in the past that they can get the job done if they're able to make the grand final. Yeah,
I mean, hopefully we can get some updates regarding the scoreboard of the FearX and D+ game. They did actually begin, provided they began without.
They're still rehosting the service.
An hour and a half ago, roughly, or just close to that. I mean, as was the case for Oceania, and is the case for tonight, because one of the games is streamed offline, guys. The sensible and smart approach is, well, we'll do the offline game an hour earlier, so that regardless of what happens with the streamed game, we'll be ready to go for the grand final immediately after. And it's going to be 2 nights in a row that the offline game is going to finish so early. So for the Oceania, it was 2 hours from the first semi-final finishing to then the grand final which meant actually the team that won that offline game got to sit back and just watch the other game happen live on stream and know who they were going to play and get to then have that kind of preparation for the grand final. That will be the case again tonight, I would imagine, if it is a 2-0 in that other semi-final between FearX and D+, before we do get things underway for PSG Talon and Merc Gaming, which doesn't seem like there's really any updates as to this starting. So yeah, welcome to the Jake and Guz podcast here live on the Green Close Qualifiers for EWC. And even to make matters worse, of course, we've got a delay, so it's not even like we can interact with people and chat and ask questions and stuff. We've kind of gone over just about everything that there needs to be gone over. The hilarity in all of this as well is I remember when we had this same issue for Oceania, we were like, oh, you know what? It's been like 2 months since we've spoken about Siege live on a broadcast. That was fine. We didn't care for a bit of fill. And now it's happened 2 nights in a row. And I'm like, I'm already over it. Let's just get into the game. That's what I want to happen.
Yeah, I feel like we've exacerbated so many talking points, even in terms of Operation New Blood, the patch, the changes, the Soul Nerf, the Fenrir change, the Sense buff, expectations around bans. We've already covered, of course, Blur, Sloth joining the team, so EU imports in play. Doesn't look like Jax is playing for FearX though tonight, so that's a bit of an unexpected turn of events. PSG Talon with their roster changes heading into the evening. Fabian Pengu still at the helm though, and so the expectation that they will still be, relatively strong despite ongoing language barrier, complications that I'm sure the team is facing. And so it looks like we're getting word that the lobby is now filling. So again, hopefully this time around the servers will be agreeable and we should be on Korea this time around. I'm just trying to cook up a talking point here. Not really too sure where I'm going with this, but I don't know. I think if I had to give a prediction right here, right now, I think it's a PSG 2-1, provided Mer play at their best. Although I think if weaknesses are shown and the map pool depth is questionable, then I wouldn't be shocked with a PSG 2-0. Again, they've looked relatively strong on Oregon map 2 of the series, and I think Mer, certainly going to be finding their feet. Obviously, again, Blur SI winner Sloth has won a season of EU1 in the past as well, but you're getting thrown into the Korean meta, and that's easier said than done. It's not as simple as just coming in and farming. You are going to have to make adjustments, and who knows how much of a language barrier there still is on the team. I'm assuming it's quite complicated. So,
yep. Hopefully not too long before we get into this. I was just trying to see whether or not the Wikipedia may update regarding FearX and D+. Not to be. I would imagine the first map should be over between those two teams, but it has not updated, and neither has the map vetoes regarding that game. So I do imagine we're going to be left in the dark regarding the results of that until we can get maybe updated internally. It seems as if, though, we should be starting this game very shortly. Fingers crossed, I guess. I'm hoping something else doesn't arise or pop up here last second to delay us any longer. I do apologize, everyone, for obviously tuning in, watching, and having these delays. Never fun, never ideal, especially at the beginning of the night. But at least when we had this on Oceania, it was kind of like at the beginning and that was it. And the rest of the night was pretty smooth. So hopefully that will be the same case as well for tonight's games, that these issues will not be something that keeps on happening. Final predictions, though, as we do get into this game, guys. How do you see this playing out? 2-0, 2-1? Do you think it's going to be close? You backing in Talon the whole way? What are your chances of Mer? Like, what is your essential last prediction?
Yeah, I mean, as I was sort of saying, I think if PSG really want to make a statement and probably set themselves up as a potential favorite for the grand final, we're looking at a 2-0. I think more realistically, 2-1 is probably a better prospect for PSG. And that's not outruling a Mer win at all, to be completely frank. Obviously, we haven't seen these PSG Talon roster changes in action inside of the official server so far. They could be stronger than they were Manchester. That would be, obviously the goal of these changes, but there's also a world in which they've been initially weakened and they're going to take time to adjust and improve and get better at these particular changes and, actually implementing that into officials. So I think my conservative approach would be a 2-1 PSG. Then for grand final, FearX Plus, as we were talking about before, I think for me, it's, quite a close 50-50 matchup. I do think, though, that again, with Nova on FearX this evening, which is probably not ideal for FearX, and I don't think that's what we're expecting for stage 2, D+ should be going into that game as narrow favourites, a 2-1 as well. So PSG D+ grand final is my expectation. Again, not outruling either team, making a run. Single Elim, BO3. It's going to be, rough goings for the favourites in both matchups in my eyes. So if that ends up being the case, PSG D+ grand final, I don't know. It's going to be hard to say. If PSG play incredibly well, 2-0 wipe Mer, and they're looking strong, I think we could make a case for them. But we're going in blind with D+ as well. They could be playing absolutely terribly right now. I have absolutely no idea. So I think we can probably comment on that a little bit more clearly later on. But yeah, PSG win here, D+ on the other side, and then see what happens in that grand final.
Latest update is that we've got one player that's restarting their game. Then hopefully we can get underway. So that's where we're at the moment. It's now been near on 40 minutes just to begin the game.
It's the rehost region. It always is. Even with regular stage Korea, we always have problems. And so I know you said before that we're getting the problems out of the way early. I wish I shared that optimism. We're gonna get like 4 or 5 OT rehosts throughout the night.
I don't think you're watching the race tonight, mate. I don't think that's happening. That's long gone.
The Austria Grand Prix, I think it's probably going to start before we started. It's still 3 hours away or so. So, well, it is what it is. Max is going to win, so it doesn't really matter.
We already know the result of that one. We don't know the result of this one, though. Of course, this is going to be very intriguing, and yeah, I think we've kind of beaten this this horse to death regarding our thoughts going into this. I just want to see the action. Bank, of course, will be the map pick of PSG Talent. That's where we'll be heading to first, and that's where we can head to now. Underway, timed that perfectly there. It's almost like I just pushed the button and was like, I'm sick of this. Let's just begin the game. Ready or not, here we come. Let's go blue team. Let's go orange team. Let's just get underway.
Oh, the tension is killing me. We are going to redo the band phase, but I'm operating under the assumption that it's going to be what we saw previously. So the Ying, Monty, and then defensively it was the Azami and Kaid. And so provided everyone's playing a gentleman's game, we're going to see these exact same bands come through.
Well, it has to be. Doesn't it? I'm pretty sure it has to be, right? The exact same bands?
Yeah, I'm operating under that assumption. Apologies, the team labels have not been filled, but that's okay. We have the overlay up the top, so it's all good. PSG's map pick. They'll start out on the attack.
I've always been a big fan of the blue team.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't remember what the bands were. I'm just going to assume.
I already said them. It's okay. It's all good.
Okay, good. Real good? Okay.
Glad to know you're listening, as always.
No, because but this is the thing, though, guys, right? Is I've been in rehost games where they were supposed to do the same bands and then they just didn't.
Yeah, that has happened.
And players were running around with an operator that was banned originally, and then we had to rehost. It's PTSD. Lockers and CCTV, we can finally begin. For blue team, orange team, it's PSG Talent, it's Mer Gaming. PSG will be the blue team for this game. We'll get the names fixed up, of course, for the other maps to come, but we're in the server. We want to play the game. Let's just move on. Orange team, of course, will be Mer Gaming, and things will chop and change at the conclusion of the half. Let's just begin. It will be PSG on the attack to begin here on Bank. Their map pick as well. Oregon will be the next map. And if needed, if required, Chalet will be the decider. And it is win, move on, lose, go home. You lose this series, this best of 3, you will not progress forward. There are no second chances. This region only gets 1 slot. This is the semi-final. D+ and FearX playing offline at the moment. Or off stream, I should say. And
hopefully
the winner of
offline.
that, yeah, the winner of that will also play the winner of this in the grand final later to come tonight. We've got lots of action ahead. Finally, we can begin. Strap yourselves in. Lots of siege to get through tonight.
Oh, the XVX counter at the top of the HUD's back. That was not on for Urs, so I don't know what was up with that. Anyway. 5v5 obviously to kick things off, and early open area control here for Misa. Still 2 logic bombs in play. Likely in response to quite an extensive roam here. Oh! Well, that probably should have been a kill, but Flow to survive inside of admin can now drop down hatch off the back of the shotgun. Sloth top floor on the Solace, looking to chip away at drone utility. Oh! Unaware that Misa is in open, despite that early engagement on to Blur. Talking point heading into the night is going to be the communication here from considering 2 UK imports into a Korean team. We're operating under the impression that the team is communicating in English, and so with that, problems may arise. Not entirely sure if that was off the back of a miscomm, but it certainly didn't feel like those players rotating were aware of said presence inside of open area. Either way, though, PSG with the advantage. We'll see if they can convert.
Yeah, good start as well on the attack. It's been all about defense so far lately in Siege to walk in, get a couple of kills. Yeah, incredibly vital to get off to a good start. PSG, calm any nerves that there may be due to the new roster of Merc Gaming, the surprise effect of that roster. Lovely flash into the full white. That's an easy swing for Soldier. And Misa all able to take down Sloth, and this is actual slaughter to begin here. We've been waiting and waiting to get this game underway, but it's a swift start from PSG Talent. Swing from Baguette is successful. Takes out Rumatic, the new addition for PSG Talent, but that kit is already down. Final death in elevator. Soldier to finish it off with the shotgun. That is a great start. Yeah, absolutely precise there from PSG Talent. Their attack philosophy as a team ever since the addition of Fabian and Pengu at the conclusion of 6th Invitational has been absolutely the best in the region. It's been their strength. At times, their defense maybe could be a little bit lackluster, and yeah, it's not always pretty. I think they're always improving, and if that's the kind of round that we're going to get throughout the entire of the series, it could be a quick one. That was really clean. In Korea, we don't always see Siege like that, guys. I'm a little bit like, I'm very praise heavy right now.
This is a no negativity zone, Jake.
Well, if they're going to play like that, there is no negativity.
Well, from the perspective of PSG, I think Mer made a couple of big blunders in that round. I mean...
Oh, here we go. Just praise them.
Blur takes a big chunk of damage from open, and then the team's rotating top floor. Just blase peek the double door and just get slain on all the rotate. I don't really understand that as a miscom or not, but... You know, one of the strengths of PSG Talent, especially with the... recent changes in terms of coaching department on attack, we see them identify those pockets of space and just take it so much more confidently, and at such a rapid pace, and that is often what catches a lot of these Korean teams off. So good example in that previous round with Misa through open, able to unlock the round, and that Dokkaebi roll overall is going to be quite impactful in this match. There'll be an expectation to probably see some Valkyrie play throughout this half. Not though here for round number 2, and no Dokkaebi this time around either, but rather in play to deal with information, Flores as well for utility clearance with the castle on the board. Those Rotarios will likely be an effective tool in dealing with that. Top floor can often be a very tricky site to defend once those crossfires are established, and so I'm eager to see just how aggressive No Gaming look to get. The effect of that clutch drain already being felt, lobby camera already hacked. And PSG just a little bit more conservative this round, looking to gather information and find that opening to try and exploit site. Can't really look to go too direct though. Janitor with double reinforcement does make that rappel in far more tricky, and so they'll likely need to work some top square control to deal with that.
One of the strengths, I think, of PSG Talent throughout stage 1 was the cohesiveness as a team. When they were on song, they kind of played as a team. They didn't just need one player to be the star man. And my curiosity for Mer is I kind of look at Sloth immediately on the Oryx, and Blur. Like, are these guys just going to try and do everything themselves? What is the teamwork and cohesion going to be like with Merc Gaming? It is said that they're communicating in English, but there hasn't been a lot of time on the roster. It's always going to be quite tricky. I don't know the English proficiency of the players on Mer in terms of the Koreans, but yeah, it might be one of the weaknesses that PSG Talent could exploit, that team cohesion, forcing a lot of fights where you've got the numbers, overwhelm certain positions, and in some ways that's what they've been able to kind of do above. Straight into CEO for Misa, clears out Baguette inside a Janitor, and for the second round in a row we end up in a 4 versus 1, and it is done. 2 rounds, 2 clinical rounds of attack from PSG Talent, not really putting a foot wrong. And Merc Gaming, again, they don't look like defensively that they're set up as a team. It's almost like 5 individuals holding positions, and no one's able to trade. No one's able to counteract a certain push. PSG Talent essentially is like 3 players just push in together on the front side, clear out positions. pretty much with no trades and no real... it was almost blasé. It just walked in. And this time I will be a little bit negative there, because for 2 rounds in a row, yeah, Mo Gaming's defense has looked quite apparently poor here on Bank to begin, but PSG Talent, to their own credit, looked pretty good.
Yeah, I'd be a little bit curious to know in terms of map veto tactics here from Merge. Is this a case where map 1 is a bit of a doozy for them and they're not really that comfortable on Bank? Are they happy then to head to Oregon and have, you know, faith in that decider of Chalet? That's always a potential in this sort of format, so it's difficult to be overly critical. I don't think the first 2 rounds were super duper poor. Round 2 was, you know, off the back of some good exploitation there from PSG Talon. Good pressure into Jan, unlocked the round. Another good creep from Misa, who continues to sort of get in these advanced positions. And catching them off guard at the defense. So we'll see if that trend continues here. 3rd round. Another unique site being played here from Gaming. So Tertiary now in play open area. Valkyrie to make an appearance here as well. And so that will bolster the effectiveness of multiple operators here from the defense. Dockerby to disrupt info, Bravo to steal it, and Twitch to destroy.
Yeah, I think for Mer right now, what have they lacked, guys? Which is, straight away you could notice they're not aggressive. It's Bank defense. I'm not saying you need to vault out on the rappel windows and do the kind of crazy plays, but you can look to deny entry positions. You can take contact fights a little bit earlier. Play the fallback game. Take a shot, fall back, take a shot, fall back. Holding angles, holding key positions, sure. Blur sits inside a janitor. You want to try and keep this under lock and keep, but you could extend that. You could hold a bit more of an angle in towards top square, then fall back to this position. Everything looks very defensive and safe. He gets thrown down anyway. PSG Talent just communicating and coordinating as a unit. Mer are playing as individuals, holding these little locations everywhere by themselves. They are so split up at the moment. 1 down below first floor. You got 1 on main stairs, 1 in towards janitor. Where are the trade potentials going to come from if you're Mer Gaming?
Yeah, guard feeling a little bit of pressure over towards the lobby, perhaps calling for assistance from up above, but I think that ground is currently being taken by the attack, and you can see banana presence there from Yas, so not really an option. Nitro and Elastis just attempt to maybe find something, as guard is looking to try and vacate this position under pressure from the boogie auto breaches from up above on the ramp. Sloth deep in towards sight, and cog in hand. We get main stairs, throws a bit of a spanner in the works though, and does find Rumatic, one of the additions to this PSG lineup. Minute on the clock. Baguette doubles down. And so Mer Gaming here on open area, poised for their first round win. Unless Yas can maybe try and find something. 1 scan remaining, 417 in hand. But the team in pretty static positions at the moment, really hoping that Mer throws something their way, but I don't think that's probably going to be the case.
Yeah, just trying to see if you can find something. Still have a chance in which they just win a couple of 1v1s here. That's an easy knee. That spots out due to the hole in that wall. 3 versus 3. Still time. Match yourself from Blur. Gonna send this one in towards Happen, but it's already cleared out. No one's there. Will not find anything. But get up above. I like this. He could make a really good play from top square down to bot. 13 seconds. They're starting to clear out the site, though. There's only 1 inside at the moment for Mer Gaming. There's that drop down from behind from Baguette. Unsuccessful. Nice kill from Yas. 5 seconds to find this kill on to guard. He has got the kit. He can stick this down. Over towards default? No, he just doesn't even go for it. Even if he had of, though, he's never really going to win it from that position. As soon as the timer would have ran out, that last defender would have just sprinted straight at Yas's position. It was always going to be a Mer Gaming win. And they are on the board. Staff and Open goes their way, 2-1. It's still too early attacking rounds of PSG Talent, but at least signs that Mer Gaming are going to be a little bit more competitive.
Yeah, some good work in the mid round there from the defense. You know, lurk main stairs to find the opener and then doubling down. Gave them that breathing room for the 3 versus 5. PSG fought back pretty valiantly with some of those lurk positions. You know, I commented that Mer needed to be mindful that they didn't give away anything for free. I think it's probably difficult to say that they did on that occasion. It's really just the nature of open area. It's quite an exposed objective, even if you look to play it very, very defensively. And so some of those fights did end up going the way of PSG, but time dwindling, 1 versus 1. Really well played from guard, showing, you know, that experience in falling back. He knows that if and when the time drains, if the plan's going down, he has an opportunity to go and prevent it from being stuck anyway. So good work from him. Go back down to basement. Now, last time we saw this out was the first round of the match, and we're engaged in a full map roam, top down. That got disrupted, namely by Misa, who was able to sneak his way into open area on the Dockerby. 4 kills for him so far in the match. Yes, topping PSG currently at 5. So if they want to commit to a similar playbook here, based on some of the reinforcements, open red hatch, they're going to. They need to do a better job of, you know, dotting I's, crossing T's, and not letting some of those lurks to be as impactful as they were last time.
So into the 4th round.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
We can Mergame find 2 successful rounds in a row. Down the basement, good little pressure towards blue stairs, double ADS, Vulcan canister placed already, Blur holds close by. That's some G11 plus the shotgun. That's a bit of help as well. Guard in behind him, holding to make sure no one does push through from dirt. So double stack on the server side here from to deny what would be considered a default attack from PSG Talent. Pressure main stairs. I like this from Ende. Just contesting towards Beavers without overextending. Drone there. Did go for a rip, but no one pushed, no one played. They're starting to turn their attention, I think, towards admin and bot square. PSG Talent, 90 seconds left. It's all kind of shaping up to be a little bit default, but somehow Sloth loses his life to Rheumatic. I didn't quite see where Sloth was actually playing from. I don't know if he pushed up, if he was holding elevator, or where exactly he was, but that's a decent kill for PSG Talent. Now with a player advantage, if they do want to push towards default, suddenly it's a little bit more viable with that extra number.
Yeah, it's 4-5, but time's not going to be really in the hands of PSG here. They're playing into the Goyo. Echo for denial as well. Nitro as well available, I'm presuming, from Ende. So there's lots of denial tools available here for Mer to stall out a good minute or so, plus the blue extension here from Blur if he can do his job. Important to note that it is the smoke in this position, so there won't actually be smoke canisters on the default plant itself. PSG could elect to pivot for a hatch drop to go deep, but instead they will focus their efforts server. Hand spotted from Yas.
Oh, barrel. Well, Yas is going to get this kill. He does. That was certainly always going to be a primed opportunity, and the Flames is Blur. Moves away. 4 versus 2. Caught on sight, though. I don't know if Ende was completely aware that Misa had full site control. Blur stuck by himself. Over towards bot blue stairs, and he's completely pinched in here. This is going to go the way of PSG Talent. Really good split pressure in towards the site. Sees them rewarded. Nothing Blur can do. And so in every single winning round now for Talent, it has been 4 versus 1, guys. That is quite concerning to me. 3 round wins, and in every single one of those, we are talking about a dominant round. We are not talking about a 1v1 where someone clutched up. We are just talking about straight dominance. And the only round in which Mer won came down to a 1 versus 1. The pacing of this game, and certainly so, is all in the way of PSG Talent. It is their map pick, and it's so far being played as such.
Yeah, I think I would make the argument that Mer's defense was stronger that time around on basement. However, PSG rose to the occasion in terms of attack. It's a little bit of a shame that we didn't get to see how Rheumatic was able to get that first pick. Looked like it was over towards elevator side / gold, so maybe it was some kind of overreach in terms of, you know, playing below the hatch, which was costly. I'm not entirely sure, so I can't comment too in depth on that. But gave PSG 5-4 advantage. Good clear server. That was made a little bit too easy by Mer ultimately, and you know, Blur did his job in holding blue stairs, but the rest of the defense crumbled. And once again, Misa was able to creep in towards site, got a huge kill. If he loses the engagement there, and then there could have been a supportive cross blue / server, it could have made things a little bit more interesting with time running low. But not meant to be. Clean conversion from PSG. And I think on this Spank attack, they have, you know, well and truly displayed that there's a reason they sent us here. It's a map they're, you know, confident on at the moment, and the game plan that they're employing has been rather effective. So the onus really now on Mer to try and switch things up once more. Haven't been afraid to switch up objectives though necessarily. We go up above. So we'll see how this one plays out. In terms of attack, again, Twitch and Flores in play deal with that utility. Castle makes an appearance once more. Oryx, an intriguing one here from Sloth. And so maybe indicative that we'll see a bit of a lurk from him below maybe, but then Hatch rotates above.
Yeah,
No
he played it
shield.
last time.
Yeah, no shield in play, so it's not necessarily to counter that. Maybe it is to discourage a blitz pick, I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, I mean, this is the exact same setup from Sloth. Tellers and Archives lurk down below. Was unsuccessful in the first attempt. I think mainly due to the fact that PSG Talent didn't really even push. Tellers and Archives, they were very direct. Lowe's going to have to be really strong inside of Janet. That's a good little angle spotted, and Misa gets tagged down to 35 HP. Able to see that perfectly, although he too also shows a leg, but by no means comes off anywhere near as bad. Ryder just trying to make entry in towards Stock. This wall opened up, gives him some better sightlines in towards that hallway towards top main. And suddenly, one good thing that Mer's been able to do so far in this round, they haven't lost anyone, time dwindling. That's in favor of Mer Gaming. Minute 15. I think by this point last time, it was very much almost round over. PSG Talon were far more quicker in their pacing. So this is one of the slower paced rounds from Talon. We'll see if they can find success. Again, all their round wins have been through dominance. They're not getting it here in this round, so they're going to have to find a different avenue to find success. It's a good little sneak in from top square, but it's a trade. One for one until Rumatic is able to then keep things in favor for PSG Talon after that initial opening kill. You've got Sloth still down below. Little exchange here towards front desk, and Ende's going to hold himself strong. Doesn't move, doesn't get dislodged. Able to survive, but no, eventually goes down to the hands of Gas, and somehow again it's a 4 versus 2, and another dominating round for PSG Talent. When the gunfight started to ring out, they basically won all of them. Guard, though, with a big kill onto Rumatic. Plant has gone down. That's always difficult, though, for CEO and Office. If that is on for the Repel, that becomes incredibly unlikely to see the counter defuse. It doesn't even matter. Sloth now the solo. Over and towards the hallway. Got 2 players to beat. One's on the Repel.
Oh, yeah, good angle there from Misa. A little bit of deja vu in that round. If my memory serves me right, we saw a pretty similar trade last time around in towards that Jan position. It's so critical that Blur's able to hold there because it prevents that plant position from being effective. And so Soldier put his body on the line, and despite dying, critically he gets the kill, unlocks that position, opens up the plant opportunity, then becomes very difficult for Mer to retake, especially once it's secured with that Repel in play. Very, very difficult. So good work from PSG Talon. Similar attacking approach proves to be effective. 4-1 lead. And so heading into the 6th round open area. We'll see if they're able to extend that even further to a 5-1, which would all but secure the map. Last time they did a good job on this particular site in being able to re-aggress mid-round. So PSG need to be disciplined in that regard, not allow the sneaks up main, for instance, which proved costly last time around, and so that's going to hinge on perhaps just a little bit more patience, maybe, gathering more effective information. And so, bringing the likes of the Deimos as well can be an effective tool in maybe targeting a player or two on that roam, or even those effective on-site and preventing them from retaking. So we'll see how it does play out. Unfortunately, for Mer, as the stats do suggest, there hasn't necessarily been a big standout fragger for them so far. Every single player going negative, and they're yet to find a kill 5 rounds in, whereas on the side of PSG, quite a few players actually posting quite big numbers. So intrigued to see how effective that Deimos would have been, although it does get repicked off. So maybe that does alleviate some of that info pressure off Mer. Yeah, eager to see how it plays out.
For attacking rounds is a statement start, though, from PSG Talent. Yeah, it is their map pick, and I think Bank is always a map that can facilitate attacking rounds, but they've looked very strong in all of their round wins. Very rarely putting a foot wrong. Even the 1 round lost was, down to the wire. Almost salvaged it after a bad start. They lost 2 players early. They were able to hold on. And right now, it feels like they're just barely able to hold on to this map. It's well and truly getting away from them. Well, that's just clumsy from Baguette. Kanto opened up, and sightline all through that hallway was there for all to see. The easy DMR kill for Yas. Those are the little mistakes, though, guys, that have been far more prevalent for Mer compared to PSG Talent.
Yeah, the exploitation from PSG has been really quite good this half. It's been impressive to watch. I think, admittedly, I was a little bit reserved as to how they would perform tonight with these, roster changes coming through. Whether or not they still exude that same sort of confidence and playmaking opportunities, but certainly throughout this map so far, it's been a strong suit for them. Now the onus really on Mer to be the ones to create playmaking opportunities, whether that be off the back of the nitros that are available. I'm presuming there's all three still up. And so that could be a bit of an existential threat here to the attack if they're not careful. Minutes to go on the clock, and so time still remaining. Soldier will reposition over towards top blue. Selma's can be used on quad wall if he so desires, in opening up that position and clearing it for a kitchen plant. Selma's will now be deployed. This is also a position where Soldier needs to be mindful of a flank as well, and you can see that presence of mind to just be mindful of that. So the groundwork being done here from PSG. Time will become important in a moment. Though I think are backing themselves in to play Plantanar. Selma on the left-hand side of the wall here, not being deployed. And so Ende's position here on the wall is absolutely critical. If you can find at least two here, could be ground changing, but that position was exposed at the last second.
Yeah, nice to check from Misa. Does the basics well there. Not a lot of time left in this round. No kit in the hands of PSG Talent either. Sloth and Blur. Now they're able to hold on here. The two imports. Nice kill from Sloth. He knows exactly where the second player was going to come from as well. Spotted him early on the entry. Oh, Sloth has done an amazing job defensively there in a 3-on-2. Admittedly, there was not a lot of time remaining in the round for Talon, and therefore I think they kind of just rushed in towards the site and certainly maybe left some protocols behind. They left the kit behind, and Sloth was then able to mow them down with ease as they were all kind of just making their way in slowly. Lockers and CCTV to begin the second half, of which now will be a 4-2 lead for PSG Talent at the conclusion of that opening half. I think 4 attacking rounds is still more than good enough here to close this map out on their defense. I think they should be way too good for Mer Gaming, but that was a really good solo effort from Sloth. Low 3 kills as well. Not a bad start for the imports, and Ende 0-6 is the only one that really does need to kind of get going. Everyone else has at least been performing for Mer Gaming. Disappointing for PSG Talent to lose yet another round, but even then still it was competitive, it was close. At no point have they ever looked like they've given the ascendancy to Mer Gaming. They've either been in control or it's been a scrap, and that's typically going to be a good indication that they're likely to win this map.
Well, 10 kills for Yas then in the first half on his stream debut here for PSG Talent. Certainly quite surprised, I will say, by the pickup, but wealth of experience dating back about 4 or 5 years from Yas. Was a part of that D+ era back in the tail end of 2021, where we all thought South Korea was going to be the next big thing. Wasn't quite the case in the end, and was ultimately then part of the region falling off a little bit, but an opportunity now to renew his name a little bit and maybe take South Korea back to a competitive level at the international stage, and an opportunity here at EWC to do that. Round 7 we go then, so sides are flipped. Misa lurking on Vigil and Airlock. Soldier on the Solace below to provide some support and maybe call out drones and positions as well. Logic Bomb rains out. And so the Dokkaebi, as expected, has seen a high prevalence in this match. Grim as well, intriguing alongside Deimos. So with Jackal as well in combination, a lot of information gathering tools here for Mer that are available in looking to clear out a very, very extensive roam.
Ooh, great start, at least from Guard's perspective, to find that pick onto Misa on the rappel. Logic Bomb immediately as well from Baguette to facilitate maybe some entry points too. Oh, this is cheeky from Yas. That should be a freebie. A little pop up behind the chair. I think there might have been another one in the hallway, but he just drops down anyway for safety. This is a really good offensive defense from PSG Talent. They can head back over towards basement, really at any point, although Blur has made his way towards bot blue.
You're going to see on Rumotic on the smoke to be effective in denying the default plant position. There are no nitro cells in play for the defense. So that may bolster the ability of Mer to be able to get that plant down, although keeping in mind with 3 canisters left and only 45 seconds left on the clock, Rumotic's going to be, provided he lands those smokes, very effective in denying that win condition here for Mer. Without, being able to absorb any of those smokes thus far, it's almost certain now that they are going to have to go for a hatch drop or a rear hit as well, maybe. Diffuser in the hands, though, of the Grim. So we'll see where Ende's posturing at the moment and what exactly they want to go for. It is default. 20 seconds, though, and I think Rumotic still has 2 smokes in hand.
15 seconds to go.
Well, that one doesn't land, though.
Okay. Yeah, and he's been able to push through the bomb chassis, so that smoke baby is just not going to do anything. Rumotic, I think, has realized this and pushed out. Oh, timely from Rumotic. I think he understood it. He threw that one towards the doorway, straight onto it, though, picking it up his Blur. Soldier by himself. Oh, he looked away. He could have easily got that kill, but at the last second glanced in the opposite direction. Well, honestly, a little bit messy. Arguably one of the messiest rounds that we've seen here in this match so far, and it goes the way of Mer.
Wait, am I tripping? Can someone explain to me what happened with the smoke canister there? Because the planter was in it, took 2 ticks, and I'm fairly sure the smoke was still standing towards the end of the round, and then he just no longer took damage. That was weird.
I think it would have dissipated, no, because it was thrown quite...
perhaps it did.
It was thrown a while ago.
Okay. Sure, maybe it did. If that is the case, then the timing there from Mo was incredibly lucky, because one more tick, he would have died, and then potentially a replant could have been denied. So
it was thrown by Rumotic at the door for probably almost like a good 5 to 10 seconds, and then the push through to the bomb chassis. Plant starts going down, almost goes down. Rumotic then pushes in, gets the kill. He never threw another gas babe, so by that point the first one really should be dissipating. And you're right, it takes 2 ticks, and then it I think finishes, and I think that's all that happens. Okay. Either way, I mean, what a messy round. I think from both teams' perspective, Mer will happily take that one to get their 3rd round, and yeah, suddenly this does look a little bit more competitive. PSG Talent are kind of letting Mer Gaming back into this just with some sloppiness. I think when either of these 2 teams have looked clinical, PSG Talent by far have been better, but if you're going to play poor in some rounds, Mer Gaming have already shown then they are more than good enough to punish you.
Yeah, a bit of a pressure cooker in that last round, really coming down to fine margins. We have the privilege of the observer position, and even I was finding it a little bit tricky to sort of track exactly what was happening in terms of those smoke canisters and some of the other economies in the late round. Good work from Mer in being able to brute force that chassis plant. And for PSG, we'll see how they can perform now on the top floor rotation. Again, Castle persists. Warden also in play, and so I'm assuming we're going to see similar play in terms of Jan. And that Deimos from down below could be a really effective tool in helping clear that once first floor itself is cleared. Yeah, good work there. So Soldier put on an island. Sloth capitalizes on that pressure from the death mark. Blow now can potentially look to play again from down below up into Jan, clear that position, open up a route for a CEO plant. He is using another death mark now. This time though, it is onto the castle, not Rumotic. I'm not entirely sure where Misa is playing currently, top main. That's not really a position that Mer will be able to exploit just yet. Oh, there we go. Doesn't even need the death mark. Yeah, I mean, this is all super clean from Mer so far. Really good first pick off the death mark, second pre-fire, pretty common position, expecting that. And now we'll see what kind of route they want to go in terms of plant. Again, assuming CEO, although with the summer being open right side and diffuser outside, and it could also be top square. But he is rotating currently, so yeah, that CEO cabinet plant is a very likely outcome.
Starting to find their place in this match is Mer Gaming. Little shoulder peek from Ryder. Unsuccessful down the end of this hallway. Another fight that is just not going to be won for PSG Talent. I wonder if this may honestly be time for a tactical. It could be the most apt time, because this is going to be the most one-sided round win from Merc Gaming. They're starting to actually build a little bit of form here, momentum. Yas by himself on an island in front desk at least gets one. It won't be flawless, but one, and then likely done. And even then, the round is over. Double repel, and there's no world in which Yas is going to be able to win this game. Does get a second. Could make me look very, very silly, but if he does that, he'll also make himself look like the best player in the world to win from here. It would take something crazy. Are you kidding? Another great kill. Don't even know why the repel player is peeking in that scenario. Still only 20 seconds, though. The Doc back up to full health for the second time. 15 seconds to go. One still in the hallway, one still on the repel, and surely still no world in which he can win it. Indeed, correct. Mer did their best to almost try and steal the loss. As much as he's tried to do his best to win, it was never likely, Gus.
No, such is the nature of the post-plant top floor. Post-plants in general have a very low conversion rate at a competitive level in R6, but top floor is only one of the least favorable defensively. And so that draws the scoreline for a piece just when it started to really feel like PSG had Mer's number. The primary sights from them on the attacking half looked really strong. Defensively, and this was an issue that we saw and identified throughout stage 1 for even the previous roster. Defensively, sometimes there are weaknesses. They're not probably as strong defensively as they should be, so it throws a bit of spice into the mix. But keep in mind that open area defense as well was also very strong from there, so we could be in some kind of strange scenario where open area defense reigns supreme and we push OT in that, particular fashion. That could happen.
10 seconds to go.
But it's been an entertaining match so far, I think, and
5 seconds left.
excited to see it continue to develop. Sloth, 8 kills for him so far, so
Attackers are moving out
he's
to locate a bomb and
found himself at home here on the first map. Top floor extension, Castle Mirror. With a big emphasis here, PSG retaining control above for as long as possible, and trying to prevent that vertical pressure for as long as they possibly can, then look to fall off, play sight,
a bomb has been located.
preferably with some kind of man advantage, and then trade out the round.
So 4-4 scoreline, no timeout taken. And Mert take the lead. An opportunity to do so for what has proven to be a very viable map now for both teams on the attacking half. Defensively, there's been some issues. Sloth creeps forward. In towards Archives, and he does spot one. Adult, not quite one, takes out the F-Dot Mine, expecting more pressure his way. Logic Bomb does get used, bit of help from Baguette to aid his entry player. Sloth, the swing, and right up wins out. 30 health, but he wins. 5 versus 4. Logic Bomb has expired. And it really feels like a much-needed kill for PSG Talent. They've just been kind of taking a couple of punches in the last few rounds. Feels good to punch back to begin this 9th round.
Yeah, it's clean from Ryder. Sometimes in those kind of positions, especially early on in the round, it's easy to panic, but he was able to shuffle into a favored position, just remain composed. That gives him that opening pick. It's really going to bolster the roam up above, especially if and when PSG look to filter back down below. They can, as mentioned before, so look to just trade out these picks. Some was on quad walls, so Mer are probably going to shape for a kitchen plant. How effective that's going to be with the likes of Archives still being held, I don't quite know, because they have direct angles and pressure in through bot square. Provided the attack isn't able to flood deep, but with the likes of Misa and Yas holding down those lines, Mer find themselves in a very, very difficult position at the moment. Soldier as well can pressure top square. Rumatic able to escape down below, flank blue. And so I think open area and its 100% win rate to defense is going to persist.
"30 seconds is not really a lot of time to salvage this round, and that's exactly what is required now of Mer Gaming. Yeah, but yeah, this is too slow in terms of pacing. Yeah, you clear out Janitor. No surprise. At this point, they're going to hold site. They're going to hold Archives. They're going to hold Square. There's the drop now into Admin. Can he get one? Well, kind of. Got the down onto Yas, but that's not going to be enough. And in the end, it's clinical again for PSG Talent. Flawless indeed. Not too much to say for that round. Good bounce back from PSG Talent. I actually will say, though, I mean, if I'm the coach, if I'm Fabian, I'm probably happy with the team that they were able to respond themselves without needing interjection, without needing a tactical timeout, without needing things to be said. They were able to respond really well. Get back to some of the basics. Far better on denying entry positions, good opening kills, and they get themselves a 5th round. Very important. And edge a bit closer to getting map point entirely.
Oh, I'm actually on the Faceit page for the Furex D plus Kia matchup, and I'm going to operate under the assumption that this is correct. The results have been quite literally just manually inputted, so that game has in fact concluded. It was Cafe, Club, and Bank for the veto in that match. Map 1 went the way of FearX 8-6 in overtime. And map 2 also the way of FearX Clubhouse 7-3. So FearX,
wow,
even with Nova on the roster, knocking out D+ in a 2-0 fashion. I expected at minimum 3 maps and probably D+ to be able to edge.
Why are you
out
saying it like that? Hang
case,
on. Why are you saying with Nova on the roster? Why are you like pointing that out as if it's...
Because they have a new addition that's not playing on the roster, that Jax, that we assumed would be playing.
I thought you were just...
I'm not considering my Nova hate. Nova turned into one of the best support players in the world, so... It's more just a surprise that Jax wasn't playing tonight.
I'm just pulling your leg.
Not that it would be too impactful, but yeah, so FearX into the grand final. They will now be sitting back and watching this match for who's going to join them in that dance.
Yeah, and kind of goes back to what we were saying in the pre-show, or at least I kind of alluded to, with the fact that this match began delayed. It's an added bonus now for FearX as they finished early, and they now get to sit back and watch the entire series. So, how much of an advantage that is, well, that's up to you individually to think. Some will say it's not much, some might say it's a little bit, some will say it's a lot. I don't know. It's a subjective opinion. But it will be relevant because they will be getting to sit back and watch this series now. And see who they will be playing in the grand final. That will be later tonight. Again, a reminder, it's top square at the moment now for Mer on the entry through janitor hallway, and pretty swift to clear out this second floor. Big round here in the 10th. PSG Talent looking for map point on their map pick. Oregon to follow after this, selected by Mer Gaming. One logic bomb remaining from Baguette. They have been used pretty extensively by Mer early in these rounds. 90 seconds to go. Still holding one. Does at least mean they can use this for a bit more of an on-site push. And yeah, interesting shield set up here. And along with the elevator hold from Soldier, there is still some good pressure. But he gives it up. Drops down. It's not too much left in the round, so he can give up this position. A little bit of beepers control, but I think there was one still holding main for PSG Talent. Just over a minute left. And Mer just getting through the checklist slowly but surely.
Yeah, stalemate at the moment. What will Mer's plan be in terms of plant? Perhaps tease default, then go chassis again. Blur to come through, secondary hard bridge, so hatch drop now also an available option for Sloth if he wants to drop down and get to work with the LMG. Blue, though, is being held here from Yas. Will be flamed. Maybe followed by Rush. Oh, it is. That was very aggressive, and Baguette was immediately punished. I suppose at this point in the round, though, had to try and go for something to unlock this position. That, though, proving to be very ineffective. 30 seconds, and Yas just needs to play for as much time as he possibly can.
Two ahead of him. Well, that's not the greatest of first peaks, and the second peak not great either. Still flames at the bottom of blue stairs, and really not much time remaining. Mer's just going to have to rush into sight. Guard one to watch with the kit. If he can get to the bomb chassis, maybe that could be the position in which he could get this down successfully. Good shot from Sloth. Numbers are actually with Mer, but the number that matters the most right now is the time, and that is running out. Ende sticks the plant inside a CCTV. Only 2 up at the moment for PSG Talent. Ende does not get denied until the very end, or he got off it. Either one, it's a round win for PSG Talent.
Yeah, denied from the doorway there. Pellets from the shotgun. Yep. Capitao unable to cover. So good
Oh,
response.
that
there
would have
from
been
PSG.
close.
It was much more disciplined, I think, from them that time around, and better executed. They also had that sort of factor of the their own potential as well, the flank potential up above their open two, which was another win condition for the defense. Big props as well to Yas. 15 kills in the map so far, and evident that those are rather been impactful overall. Last round they're blue, despite the flame and the baguette swing, he was able to win that fight, then doesn't overexpose while spotted by the Grim Bees and wasted yet another sort of 10-15 seconds. It then meant Mer had to play absolutely perfectly. They were then having to play through gas canisters as well towards the end. You could see that kind of stalled them out and scattered them a little bit as well. So, yeah, props to Yas. Great job. Smoke as well, doing his job. PSG now with Matt Point. That will proc the tactical timeout from Mer, who now need to find 2 rounds of their own. And that has been a bit of a turning tide in this match, it feels. Teller's Archives, an interesting decision here from PSG. We're yet to see that objective played in this match. And overall, the least popular defensive side on bank.
So 2 opportunities for PSG to claim their map pick of bank. See if they can follow through. It hasn't always really been all that easy for the defense here on this map. And honestly, for the kind of series that I originally kind of pegged as PSG Talent being heavy favorites, Mer being kind of a little bit more of an unknown quantity with the addition of Sloth and Blur, well, it has been a bit more competitive. First 2 rounds as well were uber one-sided to PSG Talent. Sloth has been good though, 10-9. Ende still without a kill though, guys, is a little bit disappointing, but playing a different role than the rest of his teammates in fairness. More supportive, hard anchor, and he's typically just kind of trying to run in and get the kit down, and still not really much of an excuse to go into the 11th round without a kill at this level of siege.
So Sloth on the Nook for round 11. Nook has certainly fallen out of favor in terms of meta. Limited playtime. Kit overall just not quite where it probably needs to be a mainstay, and no longer silent either. Can posture though bot blue and might be an effective tool in sneaking past any Valkyrie cameras if there are ones through square, and as we can see there is, although it gets shot anyway. So 2 minutes on the clock. They're encroaching top square currently. First logic bomb to come through. And Sloth does get a pick. So the Nook does prove to be effective. Misa responds though, hits the trade. This is good work though from the attack. Oh, I was going to say it was, but Soldier able to actually shoot off those Selmas from a deep position. Over towards front desk. Although Selma's now popping, so perhaps Rumatic's position now is a little bit exposed. And this is important in looking to unlock this top side and get to work on Vert, keeping in mind it is a Taller's defense. More hard breach to follow, Rumatic falls off. And so those players can take control. No Ram or Buck though in play to exploit Vert. So I wonder what the game plan from the mid portion to the execute is going to be here for Mer.
Yeah, it didn't really get much from that logic bomb either, so they'll probably be disappointed, other than maybe trying to clear out certain positions and force PSG Talent to fall back. Misa finds a kill on to guard. And they just creeping around top square. I would imagine his finish point might be towards stock and play for a drop. If that is the case, they're going to need to get Beeper's control. Archives into admin. They need a lot more than what they've got. And well, actually, Ende is just going to go straight into Archives and just go for the plant. Well, I mean, I guess he just tried to just sneak in and hope that maybe no one would notice. It hasn't worked out for in the round for Misa. No, lovely shot from Baguette. Needs to find 2 more. Well, there's another one. Suddenly a 1 versus 1 with Rumatic, but Baguette on 6 HP. Needs to get first shot. Needs to shoot first. 15 seconds, and he can acquire the diffuser and get this down. Forcing Rumatic to make noise, to move on over to get him off the plant. Spots him. He didn't even need the Nitrocell. He had no health. Baguette clutches up for Mer Gaming. He mustn't have known. Where's the comms? It should be one hit. It should be pull your pistol out. Unless they had no idea. That's a misplay. 6-5 and 1 map point averted for Mer Gaming.
I mean, insane shots from Baguette. Let's not take away from that. It was a phenomenal clutch. He played it absolutely the best that he possibly could, but there had to have been a call there from PSG that the last player was absolute. All he had to do was walk 1 meter to the right,
Defenders, protect your bombs
land
from
1
being
shot to the
defused
knee,
by attackers.
and that is round over, map over. Frustrating. PSG elect not to take a tactical timeout. I thought on the lead up to round 12, off the back of what was a little bit of a frustrating conclusion to the round, they'd maybe look to reset mentally. Although not to be.
By attackers.
A lifeline given to Mer, keeping head above water. Top floor we go. A site that can, at times, be pretty brutal to defend if Janet is cleared effectively. So, big there from Baguette. Elevates him to 12 kills.
10 seconds to go.
Keeping within arm's reach of the top fraggers of
5
PSG.
seconds left before insertion.
Just makes this map a little bit more interesting now.
Attacker's objective is to defuse the bomb.
Yeah. Oh, it does. It puts a bit of pressure onto PSG Talon, and I think we've seen this is the kind of team that doesn't always deal with that pressure amazingly well. Not saying that they're incapable, but I mean, we saw at the end of stage 1 last stage where there was a couple of times they got pushed all the way to OT. So after leading well or starting well, they can have these kind of lapses. I think it's still one of the issues probably for this team to kind of work on and figure out. It's like, why do they have these lapses? How can they be so great and then so poor? Probably just comes down to coaching.
So Sloth then looking to see if maybe he can catch somebody off guard inside of stock, although that position vacated. Presuming it's a bit more of a traditional hallway hold here from the defense. Lobby repels in play as well to try and find something in through that front desk position. Last time Mer went for a CEO plant. That's been the game plan for this team so far. Big focus on Jan. Clearing those positions. Get to drain below to maybe facilitate a vertical clear. Stockwall, interestingly, not reinforced at all. I thought perhaps there was maybe one wall reinforced, but not to be. So PSG are essentially forfeiting all that control on that half of the map. Instead bolstering elsewhere. They have the mirror windows to play into on side as well. So a little bit different to what we would typically see. Habana used to help deal with castle barricades. And here onto the Jan window. This is absolutely critical. Misa just swings and doesn't get punished. Can't swing this time around. Window will fall. And now the defensive setup from PSG is going to be really stress tested.
Opening kill for Ende in the round, and I think maybe for the game. Headshot onto Misa. Very well could be going to OT now off the back of that opening kill. Aiding now the entry force for Mir on the attack. 34 seconds, not a lot of time to work with though. Yas holding strongly towards front dash, and Soldier could be a linchpin though defensively. Coming in from starve to square. He could try and maybe stab Mir in the back, although falls off this position. Could go back up main, right? A big kill on to Ende. Don't think the hard bridge is going to matter at this point. Time, though, certainly against Mer. They're leaving in this until the last second. Blur into office. Kit acquired. Wants to go for the plant behind the bomb chassis. Smart. Able to deal with the Yokai drone and not allow it to deny him at the last second. This plant will go down successfully. Where's the response? Well, Blur immediately dead. Couldn't get up. Had no more opportunities to do anything. 2 versus 2.
Oh,
and a post plant. Lovely kill from Yas. Don't know about that positioning from Baguette out in the open towards top square. And Sloth now by himself in stock. And Yas just taking the time to heal on up. Brumity spots him. Yellow ping. Intel. Sloth is down and out for the count. And that will be PSG Talon taking map 1 here of the semi-final.
Defender mission successful.
It was a doozy. They got there in the end. Maybe not the cleanest siege that we've certainly come to expect from PSG Talon, but a 7-5 victory is all the same. A win is a win.
Yeah, certainly. I think pressure started to ramp up a little bit inside of the server during that match, but PSG able to get that result across the line. Mistakes were mounting, I think, as that match went on. Arguably, game should have concluded the round before. PSG Talon put themselves in a pretty box position. Baguette extends the match, probably then actually throws the final round, being prone top scorer instead of slowly backing out, trying to play the swing from outside. But again, we're looking at pretty fine margins, and with pressure mounting, it's easy for mistakes to begin to creep in. So. Overall, PSG Talon were the better team on bank overall. I think they are deserving of this result and in regulation as well. But as we sort of alluded to in the pre-show and as I was sort of theorizing, if they can remain competitive and look good here, map 1, then I think map 2 is kind of their oyster, right? Sure, we saw PSG take down BDS at Manchester, so they are going to be a formidable opponent on this map. But it's also one where Mer are going to be comfortable as well. So expecting another close result here on map 2. And potentially a third could be on the card still as well.
Again, neither of these two teams played in the previous round due to forfeits. Maybe a case of just kind of shaking off the cobwebs a little bit to begin on this opening map. Job done, though, in the end for PSG Talon. They do take bank. When we come back, we'll head to the second map of this series, for which will be Oregon.
$60 million!
You've been seeing that a lot, right? What does it all mean, though? Here's my friend Alex Machine Richardson to help explain.
So, 60 mil, 20 tournaments, 8 weeks. You probably already know. But how does a club prove themselves to be the very best in the world? That is where the Esports World Cup Club Championship comes in. The Club Championship is where things really heat up. $20 million awarded to the top 16 clubs, with the newly crowned best club in the world awarded an astonishing $7 million.
Wait, so how does that actually work?
It's simple. We've got 20 tournaments. In each tournament, the top 8 teams get awarded points towards their club championship total. The higher you place, the more points you get. Now, these points are worth the same in all titles, so it is important to not put all of your eggs in one basket. But it's important to remember that the club champion needs to win at least one individual game tournament.
Nice, so we'll probably be seeing clubs trying to qualify across a range of games to have the best chance of getting their hands on $7 million.
Yeah, man, there's your incentive. More clubs, across more games, more competition.
And so the race begins. This summer, we will crown the best esports club in the world.
Opening map has gone the way PSG Talent 7-5 for their map pick. Good start here on the semi-final portion of these closed qualifiers of Korea. As we already alluded to before, in terms of updating, FearX have now made the grand final of which we will have later tonight, guys. So we can confirm that they are now awaiting the winner of this particular semi-final that we are covering between PSG Talent and Mir Gaming, of which we will be heading to Oregon now for Mir Gaming's opportunity of redemption.
Yeah, and again, perhaps you weren't, or you're just joining us now, maybe didn't hear the discussion midway through the previous map of Bank, where we talked briefly about that FearX and D+ match. It was off stream, so we don't know exactly how it played out inside of the server, but in terms of the results, map 1 Cafe, 8-6 FearX, map 2 Clubhouse, 7-3 FearX. So D+ struggling to put up a fight tonight, and perhaps does put a dent a little bit in terms of their campaign heading into stage 2. Who knows? Maybe they're going to be overtaken by some of these other teams going forward even more so. But yeah, excited for that grand final. FearX clearly making a statement this evening. They're going to be a very, very tough team to take down. And so I think, honestly, for PSG, that means that we need to see a clean Oregon from them here. Let's see them 2-0 this, do it in a confident fashion, maybe not see the same mistakes towards the tail end of the match that we started to see come through from really both teams there on Bank, and then, you know, have the platform set up ready to go. Because also keep in mind, FearX are going to be kicking back, watching this, and if any of these maps are to repeat, Bank or Oregon in that series, they know exactly what to expect. So we'll see how it plays out. As we jump into map number 2, we'll kick it off with the ban phase. In terms of the starting sides, I am going to double check because, of course, the team names aren't there. But map 2, PSG Talon will be kicking it off on defense. So 6 opportunities for them to establish as much of a lead as possible.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to have to be where the game is won and lost here is going to be on defense. It's making sure you win your primary sites, that you're competitive on the tertiary. Arguably, PSG Talent again come into this as favorites, even if it is the map pick of Mer Gaming. They probably should be considered the favorites in this particular game of Oregon. I think even more so considering they're on defense to begin. I wouldn't be necessarily shocked to see them get out to a big lead. So what that does mean, though, for Mer Gaming is, at least for this half, you know, you kind of have an opportunity as the attacking team to put yourself in a really solid position then going into that second half. Do the damage early. Get 2-3 attacking rounds on the board and think, okay, that might be enough for us then going into that second half, and that would fill the team with confidence. Azami, Kaid, Habana, Montang banned out. No surprise, I don't think, with any of those particular bans. It's interesting with Azami, guys, when she got nerfed, and, you know, I actually probably went over the top. I thought her nerfs would not necessarily kill her, but make her far less attractive for players to use. Not only was that just not the case, but then coupled with then following nerfs to the likes of Solus, Fenrir's, etc., Azami has now kind of got back into a decent spot in terms of the defensive operator pecking order.
Yeah, I would totally agree. Teams that don't want to necessarily build in too heavily into DMARs and util clear tools will avoid her where possible. Now, looking back at some of the historical results here for Oregon, from there, I mean, I don't know how much stock we want to put into it, given extensive roster changes, although that somewhat applies for both teams. But last time they played Oregon was over 100 days ago against Weeble, where they were able to get an OT loss. So that's not particularly
Well, it's
great
irrelevant.
for them. Yeah, and then in terms of PSG Talon, last time out it was a 7-3 loss to FaZe. The day before, that was the pretty infamous game, or map, against BDS, where they were able to take them down 8-6 OT. Nisa dropped 17 kills in that match. He's been playing well this evening as well, especially on the attack lurks. PSG kicking off defense basement round 1. So just how aggressive they want to be in the face of this attack. It's a small tower clear to kick things off with the Damus in play. And I'm not expecting too much in the way of resistance here from the defense.
Yeah, I do like the Deimos though, because if PSG want to be aggressive first floor, Deimos is then going to be able to drone forward, scan them out, and then use the depth mark, and that should then be enough to just push them back to basement anyway. I think the goal of the Deimos here is to just make sure that PSG Talent don't feel comfortable to go for any kind of aggression on this first floor outside of something like Yas. This is a bit of a safer position at the very least. Top freeze the stairs. He could swing the hallway if he really wants to get aggressive. Don't think he will. More so watching towards Z. Soldier does find an opening kill on to Baguette, so I'll take it all back. Maybe first floor might be a little vulnerable because of the Deimos, but he's all the way up into Attic, second floor now. And that's a second kill to be found. Ende, not ideal on the Grim. You always want to have the Kuan Hive Launcher up and available towards the end. Here comes Sloth, though, to track down. And Soldier holds close, and I think Sloth has just kind of felt like a bit of a trap maybe has been set. I'm not seeing enough from this Deimos, though. I don't think Soldier's trackable. I mean, I just saw the smoke and a couple of others. I didn't think I saw the mute.
Attackers have recovered their...
Yeah, I mean, at this point, round's over. You have man disadvantage going into a basement execute. You're pretty much screwed. Last time I saw on Bank, Ende was yet to find a kill. I don't know if he eventually did, but that's going to be something to track.
Oh! He panicked a bit.
Well, yeah, that information will be getting relayed to the rest of the team, and the Deimos themselves will have that live ping.
Oh, you got to win this, Blur. What? I mean, wait for a bit of help from Attic. Right now, all Soldier could do here is just delay. Oh my god.
Yeah, just wait.
I mean, why is Solo pushing that though? If your teammate doesn't want to push up main in that instance, if Blur doesn't want to push up because he senses pressure from bottom of back stairs, I mean, you just kind of wait then. Well, don't push. I mean, there's 30 seconds left. I don't know. The round is lost, as he said.
Yeah, I mean, it's a sloppy clear, but the round's over, so there's no point really harping on too much about it. Some growing pains here in the first round, I think, for Mer. And PSG, a couple of good re-aggressions through the mid round, just able to secure some map control and a couple of picks, and yeah, round's over. It's pretty easy to squander an attacker on basement if you don't succumb to that pressure as a defensive team. Instead, be the tempo setters, which is exactly what they were able to do.
Yeah, I liked the lineup from Mer Gaming. Right, you bring the Deimos, and you've got the Docker B for the logic bombs. You can really do a decent job, I feel, of at least clearing out first floor, second floor. Any roam game could get shut down. The idea then is that you can force 5 onto basement. Then you've got the Grim to get information on positions that are being held for the eventual push. Yet, despite that lineup being brought to kind of combat, you still lose to a mute running around that finds 2 kills. You know, like... It's a bit of a sinking feeling when you've brought a lineup to combat something that just combated you anyway. You've already brought what is there to counter. Anyway, it was basement, growing pains. And sometimes the execution is not always going to be prevalent for a team that have made some significant roster changes. Kid Storms should be far more viable for Mer Gaming on the attack than something like Laundry and Supply. And we'll see if that will be the case. Little change up. And Blur now onto the Blitz. And we also see a bit of Striker. Guys, we saw a little bit of Striker and Sentry in the Oceania closed qualifiers. And I say a little bit, I mean actually a moderate amount.
Yeah, absolutely. We didn't see it selected once at all on Bank, but you're right. During that OS closed qual across both series, we saw it on multiple occasions. It was not unusual to see it. So
Good
this
stuff
round plays
here,
out. In
though,
terms
for
of
Murray.
defense, so the defensive setup here from PSG is really quite intriguing. We have the mirror window facing in towards kids. We have Slayer gates to absorb util. We have an open hole games wall. So it's very aggressive. You couple that with the security reinforcements down below. PSG are looking to force that clear. And so Mer could elect to go for the clear with the blitz, or they could actually opt to go more direct with that and force retake. Mara in the mix as well. Does provide aggressive opportunities here for the attack. And so both teams are really going to clash heads here. Both quite aggro. I think they're prepping for a pick clear off the back of the blitz. I think that's a good decision into that mirror window. Boogie Auto Breacher. It's into the warden though, and Rubitic able to escape. Gets the pick as well. Blitz falls, gets both. That's very clean from Rubitic. Plays his role absolutely perfectly on that warden.
Yeah, and that's a big win condition off the board as well now for Mer. You lose your blitz, Ram, not ideal in terms of the entry as well that you can get in terms of the pacing from those two operators. At least Baguette able to take out Ryder, who just kind of went lurking there in search of something else for PSG Talent. Minute and a half remaining into the second round, and it's still an advantage though for Talent. Triple down from Rubitic. What a sensational round from him. Could still be on for the ace, as Baguette on 4 HP does find a kill. But again, 4 HP means he has also not exactly come off clean.
I mean, he's proven before he doesn't need much health to make plays, so...
That's true. 6 last time. Just don't throw a nitro cell in him and you probably get the kill. Just use your gun. Yeah, I mean, this is hard though, as Guard makes his way up right stairs. Oh, hang on, never mind. Rubitic is shut down, and suddenly this becomes a 2 versus 2. Well, there is that nitro cell, but it's used on the correct player this time in Guard. Baguette, for the second time in this series on single-digit HP, to try and clutch up for Mer Gaming. He did it last time on Bank. Can he do it here on Oregon as well? Tiny bit of information. Knows there's one player down below, one player in the armory hallway. Didn't want to stick the plant, wants to see whether or not PSG Talon will push in his direction. Mainly because there's still 20 seconds. He just continues to creep around. Can he beat Soldier? Need to get that gun up. You're going to need a headshot. You're going to need to kill him quickly. Now makes his way towards the back of Dorms. Gun out for Soldier. They push together. 5 seconds. Great teamwork. Really good trigger discipline as well from PSG Talent, or just discipline in general, guys, to not rush at the end of that round. Held their positions and forced Baguette into making a decision.
Yeah, again, plaudits to Rubitic really setting the tone in that prior round, and that's now back-to-back occasions when Mer are bringing a very specific game plan into the round. We saw that Ram to deal with the barricade into Attic, followed up by the Blitz. And then Warden, ultimately the best operator you want in that position, provided the glasses are active. Lands a clean shot, follows it up with the second onto the shield. Pretty much dismiss that. So, good from PSG, they're countering their opposition well at the moment. Tertiary site now, though, is in play. They opt to go meeting. Abandoning play for wall denial. I'm eager again to see what kind of tools the striker is going to bring, but it won't be the case. Transitioning across over towards the thermite. So indicating that we may see a bit more of a focus in through big tower here for the attack. But I'm sure Mo will be pretty open to pivoting if required.
5 seconds to go.
Reloading! Cover me!
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
So a 2-0 start for PSG Talent. Both of the primary sites successfully won. To begin, we head to the tertiary of Kitchener meeting. This will be the best opportunity that Mer Game is going to have in this respective half to get on the board. Once again, changing up their lineup. This time they bring double hard breach. And I do wonder if they might just hit split. Go for a bit more of a rush approach. I don't think so. Probably just to get some pressure. Rotate then over towards that meeting wall. And Misa takes out Sloth. Sloth was honestly quite impressive back on Bank. Got double digits. Really felt like he gelled with the team. But so far, 0-3 to begin here on Oregon. Both he and Blur struggling.
Yeah, minute 50 then, and Rumatic just looking to chip away. Fall back towards side ultimately. Without losing his life. Logic Bomb employed to just create a bit of space here for the attack. But again, fighting from behind. It's been the story throughout this match for Mer. Often losing the first 2 picks, which makes things very difficult for them. And that trend will continue. It's not looking particularly inspired for Mer. It doesn't feel like this has been a strong map for them so far. 3 rounds in, first rotation. They're going to lose every single one. And that third map of Chalet just feels like it's out of reach at the moment for them. And unless something big can shift here, I'm probably anticipating a attack timeout at some point. You need to be looking at least 2 rounds here to set yourself up for a strong second half. Plaudits though to PSG Talon. They are not throwing away these advantages too easily. And I'm assuming we're going to see very much the same here once more. Soldier really the only player on a exposed island, but that gas canister can waste a little bit more time and just stall out this push.
Good swing from Ande, but the trade was always going to come through due to the positioning of Misa facing in towards backstairs. He was sharp though with that swing. Ande trying to see if he can open up, maybe get in for that plant through that wall in towards meeting. But yes, just creeping up and still in a really dangerous position. No real time left in this round. Blur still all the way up onto that second floor as well.
15 seconds remaining.
Inside of kids. Oh, a foot has been spotted, sprayed through the wall, unsuccessful. And eventually losing his life anyway, despite not really ever being in a position to ultimately have any kind of attempt to win that round. 3-0 start, and I do wonder, yeah, if we see that tactical timeout, now's the best time to really, I think, utilize it. An opportunity to kind of repeat now for PSG Talent. 3 really successful defensive rounds. At no point did it ever seem like Mer were deserving of winning any of those first 3 rounds. We get to go around the world again. Laundry and supply back available for PSG Talent.
Attackers need to
And intriguingly, they bring the clash.
I mean, you could maybe make an argument that they trolled a bit at the end of round 2, but even then, felt pretty in control, so... PSG Talent very much in a box seat here to continue this run of form on Oregon, which is Mer's pick. Win this, you're in the grand final against Fearex for the one and only spot that Korea have at the Esports World Cup. And with that, a pretty hefty pay packet as well. Don't know how the number would compare to OS. I know that was a big talking point. Qualifying is larger than finishing first in a regular stage, and I presume it'd be pretty similar here for Korea. Maybe a bit closer. But you're right, Clash in play round 4, and so Misa has that role. It'll be a very effective tool at stalling out the late round. Pocket EMPs, though, are available to guard on Dokkaebi. And the displaced tools of the Grim and the Cat Battalion combination, if combined correctly, could be used to get that clash on an island. PSG played this similar cross at Manchester. They had one inside of security, one top freezer stairs in the clash, or some combination of that. And so it looks like they're doing something very similar here. And if Mer did their homework, they should be expecting something similar and have a plan formulated to deal with it.
Last time out, it was Soldier that was the nuisance.
Attackers have located a bomb.
That was able to roam up above successfully. No Deimos action this time, though, from Mer, as they attempted to use that particular operator in the opening round to really no success. Belt cam has been spotted over towards that main lobby position. In towards Big Tower now for Ende on the entry. Oh, that's a... wow, okay. He's on 2 HP.
And that means the clash is going to be really effective, right? He needs to do everything now to basically avoid being anywhere near the clash.
Oh my goodness. Well, Baguette is dead, and of course Ende very low on health. Has got to be very careful as he said of that clash, but well, really anyone at this point. And he's also got the kit. And he's playing Grim. You want those Quant High Watchers available to the end of these rounds. Clear out positions like Elbow, for example. Also like Pillar. And also take out Elbow as well. Yeah, I mean, now you can at least maybe get some kind of value. You spotting in the clash, though. That's not much. Those bees can buzz all they like. It's not going to annoy the clash. Although, an incendiary bolt might.
Yeah. Although there's support pillar, so yeah, I mean this is really rough. And there you can see the cogs are sort of turning and how they're going to deal with the clash. Low likes to go smokes instead, Flames to follow up close, and Ende immediately dies.
Well, I mean, what did he think was going to happen? You're on 2 HP. There's really not a way they're going to be able to win it from here. Kit in towards E-Box. Sloth has at least been able to take backstairs. BPC still up. Clash is still there. And Guard trying to play off him, but I mean, there's really no one else that's sticking out here from PSG Talent. They're all holding their positions really well. This is very, very strong defense right now from Talent. They're just kind of allowing the clash of Misa to do everything. No one else needs to peek. This is really smart play. I mean, credit there at the end to Talent. An inferior team could have easily just thrown that and panicked. Leaving Misa on the island, that's fine. He's the clash. You don't need to peek from Freezer. You can hold the bomb chassis on site. Yeah, that was really well played. At least from one team. The other team made some critical errors that were rightfully punished, and a 4-0 start for PSG Talent is the apt result of this map for sure.
Yeah, and again, they played into that security top freezer cross. As mentioned, we saw PSG play that multiple times at Manchester. It's quite powerful in denying that control across the map, and if you're able to escape, you can waste good time down the hatch. They employed some tools to create vert, but lost a fight. Made it difficult. Time then became an issue. Then had man disadvantage, no pocket amps. The Grim took fall damage, and so that really exacerbated the strengths of the clash there and some of the issues that Mer were inevitably going to face. Now the saving grace for them is that basement is, it's not a lock-in for the defense, but you know, this kind of level, if you play it properly, it should be, so they can kind of take the L there. Although I'm kind of surprised they elected not to take a tactical, because kids in the tertiary now are essentially must-wins to keep this alive. I really don't think a 5-1's going to be good enough, because PSG, as this series continues, look better and better. And sure, Mer, I think it brings some great ideas inside of the match, inside of the server. The execution hasn't quite been there, so they need a bit of a buffer, in my eyes, for that second half. And at the moment, they simply don't have it.
So 3 rounds away from a grand final. Oh. Well, I mean, it's been a rough go of things for Ende in this series, hasn't it? But even further compounded when Batman leaps out and just pops one in the back of your head. Yas was never able, though, to make his way back into Big Tower, so 1 for 1. They do take out the striker, though. I didn't actually quite see. I don't know if you did either, Guz, in terms of what Ende actually ended up bringing in terms of his gadget selection.
No, I'm not sure.
Whether or not that could be of value. Yeah, this is a really powerful position from Misa. Trying to just play an aggressive position in Trophy that can look in towards the balcony and also behind in, of course, towards deep into Attic.
It's the same hold down below security as well here, so Soldiers in prime position to deal with that. Midway point of the round. Well, Mer have become accustomed, I think, to fighting from behind in this match, so they shouldn't be too uncomfortable at this point in time, although it's still going to be a tough challenge. PSG just aren't presenting free opportunities anywhere. Every single line of sight that's being made and every pressure point is just not really being exploited. As I say that, though, Misa does fall, and so Mer are able to flip it back. 4 versus 3 now in their favor. A big tower stack from the Mav. Ash as well. The 2 imports side by side. Diffuser in the hands of the Mav. And so perhaps an opportunity here for Mer to find their first round, provided they can transition that into pit control, has been forfeited. And Sloth is very eager to get said control. 35 seconds now.
Flash in, peek from Sloth, a little bit slow, a little bit hesitant. Seems like they're still lacking some information. That logic bomb, though, should certainly help as they make their way in. Rumatic, yeah, caught off guard. Trade eventually did come through, but a little bit delayed. Soldier by himself in bedroom now. Plan to go down from Blur. Guard still up with the gun in hand. No denial from Soldier. And one top white stairs. Plant successfully has gone down inside of the kid's position. And now it's a 1v2 outside on the rappel. Well, this could be really smart, though. Oh. Nitrocell could be good here. No, it's not.
Defenders have located.
And the angles are all covered up. It looks as if it will be an opening round here for Merc Gaming on Oregon. I don't really know what else Soldier can do. He's actually kind of done everything he realistically can do to win it properly. He goes for the long arm, but no.
Okay.
On the rappel. And Blur understanding what needs to be done, though, and when he can start to rappel up safely. That was a very tight angle, but successfully gets him off of the kit. And Mer Gaming find their first round.
Yeah, I mean, that's big from Mer, able to knock down one of the primary sites, retain their attack as well, which is critically important. PSG have the option to reattempt, but instead will elect to go tertiary, so meeting Kitchen for round 6, the final of the half. Did a good job to convert that control last round. Clearly Sloth quite confident to be able to go deep. There was a very late logic bomb in play there in that particular round, which gave him the sound cue. And a missed time there from the player top white. I don't know exactly what he was holding at that point in time, but yeah, allowed him to go deep, find the opening over towards kids. Plant went down, and the 2v1 post was played really well with one player down below on Vert, the other on the rappel. Pretty much made it impossible for Soldier. So good work there from Mer. See how the tertiary looks to play out this time around. Tubarao, an interesting pick here for this particular objective. Maybe used to stall out the attic walls as well as rear stage as well.
10 seconds to insertion.
In terms of the attack, we're going to see a pretty substantial number of repicks. They dropped the Deimos for Ace. Gridlock is up now for Flank Watch. IQ to counter the Valkyrie, and Dockerby will persist as well. There's a Sophia tease there. Perhaps that was maybe in anticipation for a Clash repick, but that tends to only be a staple on basement for PSG. As they once again win that opening duel, Misa's aggression unmatched. And that's the Gridlock off the board, which opens more opportunities now through the mid-round for Flames.
Yeah, this is a very pivotal round. 2 attacking rounds on Oregon, I think, is actually going to be more than enough for Mer to at least compete in towards an OT push. 5-1 deficit is going to be far trickier to secure some kind of comeback. That's an early use of that logic bomb from Ende, but still one more available. No guard, no gridlock. Rumatic does need to be cleared out of this position deep into dorms. Now makes his way in towards kids, one in towards Pit. But it has been reinforced off. Drone misses him momentarily, but eventually it gets shot out anyway. Common position to hold this, then go for the drop. Makes his way in. Goodmind gets placed. 20 seconds left. Baguette has actually just befallen somewhere. I don't know what the first reason as to why he went down. I did hear maybe an explosion, but the second nitro assault from Misa will finish him off. So 2 kills in the round to begin. The final round of this half for PSG Talent puts them in an amazing position to find their 5th round of this map.
Ready to breach.
Yeah, they're unable to respond to either attempt, and so a 5-1 scoreline at the conclusion of the half. Looking like a very strong possibility here. More damage from down below. Sloth down to 43 hit points. And it's at this point in the round where PSG just be mindful not to give away anything for free. Toes are spotted inside a freezer. And so Sloth with a frag grenade can look to flush out that position. Soldier does fall, so it's successful. Nice play there from Sloth. 40 seconds though, PSG have vacated to good horizontal positions. Hatch drop, though, is available. And Blur takes that opportunity to go for a plant nitro to respond. That should deny.
Ooh.
At least gets him off it.
Yeah, still alive, but there's 30 seconds. Oh, okay. So to canister not working out there. Right, it does eventually get the kill onto Blur. Still trying to just get that plant down. Not much that Sloth could really do from above to help him out at that point. A lot of horizontal pressure. And in the end, for Merc Gaming, not clearing out positions has cost them. In the end, tried to just sneak the plant, play off of the vert that they had been able to acquire. But they never really cleared back a kitchen, never really cleared positions inside a meeting and split. They kind of just tried to almost half-ass it a little bit. And yeah, I think PSG Talent rightfully win that round 5-1. Really solid defensive half. And they are now just 2 rounds away from appearing in another grand final.
It's been a good map thus far from PSG. If you are just joining, in fact, their own selection was rather quite close, 7-5 on Bank. But just feels like they found perhaps another gear here, although it is Oregon and it is Korea League, so sometimes it can be very, very defend-decided. But the counterpoint to that is that PSG's defense, at least historically, again, different roster, but historically hasn't been the best. So, in fact, they're probably outperforming their own metrics at the moment, and their attacks, especially their ability to lurk in and make plays, back on Bank at least, was very strong. So, we'll see if that transitions across here into round number 7. First attack here for the second half for them. And an intriguing belt of tools are being brought this round. It's a full attack repick. I thought perhaps the Amari would stick for a swift clear above. That won't be the case. Also, those an interesting one. So Soldier's going to bring those Talon shields for the tertiary site. It's a tool that we typically see employed for a big tower push. In locking down the likes of the kitchen hallway and perhaps the plant position as well. Wouldn't be too surprised if they have a couple of lineups as well to maybe lock down something like a shower corridor and a dining push as well. If they want to go for that, they have spawned small tower side, so they may look to full commit from this position and send, you know, one player, the likes of a Rheumatic or something, on a lurk for a back hit.
I wonder if, yeah, Talon might just go for broke here in this round and look to pick up the pace, but if they do that, they'll need to be all in sync. Frag in, clear out right side dorm position. Right, watching hard left. Not a lot of movement though, not really being given a whole lot right now.
Reload.
Got it to Mert. I mean, I think this is probably the right way to play it, especially on Oregon. You don't need to play those entry positions all too aggressively. Forget makes his position known in towards security, but no one really spotted. Boogie Auto Breach is getting to work inside the Doms. Here comes Sloth on the rotate. Rheumatic gets caught off guard. Love this from Sloth though, changing up the game a bit. Just when it maybe felt like PSG was starting to gain ascendancy by getting some really good positioning, taking some good space. Oh, that's a full white Sloth in the middle up above of Kids Dorms. Blur finds the kill onto Misa though, an advantage now over to Merc Gaming.
Yeah, it's been really good siege from both teams. The flash game from PSG has been great, and the coverage from Mer for the most part also really good. We saw a great retake from Sloth, got good coverage then up above from Blur. This has been a really competitive fight on the top floor, full vertical control. Minute on the clock though, and arguably PSG now in a good position. They still have ram up as well for auto breaches. So it's tricky to make a case for Mer at the moment. That said, Blur, good position lobby. Oh, and Baguette as well wins that fight. Top white stairs on the retake, so the lack of flank watch proves costly, but Soldier still outside. Finds a trade, which will no doubt be frustrating for Baguette to come to terms with. Dining hall though, control now. 35 seconds, barricade will be broken. Potential for a plant behind chassis. Osa shields as well, still available. Those Talon shields.
Good one.
And Soldier actually electing to go very deep. So they don't go for a predictable plant position, instead switching
Still
things
has
up
the
a little bit.
Still has that Kumon he's got to take out. Down to 74 HP. Finally able to take it out. Right, losing out to guard though. And Soldier, as soon as he tried to answer back, he loses his life to Blur, who maintained position up above in Kids Dorms. And a bit of a messy round, but ultimately won by Mer Gaming. I think in the fashion that at least could kick off a really good half here. Winning out on the tertiary to begin. Now sets them up really nicely. I imagine they'll go down below. Laundry and Supply to come, which can get this game back to 5-3.
Yeah, I think you can make a pretty fair case that both teams deserve an of the round win. It was an even fight up above. We saw some great flash lineups there from the attack and a good push up white. Then Blur, opportunistic play, ultimately was taken down after some good coverage, but then Get sneaks up white. It's probably the kill that confirmed the match, forces the two remaining attackers deep. And then the cleanup crew from Mer doing a good job to confirm that round. It sets themselves up nicely for the half. It's the tertiary out the way. And there's every world in which two primaries, you win that, you're then only trailing by a single round, and that scoreboard pressure is well and truly alleviated. So it's a big round result from Mer. They also haven't burned a tactical as well to achieve that, so probably couldn't have asked for a much better start here defensively. And it goes back to the point that we made at the conclusion of round number 6, that it's difficult to rule them out just yet. Still plenty of siege to potentially be played here on Oregon. And to basement we go.
Yeah, and had they won the opening round this half, say on Laundry Supply, I wouldn't probably be as fast, but to begin the half on the tertiary, win it, sets them up nicely. Opening kill now in this round. And this round is really all about just kind of getting the job done, close out on basement. There's that opening kill, and now you can kind of just fall back, play site, 4 versus 5. I would love to see the statistics of teams attacking Laundry Supply down a player. It would not be a very high win rate, I can assure you that. So it's going to take something very special here from PSG Talent, otherwise it's looking like a third round should go the way of Mo Gaming. As we know with Oregon as well, has all of the hallmarks of being able to be a sort of comeback map of sorts. Go on the defense, we get a 5-1 half, who knows, it could be 5-1 into 5-1. Certainly a possibility. It is the map pick of Mer as well. We're in tertiary to begin. Great start here on Laundry Supply. And as we know with PSG Talent, they are very much prone to allowing teams back into games. It's one of their weaknesses. Slow clearing approach. Unlogic Bomb is all that remains. Without Misa, they've lost a lot of firepower.
Yeah, PSG now need to try and force a mistake from there. It's their way back into the round. They have execute utility available with the Capital and Grim combo, and that could apply pressure on some of these positions, like a pillar for a drop, or guard, for example, as well, on bunker door. Rear windows, though, still pose a problem, so the ability to lurk as well is pretty well mitigated. Ultimately, I think it does need to be a pretty successful hatch drop here, but you think about the Nitro cells as well, and in response, the second they hear that drop, the Nitro can be deployed, although that one a little bit preemptive. Soldier does find a pick, the util does pay dividends, although guard holds down the line, unable to be traded out at least initially. Rhythmic now in 1 versus 3. 3 for guard in the round, so good work from there. They're going to convert this surely from here, but there's still time for Rumatic to maybe cook something up.
Yeah, I mean, he can just try and create 2 1 versus 1s. It's the really only way he's going to be able to win this round. Slips in towards the hallway. Good angle being held, though, by guard. Just allows him to kind of walk down the hallway rather than holding the doorway itself. So round 1 into the end for Mer. Yeah, maybe not in the convincing fashion that you would typically expect from a team that got a very opening kill on Laundry Supply. Did get a little dicey, but yeah, largely in control. And now we head to Kids Dorms. Round 9, 5-3 scoreline. It's going to be pressure on PSG Talent this round, next round especially if they can't win this. So I think it's actually fair to say you put the onus now on Talent. These next 2 rounds, this one and the next, become quite critical.
Yeah, they need to show proficiency on the primary sites if they're to close this out in regulation. Goes without saying.
Well, I mean, beyond just the proficiency of it, they need to win a round, because if they don't win, if they don't win the next 2 rounds, or one of the next 2 rounds, then Mer at 5-5 will be able to head back to Laundry and Supply to get themselves match point.
Yeah, I like the point that you brought up earlier. It was sort of one that was lingering in the back of my mind, but it's PSG's inability to often dominate in matches. A lot of them ultimately successful, they win them out, but they love keeping us on our edge of our seats and those watching at home as well. Often a lot of close matches that I'm sure it's frustrating for Fabian to be sitting back and watching, just thinking, guys, please stop giving me heart attacks and win these games out in a more confident fashion. But I think also credit has to be given to Mer. They've dug their heels in quite nicely. I love that, initial pick onto the tertiary site for round 7. They've been able to then back it up based off the back of winning the opening engagement. So they're doing everything right here. And PSG need to find now that extra gear if they're to ward off the threat of Chalet Map 3, close it out here and book their ticket against FearX. We talked about it a little bit before as well. FearX with a dominant 2-wave dub over D plus Kia, sort of setting the stage that FearX are looking good this evening. And so PSG need to step up to the plate. A 2-way here would be quite convincing in that regard, but anything less than it. So it starts to raise some question marks as to whether or not they'll be able to secure the one and only spot here for Korea at the EWC. Top floor though, Ying is available. It's not every day of the week you see Ying available here on Oregon because of how strong she is top floor. Basement as well to an extent. And it's Blur to fall first. Less magnets now to regen for the remainder of the round. That will bolster, again, the Ying and the Grim combination. That utility that can be used. Even Zofia, perhaps to an extent as well. So that's big, big, big result. Opening engagements have been absolutely key in this match.
Get a 15 EE1D deployed by Ryder. And Dallas will be available. Provided Soldier doesn't lose his life. He was in an engagement with Baguette. Won it out. Sloth really dashing back on over. Can't find the down there as the mirror window does get broken. Losing some pretty handy vision. And now kind of stuck in towards pit. Down a couple of players. I wonder if Sloth could just make something happen, but yeah, now full white. Flashes to come in along with the Candelas. Just being absolutely peppered with utility. And for Soldier, that will be a plant that is able to go down successfully inside of games. And yeah, in a 5-on-2, retake becomes very unlikely for Guarded Sloth. But there's one. You get a couple more kills to follow quickly, and suddenly the round could be a little bit more for the taking. But that's just never going to happen in terms of the vault over in towards Kids. And there was a Claymore as well from Misa placed that gets the kill onto Garda. And with that, it's match and series points now acquired for PSG Talent. A very convincing round, actually, of Kid Storms from them. A little disappointing for Mer Gaming as they, at least to me, felt like they were building towards something. But alas, not into the 10th round now when PSG Talent with 3 opportunities to finish off this series.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly the prettiest opening kill. I'm sure Blow would have been incredibly frustrated. Dying to those kinds of opportunities where someone is just lurking on a broken barricade and rappel for 15-20 seconds at the midpoint of the round. You just fall into that line of sight, not expecting them to be there. You die. It's never a good feeling. We then saw the Ying and the Grim, that utility combo really effective in clearing the likes of Pit and Attic. So yeah, well played by PSG. They step it up when required. And they now have a significant buff on it being able to close out this match. No reattempts from Mer. They'll go back to the tertiary, which found them initial success. Came down to a very close 2 versus 2. PSG that time of round leading into the Talon shields from the O's, or at least trying to late round. Proved to be particularly effective, and so we're actually seeing a pretty significant switch up in terms of utility, or composition rather. Amaru in play is probably the biggest one for me. Is that a tool that's going to be used to try and establish quick control up above? It was a pretty brutal battle for both teams top floor, with PSG looking to play into flashbangs and Mer looking to retake. So then Amaru might be able to look to expedite that. You think about the pacing of the blitz as well. Maybe indicative that we'll see PSG take it to another level this time around.
All the pressure now to Mer Gaming, and pressure relieved for PSG after acquiring these match points. They've at least forced OTM minimum on their perspective half. Now Mer have to try and bring their side of the bargain and get 3 rounds in a row. Otherwise, they are out of the Esports World Cup qualifiers. And of course, this is a region in which there's only 1 slot. So there will be no other opportunities as Sloth does get an all but important opening kill onto Ryder. Eliminates the Ram from this round. certainly as this game has gone on, Sloth has become far more impactful for Mer Gaming. Started really slow, 0-3, couldn't really get involved the way he was on Bank, but has been able to really get going. Position inside of Dorms, top white, kitchen and meeting. They won this tertiary last time out. Ende as well. Over towards Kids, so they've got a double stack and 90 seconds left, and there's still a lot of PSG talent to clear and to do. These two players need to get cleared out.
A great position from Blur. Nitro to help cross. Does so successfully. I mean, he's in a good lurk position, but it is only shotgun in hand with SMG. So he might be a little bit limited in terms of impact. Looking at Soldier. He's the one that needs to initiate a play. He does over towards Pit. Finds the kill, untraded.
Yeah, I mean, bit of help as well with Rumatic, so really timed their push together. Misa, kill onto Ende. This is just a solo player in the back of Dorms, and this will be the game over. This is done. Misa found 2 kills, 3 kills off site. Misa's just whacked them all, and Soldier was able to clear Kids Dorms on the blitz. Really solid team effort from PSG Talent in the end. They looked like they were just cooking in the corner with how they wanted to take top floor. They did so with ease as they did the map 7-3, and they take this semi-final 2-0 over Mer Gaming, booking their place into the grand final now against Fear X, as these two teams will now do battle in the grand final later today, which won't be too long. It will be a very short break. Don't go too far. The grand final will be starting very soon, but a big result for PSG Talent. And for Mer, commiserations, but their time is done in the qualifiers.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Mer. It felt like they were maybe looking to be able to extend Map 2 to OT, perhaps linger around enough for a third, but Misa on Oregon just seems to be a pretty deadly combo. And yeah, I thought he'd be very limited in terms of loadout there for the final round, but it didn't matter. SMG able to tear up, and then the top floor clear off the back of Blitz also proving to be very effective. Have Mer shown enough to maybe enter a discussion for being competitive in stage 2? I think maybe somewhat, but focusing in here for EWC more specifically, PSG. Yes, it was a 2-0 in the end. They showed some stumbles in terms of closing out maps, but I don't think maybe enough to completely rule them out. Certainly not from, contending against D plus Kia. Obviously, we haven't seen how D plus have played. We're really just going off the numbers that they've presented, but they looked very weakened against Fear X. Pardon me, Fear X making it through to the grand final, of course. And so, yeah, those two going head to head for the final spot, best of 3, everything on the line. I think it's going to be a really, really important match to set the tone, going forward for the rest of the year, of course, but more specifically here, who's going to be the team to take it out? It's difficult to make that call at the moment. Expecting all 3 maps, though, of course, and it should be a banger.
Yeah, I share your thoughts as well regarding Mer into stage 2. If they stick together as they are, I think the more time off will help them and benefit them, and I think they could be certainly a team to keep an eye on for the Korean region. We're going to head to a break, slightly extended, of course, as we're going to be heading into the grand final to come, so don't go too far. When we do come back, though, we arrive at the grand final. Winner to EWC, loser stays home. PSG Talent, Fear X, up next.
$60 million!
You've been seeing that a lot, right? What does it all mean, though? Here's my friend Alex Machine Richardson to help explain.
So, 60 mil, 20 tournaments, 8 weeks. You probably already know. But how does a club prove themselves to be the very best in the world? That is where the Esports World Cup Club Championship comes in. The Club Championship is where things really heat up. $20 million awarded to the top 16 clubs, with the newly crowned best club in the world awarded an astonishing $7 million.
Wait, so how does that actually work?
It's simple. We've got 20 tournaments. In each tournament, the top 8 teams get awarded points towards their club championship total. The higher you place, the more points you get. Now, these points are worth the same in all titles, so it is important to not put all of your eggs in one basket. But it's important to remember that the club champion needs to win at least one individual game tournament.
Nice, so we'll probably be seeing clubs trying to qualify across a range of games to have the best chance of getting their hands on $7 million.
Yeah, man, there's your incentive. More clubs across more games, more competition.
And so the race begins. This summer, we will crown the best esports club in the world.
PSG Talent have made their way into the grand final with a 2-0 victory against Mer Gaming. Their opponents, Fear X, not too long ago, were able to win their semi-final 2-0 as well. That one against D+ Kia Guz, which was a little bit of a surprise to us. We probably anticipated D+ Kia would be the better of the two teams as well when you take into account Nova in, Jax wasn't playing, but nevertheless, Fear X have got the win, and they did so in a 2-0 fashion. In fact, the entire closed qualifier bracket has been nothing but 2-0s. It should be stated that the Mer and PSG Talent in the first round were actually forfeits, but everything else, yeah, 2-0 so far.
Yeah, again, just to reiterate, it was an 8-6 over on Cafe, followed by a confident 7-3 from Fear X on Clubhouse. Bank not needed, but certainly persisted. And we did see Bank in the earlier series between PSG and Mer. So certainly something to keep in mind. And I'm quite intrigued to think or to discuss perhaps what the map veto for what this series might look like. Again, FearX had the slight advantage of being able to sit back and watch the majority of that series, probably the tail end of Bank, and most certainly Oregon as well. Now, PSG Talent certainly cooked up some good ideas on Oregon, some of which still actually were carried across from Manchester. So I think FearX will probably have a decent read there, and PSG may elect to actually not go there, based on that fact, or they could double down. We'll have to wait and see. I wouldn't expect it as a decider though, in this particular series. So yeah, keen to see where FearX look to head things based on that, maybe that Clubhouse result. There's a fair chance that could be one of their preferences as well.
Yeah, I mean, where do you kind of see this matchup going in terms of favoritisms? Because again, when we did the ultimate pre-show at the beginning of this broadcast, the anticipation was maybe a D plus v PSG Talon grand final. That was kind of the expectation, not to be. Do you give FearX, maybe more of a chance than originally you may have thought, considering they were actually able to deal with D plus in the end relatively comfortably, especially into that second map 7-3 and 2-0. It's always a good way to win a series. Do you give them a proper chance here against PSG Talon? I know Talon or Pogon is the favorites, but I mean, I guess do you see any world in which FearX win this grand final?
I don't know. I think where I stand right now, I'm almost in the position where I'm expecting both teams to be very, very competitive. And I feel like we're splitting hairs a little bit. It's kind of tricky to say where they're both at right here, right now, with those roster changes, with Nova having to come back into the team. I don't know if that was pre-planned. I actually had a look at Jax's Twitter, for those unaware, across from France, joined the team. I don't know if it was ever the expectation or the plan for him to play in this particular event. It may have very much been, stage 2. That's all we're able to achieve. I'm not too sure. So it's rough. It's so tough to split the two. I mean, PSG Talon able to, edge out 2-1 in the grand final for stage 1 here in South Korea. And so I suppose in that regard, they may go in as favorites. But again, different rosters, different circumstances back in April, a while ago. So they'd probably go in tonight again, maybe just edging out as favorites. But again, I think FearX putting together a 2-0 confident victory over D+ cannot be understated. That is quite a feat. And so going into this match, both teams with a very equal opportunity to qualify. And I'm excited for all 3 maps to probably be played out.
Yeah, the map veto is happening live as we speak. So once that has been finalized, we can kind of let everyone know where we will be heading for this particular matchup. I probably
they've come through now. So if you want to,
have they? Oh, that was quicker than I thought, actually. Well,
right as you started that sentence,
I was going to say, I thought it was going to be Border Bank and Club. No.
Okay.
So Border has been picked by PSG Talon. Bank, intriguingly picked by FearX, and Clubhouse as the decider.
And PSG banned out Oregon too, which is something to note. Maybe not wanting to double down here in this series again because either D+ is strong on it and they don't want to play into them, or because D+ literally just saw everything they're going to bring to the map, so they might not want to.
Yeah, I mean, I think Talon make a correct ban in the first go by getting rid of Cafe, which is the map that they FearX had just beaten D+ Kia on. So they do get the Clubhouse though. That is FearX. Of course, they did beat D+ on that 7-3. That though is only the decider. There is a world in which, if we go to this third map, Clubhouse could actually be the kind of map FearX have in the back pocket that gets them there. So if you're kind of looking at the first 2 maps, guys, and saying that if Talon don't win this in a 2-0 fashion, FearX on that Clubhouse, having just played it like an hour ago and did very well against D+, could be going in as maybe the favored team there. So Border, Bank, how do we see that playing out? The Bank is intriguing because FearX picked it, despite the fact that we just saw Talon win 7-5 against Mer Gaming.
I think the Bank certainly had holes in it for PSG Talon, which is a little bit concerning because I'm, sort of following your thinking here that the PSG Talon road to victory might end up being a 2-0. Again, it was played off stream, so we don't know. Maybe D+ absolutely dropped the ball on Club, but that result being a 7-3 dominant victory on a map like Club is not something that you would see every day of the week with 2 teams that should be going in as, pretty even in status. So for PSG Talon, if they've been cooking on it, sure, they might be all right, but it's hard to make a case, I think, for 3 maps to 2 be in their favor. I'm trying to have a look in terms of like map preference for these teams. Clubhouse is 4th for FearX, whereas for PSG Talon, Clubhouse is 8th out of the 9 maps. Now, they do have a 3-0 record on it, though. And in fact, last time they played it was that victory over FearX 77 days ago. So they didn't touch it at the major. So they haven't revealed anything in that regard. So important to note. They've been able to tuck it away. They were successful against FearX. And so maybe that does change my mind a little bit. I'm probably basing my prediction a little bit too much heavily into that D+ victory. And so maybe a 3-map series here for PSG, if it goes the distance, might actually be in their favor. We'll see how things played out. Their bank was okay. It could have been a lot better. And so provided their border pick is clean, tidy up bank a bit, PSG Talent, I think, have played out the veto quite well, which has been one of their strengths. Typically, I think, especially with the experience of Fabian, their map vetoes have played out very, very well. So
I'm going to go the opposite mind here and think if it does go to that 3rd map, FearX having just beaten D+ on that particular map of Clubhouse. Now, I don't get to see like attack defense half. I don't know if you have that in terms of if you can view it on Faceit, but 7-3 is still a pretty comprehensive win. And having only just done so recently, if we get to this 3rd map, also that means that they will have taken a map off of PSG Talon. I think the first 2 maps are going to be incredibly critical. That if PSG Talon can't win this out in 2-0, I'll actually put, honestly, my thoughts and back in FearX and say that they can take this and go to EWC. It's a bit of a bold claim. But FearX are a weird team in this region. They are a really weird team. They can do some really, really good things seemingly out of nowhere, and then they can look really, really bad.
Exactly. They
so
can look really, really
I don't know
bad.
what you're going to get.
I'm looking back at that last Clubhouse result. It was map 1 of that best of 3 that PSG went on to win 2-1. PSG start out attack on Clubhouse and win 4 rounds, and they won basement both times on attack. So FearX had issues back on club, but again, there's been some changes behind the scenes. It's probably something that they've been able to iterate upon and improve. PSG equally also have kind of hidden it away as well. Whether or not they've actually been cooking on it, hard to say.
Well, the hard ban back then as well for PSG was border, and we're going to be heading to border. So that's intriguing as well. So kind of following on to that conversation of change, right? Like at that point, border's a hard ban in the grand final as to what we're talking about in terms of stage 1 Korea. Now it's being picked by Talon, right? So clearly it's going to be some things where, okay, there's change, but then there's also some things where, they might be the same. I also kind of look at that and think, well, that particular game that you're talking about, that Clubhouse, was quite a while ago. That also might be a catalyst for FearX to say, we need to improve our club. We need to go back to the drawing board. We've got a couple of months to do that before EWC quals. And maybe that's exactly what they've gone and done. I mean, they just beat D+ Kia on that particular map. They might feel more confident and comfortable on Clubhouse. Because honestly, leading up to that grand final in the playoffs, they never played it. And then Club was also picked by PSG Talon. So there is every world in which if you're FearX and you go, okay, well, this is a map that we're kind of weak on, they're quite good on it. And if we have to play these guys again, which, I mean, any sane person in Korea would think you're probably going to have to go through PSG Talon to qualify for anything, means we need to work on the specific maps. That's my thinking. I mean, remains to be seen. But the fact that they took down D+ Kia 2-0, this is a roster that if we go all the way back to stage 1 after like 3 play days in the regular stage, you wrote them off entirely, and yet they were 1 map away from making Manchester.
Okay, I'm not a punching bag, mate. Calm down. That happened months ago. All right, why are you bringing up old stories? I mean, look, I didn't learn my lesson because earlier tonight I highlighted that Nova's playing in the team, which was unexpected tonight, and I thought that might be to their downfall, and then they 2-0 D+. So I don't know. What do I know? I don't think the veto discussion. I mean, we can go around in circles, I think, making a case for any combination of results, really. And again, that should be a testament, I think, to the quality of both these teams. They go in evenly matched. They both go in, with changes, etc. And we'll see that play out inside of the server. But we can put the rambling to an end. Map 1 border of this BO3 is finally upon us. It will be PSG Talon starting off on attack, BNK FearX to defend.
So into the grand final we go for what is the grand final rematch from stage 1 for Korea League. PSG Talon beating FearX 2-1 in that particular grand final. Well, a chance at redemption now for Fear X to qualify for EWC in Riyadh. And it is once again blue team and orange team, but that's fine. It does say, of course, the team names up above anyway. Montaigne banned out, followed by the Blitz from PSG Talent. So no shield play, unless you want to play Clash. That could also get banned out here.
It's looking like a ranked lobby when you're versing some sussy individuals.
Some sussy gamers.
Yeah. Well, it is the Azami Valkyrie, so two of the big three alongside Fenrir banned out. PSG are another team, much like Bliss from OS, that have sort of benefited from the Solace Nuke as one of their insta-bans. You know, again, looking back at that BO3 against Fearex back in the South Korea Closed League, they banned out every single map. This time around, they get a little bit more freedom, or at least the perception of freedom. Second floor to kick things off here, BNK Fearex. Again, defending. Excited to see some of these players back inside of the server. And we'll see, what they can bring to the table. Unfortunately, that previous semi-final, it was off stream, so a little bit, going into the dark. I would have said that maybe a little bit more so if Jax was playing, because I don't really know what to expect from him in this particular team. But is a no-show tonight. Not completely sure as to the reasons for that, but Nova's certainly in. Perhaps Jax will make an appearance at the EWC LAN if they are to qualify, and that would be an intriguing storyline. But all focus now here on the qualification match. One slot for South Korea, and that one and only slot to be decided over the next 2 or 3 maps.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. It's one slot. You get nothing for second. So there's no consolation prize. You don't get points. You don't get any money. You get nothing. It is actually quite brutal. It's a very brutal format, very brutal tournament if you do not qualify for it. Obviously, as well for Fearex, it's not as if they're also experimenting with new players and new additions or anything of the sorts without Jax here. It's the same old Fearex lineup, so it's kind of run it back one more time and see if you can get the result you're looking for. Again, I would imagine they would have preferred to have Jax in this lineup, but Nova is familiar with the team, and at times he can play really, really well. His stage 1 was a bit of a renaissance of sorts. After being
it was
off,
this map. It was this
Yeah.
map where I called him out. He had an absolutely shocking border. I can't remember who it was against. If my memory serves me right, it was D+. It was shocking. It was terrible. It was bad. And then from there, even statistically, his numbers literally went upside down in the right direction. Not upside down, so I guess the right way around. But yeah, we'll see how it goes tonight. First pick goes the way of Deimos, though. Very effective operator here on border when you think about the amount of all bangable surfaces, whether it be vertically or
It was
horizontally.
Weeble, by the way. It was Weeble.
Oh, it was Weeble, so even worse.
Yeah. Oh, no good boy. No Doc. Not a good start for Fearex defensively. Logic Bomb rings out. Going to see a Friday on the Docker beat. We've got the Deimos that can be employed. One mark was already used. Well, I thought for a split second Mephi was about to pop that head, but Soldier a little bit sharper and quicker gets the second kill of this round. Not waiting is the position here of Rin, who maybe could think about going for a bit of an aggressive play here from top east stairs. Has the information. Really timely made play with the kill on to Misa. Always a top player to remove from the lobby against PSG Talent, but Nova loses his life to Ryder, and with that, the 2-player advantage remains for PSG Talent. Now, Deathmark tracking Damick, putting him under an immense amount of pressure, while right below you is the Deimos. Rin actually finding a kill elsewhere onto Ryder. Damick almost could have found one then as well to make it a 2-on-2, but he just missed ever so slightly with 45 seconds remaining. That track has now subsided, but he does lose his life anyway, because they did kind of know he was playing around that position. Top medal for Rin. Now really has the solo, unless he can get Demi back up.
Let's see what Rin can cook up in the 1 versus 3 with the UMP in hand. Immediately falls. A good first round for PSG Talon. Good pressure around the map, a couple of decent baits, good trades. And critically as well, a lot of value from that Deimos. It's, I think, going to be a big operator on this map if it continues to be played. Seems to be the case here for the second. And yeah, it's so difficult just due to the nature of how Border plays out for the defense, where it's typically very difficult to, rotate and contest the Deimos, that kind of just have to try your best to avoid it or contest to the vert, and both of those easier said than done. So
Attackers need to
good
leave.
game plan there from PSG Talon, and try as they might, especially Rin had a good round. Yeah, clearly not enough.
Depending on how much of an influence it could end up being, yeah, I think bringing the mute, placing a few jammers certainly could help alleviate some of the pressure. Doesn't just get rid of the Deimos by any means, but anything to maybe help if it does end up being a bit of a factor. Start for PSG Talon. It is their map pick, and I think coming into a grand final where they're already favored, the onus will be on them to begin well and do well, win this map.
5 seconds to go.
Bank then to follow, which again is a very strange pick from my perspective for Fearx. Although they would have been able to sit back and watch that game, so maybe they've picked up on a few things. Maybe they feel like, as they had the added bonus of watching PSG play on it, coupled with their own proficiency, they could have viewed it as a pick warranted of a selection.
Well,
Last round it was Good Boy that lost his life early on the Legion. This time he needs to make sure he stays alive.
Well, they did beat G2 on it, but yeah, we don't talk about that. Fearx sent G2 into retirement. Kind of.
I mean, the writing was on the wall though when Jihu beat them, right? I think you can probably.
No, it was Nova. It was all Nova.
It was all Nova. All right.
I'm running with it.
Did he go supernova?
Not quite. Close enough there. Need to run
No
two
real
there.
action in this round though to begin.
Oh!
As I say that, Rin actually gets the kill onto Ryder. I mean, Rin's on 5 HP. It's almost a trade. 1 for 1. Quite. Stays
Well, not
alive.
really. Yeah, he stays alive. Gas canisters out from safety. It's a win big time for Fearx. It's logic bombs off the board as well. So
Rimitic.
Misa's just walked straight through the front door.
Well, I mean, it has been Carlson barricaded off on the left side.
Big hold
Across the
above.
castle, it's Nova that's being tracked up above. Misa trying to play off of that information being coordinated over by Rimitic. This is where it's, well, you're a player like Rimitic. Oh my god,
What?
hello guys. Well, there's no one watching this. I mean, they're getting kills though, so I guess it's fine. This is the issue though with kind of being able to just waltz into sight like that. They haven't cleared above. So as crazy as it is to watch Misa just push in, you haven't cleared above. Now, how he gets in because there are players above is one question, but then the second question is, what is PSG Talon doing? You're just ignoring up above. That was a weird round.
Yeah, I feel like by Korean standards, we haven't had a lot of these strange rounds, really. For the most part, they've actually been quite high quality, but that one there left a lot to be desired. The Rinhold top east was just fed into and not cleared properly by PSG, so they take a shortcut there. And then, such is the case on a border defense, or even for the side of the attack, snowballing is very common on this map. And so, yeah, from there, it's difficult for them to reclaim control. They go for the lurk in sight. Great, you get one pick, but without vertical control, you're not getting the plant down. And so those players up above don't really have the incentive to move off those positions. So good work there from Fearx. Big impact from Rin, again, who I think is very early on in this series established himself as somebody we'll be keeping a very keen eye on, because he's already been quite impactful. Tellers for the third round. Final for this first rotation. And the Vigil in play. Border is a very compact map. Typically Vigil is more prioritized on some of the more large scale maps just due to the nature of the ability and being able to chip away and waste more time. But see if Good Boy can find value here, and we'll ensure that PSG have to be very mindful in gathering this information. They do have the Dockerby and even IQ as well to counter.
5 seconds left before insertion. Objective is to defuse
So 1-1 to begin this grand final. Good boy on the vigil to change things up a little bit for Fearex. Deimos has been put to the side now from PSG Talent. Didn't quite work out for them in that second round as much as it was a nuisance in the opening round. Aggressive hold here and waiting from Rin. Is he really going to swing at the passport? Wow, is he really going to just walk out? You're just playing smoke. What? What? What?
Oh,
What?
he,
He didn't even get the kill. Get
he's
away,
very
Rin.
aggressive. Very aggressive.
Yeah, very aggressive. Wow. I mean, like, you got a vigil on the team. Let him do that or something, or let someone else do it.
I mean, to be
Smoke.
fair, it was a favorable fight. He just whiffed it.
Yeah, oh, 100%. I'm just saying the operator choice probably means that if he does die, you've lost a big piece of utility for the late game. He doesn't, though, and he did almost get the kill, and arguably he should have got the kill. Throughout all of that, there was one kill that did go the way, and it went the way of PSG Talon. Demic dead. Castle off the board. Over in Workshop on the Legion. Yeah, another goo mine.
Let's find those sheep.
That's a big kill from Good Boy in the midst of the Lion scan, but PSG immediately respond, and it's kill after kill after kill. So good sweep on that top floor off the back of winning the opening duel onto Demic. Nova probably not going to survive for too much longer. 70 seconds. And he's in the grave. So good work there from PSG. Almost felt like there was a small window of opportunity for the round to be claimed by Fearex, but not meant to be. PSG do a good job converging top floor.
Yeah, I mean, that was at least far more clinical. We saw a couple of those sort of rounds from PSG Talon in the semi-final, but not on a consistent basis. It's probably the one thing stopping PSG Talon from being like the outright superstar team in Korea that no one can get near. Farmers League territory is probably consistency. I think at their very best, like if you put every team in Korea at their very best, I don't think anyone else's best stands up to PSG Talon's. But PSG Talon can't do it all the time. And at times they also then can slip into this really bad gameplay pattern where they, for a couple of rounds, they just look lost. So it's the reason why they are the best team in the region, but they are also still a little bit vulnerable at times. And if Fearex or D+ on a night are playing at their highest level and are doing so for a long time, they can certainly still maps and games. But in terms of dominance, it's, again, PSG Talon in that round. We saw it many a time against Mer Gaming in the semi-final. And very little against them. Into the fourth round we go. Once again, onto the Vigil for Good Boy. And a change-up as well. Interesting, the swapping of operators, Demic and Rin. I mean, if Rin's going to be playing aggressive like he was in Passport in that last round, then get on the castle, place your barricades, then you can do what you want, and let Demic on the smoke sit site here. Armor in lockers for this fourth round. And it's going to be a Glaz without really any other combination, if you will. The Fuse, the Deimos.
Ying smokes and probably Fuse smokes. Pardon me, Glaz smokes.
Well, I was more so talking about, say, like a Sens Glaz combo, for example. I don't go that far into the idea. We do see sometimes Sens Glaz as a combo hitting onto this site.
Yeah, should be more direct. Nova took a hit of damage, and that Warden is going to be one of the key stakeholders in the round for the defense in being able to see through those smokes when the push is to come through. And those Candelas, of course. So patience here from PSG. It's all about just preparing themselves properly and sinking the push. Candelas come through. Smoke follow. Misa Diffuser in hand gets a kill onto Rin. Nitro does a big chunk of damage. As trades come through, PSG Talon retain the advantage.
Very low HP on that Glaz. Soldier just lurking around in Workshop. I imagine there'd still be a couple of gas babes available for Demic as long as he's done his job properly and hasn't overexpended them too early. No, he's got none. None. There's a minute 20 left. What have you done with them all? He's blown his load too early, guys. He's got none left. Well done. What? Oh, the shield. Nicely done from Misa. That's allowed the entry in. The death mark on his location. And it's an annoying Deimos down below, but the plan is successful. 1-for-1 trade. That will only favor PSG Talent. More than happy with the way that this has played out. And really difficult now for Damek and Mephi. And we get a rehost.
Yeah, a bit of a funny old round. I mean, the archives door, the castle barricade, not even taken down at all there by the attack. There was a good initial bait to get some of that util out, and then the ladder diffuse went down. Glaz proved to be effective. Deimos lurked down below as well, was able to help put pressure on those players that could have potentially denied the plant with the swing archives. So yeah, overall there from PSG Talon, not too bad of a round. Nova calls a HUD bug, which if it is what I think it is, could be where you can't see what cameras you're flicking through. It's incredibly annoying, and so yeah, hopefully he's able to restart, get back in pretty quickly, and we can continue this match. Round 5 on the other side, 3-1 scoreline in favor of PSG Talon. And yeah, I mean, some of the key takeaways for me so far: Rin playing quite well for Furex, being able to aggress. Vigil so far for Furex, limited impact. And then side of the attack, the Deimos continues to persist as a bit of a threat for Furex. And I don't think they've really clued in as to how they want to deal with that yet, trying to ignore it and dodge it. But clearly it's serving a lot of information and pressure. And Furex need to try and formulate a way to deal with it pretty quickly here.
Yeah, so 3-1 scoreline. I think I don't know if you can just.
He should be able to leave and
leave
reconnect.
it. Yeah,
why is he not left
leave and
yet?
come. Yeah,
Like, come
yeah.
on.
Yeah. I think he was asking though whether or not to if he was able to leave. That was his last message. Was can he leave? Which obviously it's like asking the teacher for permission to go to the bathroom.
Hey, miss.
But yeah, I think I mean the PSG Talent can win in multiple ways. In this region, you need to probably say that there's not too many teams that I think have like a an arsenal of sorts in how they win rounds, and I probably could go for a lot of APAC teams in general. A lot of it's either you're just brute forcing, or there's not really a lot of like that kind of team play, synergistic, where you're introducing a certain strategy. Like even in that last round, and then the round before that, both totally different. Like the round before that, you're kind of just going like firepower, push in, take space, clear out, play off of each other. And then that last round, it's like we're going to slow the pace down, play out of sight, go for this particular set play with the Glaz. We're going to bring the Fuse with the shield for the entry. They might not expect that. Like these little plays, and they did so as a team. We'll have the Deimos down below being a bit annoying. It almost looked like it was all like set up out of a strat book. So the fact that they've kind of got the ability to fall back on that or use that and then switch it up, again, is where a lot of their strengths lay with PSG Talent. They're a very versatile team, at least in this region. I mean, they've probably still got, obviously, a bit of work to do internationally, but pretty much so does every APAC team. And for FearX, the question marks are, can they replicate what we've seen from PSG Talent? I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I mean, could potentially be a long way to go, though, in this series. Map 2, I think PSG showed holes on Bank, and that could be exploited by FearX. And then Clubhouse, a bit of a more unknown quantity. It was a good performance earlier tonight from FearX taking down D-Plus, but we did not get to see that match, and so we don't really know how they were able to get that one across the line. If you have just joined, we are in the midst of a rehost over with HUDbug, so he is currently reconnecting to the match, and at this point, probably not too far away, provided all goes to plan. And I wonder what is going through the minds of these players at the moment. I think, honestly, to an extent, they'd both be rather content. FearX haven't been making a bunch of mistakes, really, but I think they are succumbing to the game plan here of PSG, which is leaning heavily into Deimos, and as you were alluding to, right, the ability to be quite versatile. And they've tried to throw a spanner in the works defensively by playing the likes of Rin on these aggressive roams, but it's only had a limited impact.
That's one of the better pauses that a player has left and come back. It didn't take too long. That was okay. We need to normalize being able to leave and come back without a full-blown rehost every time there's a minor issue. I think sometimes players, it's just like they just go straight for the rehost. Because like when he called for a rehost, and he didn't need the rehost. He just needed to leave and come back. It's a far less troublesome process if that just happens, and we can get back into things earlier. So that was good. Into the 5th round. 2 more rounds to go in this half to begin the grand final. Opening map, it's PSG's pick, of course. Playing like it too right now. Playing like a team that has clearly put the work in behind the scenes to become proficient on border. Curious to see what they're going to be able to do defensively, because I'll be honest, I don't know if outside of that specific Rin play through Passport, we haven't really seen a lot of that. We haven't really seen a lot of pressure east airs or through break or through security. We haven't really seen FearX try to be aggressive against Talon. It's kind of a lot of this huddle back onto site. They haven't really honestly looked like the kind of team that wants to take the fight to Talon. This has, though, been arguably one of their better sites. This kind of second floor hold above server. See if it works out for them again, as it did earlier on in the half.
Yeah, no Deimos to contend with this time around. Capital, though, is in play. You combo that with the Dockerby line for execute. And things may prove to be a challenge. Mirror as well here for Demic, and with no Twitch on board for the attack, that's going to bolster the ability for him to gain information as well. So we'll see how that plays out. Rin's also been alleviated off the smoke and can play on the dock. He's probably the best operator if he wants to continue to look around and aggress. PSG getting a can't read with this defensive hold, and Yas able to exploit some space inside of security, which is not being held. Red ping half full over towards Armory here as well. So I think at this point of the round, PSG, off the back of losing 4 drones, now 5, have scattered the map quite well, have a pretty decent read as to what they're facing.
Yeah, so last time out for PSG Talon, they just kind of refused to clear out Armory lockers and archives, and that was kind of their downfall. Rin has lost his life, so no dock in play now. I wouldn't oh-no just yet. Not just yet. Logic Bomb active. Still 60 seconds. Still, though, a lot to clear out above. I certainly hope PSG Talon aren't thinking again about another just straight horizontal hit and go direct. I don't think it'll work out if they do. Oh, that's a good kill from Ryder, though, onto Nova. I think he panicked. That Logic Bomb certainly sent shivers down his spine, and he just ran. 2-player advantage now for Talon, and they still haven't really cleared up above, but they've done a better job of at least clearing in and around.
What about now?
Well, now you can say, oh no, absolutely. They've just done a better job of clearing horizontally. Now Demic getting shot in the back. Oh, and there's a player outside as well. Well, this is an absolute calamity. Really well done for PSG Talon. Picked FearX apart all over the map. One by one they fell. That was a far better systematic clearing of the map, though, guys. If you want to use that particular site as a comparison point to last time it was sort of like, oh, front entries, clear. Oh, we can kind of just go through here. They ignored so much of the map. This time, they really put the work in to clear it, and you can see the benefits.
Yeah, the rest of the team looks pretty half asleep without Rin, to be completely blunt and honest. I know it is border, so snowball map, it's difficult to retake, but they just offered absolutely zero resistance there once Rin fell horizontally there over towards Towers. Even top floor where he wasn't initially playing crumbled pretty quickly. So yeah, better split attack there from PSG Talon, investing both down below and up above, able to time it quite well, find those picks, spin it out. Opening duel continues to be absolutely critical. So good work from them. I'm looking across now FearX for this round. Can they show a little bit more? Can't be overly reliant on Rin to win absolutely every single opening engagement. It's just not realistic on a map like Border. So we'll see how that continues. Smooth sailing though for PSG Talon. I think they'll be quite happy at the moment. In terms of round number 6, it is customs, so that does throw a little bit of a curveball into the mix. It's one of the more underpicked sites here on
5 seconds to
border.
go.
We'll see if that plays into the strengths of PSG Talent. It is their pick, and so they should be quite proficient here. Castle set up above over towards break. This is one that's been popularized quite a bit in terms of international meta. Teams wanting to hold that position, especially through the likes of 90 and Pillar, which I'm sure Rin's probably eager to play with the MP5. Might lose some pockets of space though to be exposed horizontally as well. And you know, with the likes of Misa, once he gets his hard breach done, loves to lurk around, so something else to just be mindful of as well.
Drone up and running.
So final round of the half, we'll see if Talon can get themselves out to a 5-1 lead, which I think will suffice. I think that should be more than enough to ultimately then close out this map. They've been utterly the more dominant of the two teams.
Attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
There's Rin.
Well, there is Rin. There's a lovely view as well. Rin does get traded very shortly afterwards. Only got the one. So it's none in the 5th round, one in this round, but Panda's going to be the half done. No dock either to extend health margins.
Oh, okay, so neither wall's been properly opened here and Soldier's dead, so I thought maybe they'd opened detention at that point, but I don't think that was the case. They still have Thatcher Ace combo, but look, I pitched Rin as being a big win condition here for Fearx, and he may well be for this round. The rest of the team now needs to find opportunities elsewhere. It is still the Thatcher Ace, so there's maybe some opportunities to create lines of sight down below, but bigger problems at hand currently in the 2 versus 3. Now we'll clear above, but I believe that's been vacated.
Activating cell sequence.
The one thing that they've got as well is time outside of just the combo of the two operators and their synergistic values. Still over a minute. It's a lot of time to sort of work their way through this. 2 drones available as well for Rumatic. None for Yas, for what it's worth. So Rumatic is going to have to be very efficient with his droning. I have been able to at least kind of clear out above.
I mean, Fearx have just fallen off horizontally completely. I mean, look where they're playing. They're all on the other side of the map. They're playing very safe, which is not bad. I'm not saying it in a negative sense. It's actually quite smart. They know that PSG are going to look to exploit Vert, and they do not want to expose. They're more than happy to try and play retake.
Is anyone watching this? Outside of just the proxy alarm, is anyone actually watching this? And
Okay, maybe they've taken this a step
Oh,
too far.
he got off?
Rumatic got off.
Why did he... What forced him to get off there? I'm curious. What are you watching? Yes! Oh!
1v1.
What is going on? It's a 1v1. Rumatic. You still got 16 seconds. A bit of time here against Nova. Final round of the half. Damick is down. Rumatic needs to stick it now since he's committed again. Noise made by Nova. Makes the run across. Rumatic never got off it though. Plant down successfully. Smart from Nova to go for the pick up onto Damick and make this a 2v1. Obviously Damick will be very low on health. Bit of a HUD bug here. But that's okay. Rumatic gets the kill. Position now known though. Inside of Customs. Damick hasn't got a lot of health and the shot into the shoulder will be enough. I can't help. I just... Oh, Fearx. This region goes just when we thought maybe they'd made some smart plays, done the right thing. They still managed to lose it. I don't know how no one is just watching towards default.
It's okay to spread out horizontally and not expose yourself to Vert. That it's in itself is not an inherent problem, but you need to have a read and info on being able to then re-pressure the plants, which they kind of did. I mean, Rumatic got off it. I don't know exactly.
Well,
what
I think he got off it because of the
but-
proxy alarm. The proxy alarm was on him the whole time, and maybe he just felt like someone was going to do something. I didn't see any shots. There was no utility thrown. Yas was watching top metal. He couldn't actually do a whole lot other than watch if they pushed in.
It could have been a potential like fence jump out to R, so that's sort of fair enough. But yeah, that was overall not.
It's the fact they allowed him though just to get that easy entry. No one responded to the proxy either, at least not straight away. So, I mean, look, PSG talent and Rumatic and Yas especially as a duo there. Well done. Credit where credit is due.
They played it as well. I was like, yeah, he did too.
But Fearx gave them the keys.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds remaining.
No. Nova on Talon shields.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
This is the Weeble flashbacks. It was not particularly successful last time he tried this, but we'll see how it goes into the second half for a map that feels like it's spiraling into a little bit of silliness. It is PSG's map pick, and they will be wanting to close this out in a confident fashion, as we've alluded to a few times throughout the night so far. It's one of PSG's weaknesses at times is sometimes closing out matches, often prolonging them a little bit more than they otherwise should. So we'll see here defensively on the primary sites if they can lock it out.
I'm hoping for Nova's sake he's not going to just try and walk into sight with the shield up and then gets blasted with the C4. It's the kind of role actually in this particular site setup with the Ossa shield that might kind of scream easy to execute, but it's anything but. You are very reliant on the rest of your team clearing down below. Make sure there's no threat. You can actually walk in. Nitro cells that get thrown in your direction. You need to be, you know, very quick in your movement. Step back, safe. So if you're playing this role, Nova's gonna have to play it really, really cautiously and carefully.
Okay.
I'm not sure what's happening here, but it's a lovely entry. Maffey has gone and found 2 kills. Well, that's going to open things up. That makes life easy for everyone on the roster, let alone for Nova. That is a lovely double kill from Maffey and a good start to the half for FearX. I'm not sure where that's come from.
I mean, good flashes. I don't know if they came from the roof. I was a little bit confused as to where they were dropping from, but either way, they hit their mark and then followed up by the Deimos of Maffey. So really, really good synergized play there from FearX. They'll now look to lean into the Osa for a red carpet plant, I believe, or perhaps look to go deeper onto bricks. Ryder keeps things interesting though by at least responding with one, and Maffey off the back of that earlier engagement is also one shot. So there could still be some life left in the round here for PSG Talon.
Yeah, most importantly, no Nitro cells either, still to contend with. Good clear into Fountain as well from Rin. So 30 seconds remaining, 2 versus 4. Surely this is the kind of round that not even FearX could throw this one.
Oh, he missed
Impact
it!
is
He missed
not
the
bad.
impact. Are you serious?
He got off the
That
plant.
missed? Well, I mean,
Nova just...
the first impact should have hit the shield, and then he should have got the kill, and then would have made the round far more interesting, but he missed it.
Well, Nova's dead. So they're gonna go get Kit. Someone has to go get Kit. No one's near it.
What have they done?
Oh no! They've bolstered up! There's only 10 seconds left. One's on a repel, one's down first floor. They're not gonna get near Kit. What the hell is going on? What am I watching?
FearX have just absolutely panic stationed that round.
No.
They're going for the red carpet plants. The impact grenade should have countered it, but it actually failed and missed, and so they probably still could have committed to it, or at least tried to cross to bricks for an even safer option. Held the line, vents window, keep it safe. Instead, they completely looked to pivot with something that was never on, like a sandwich rappel in. I don't know where the hell Nova ended up. He ended up in a different map at that point in time. That was one of the more peculiar late round rotations I've seen on a border attack. That is really strange. It's never going to work. Never going to work.
Bomb located by attackers.
Well, I don't know what else to say. I'm a little bit speechless right now. That was a 2 versus 4, by the way, guys. 2 versus 4. The interesting thing as well, right, is, like you were saying, I think Nova was actually expecting that shield to get destroyed. That shield never got destroyed. He just panicked.
Yeah, exactly. Which is
and
why
ran.
I panicked. I think I panicked just as much as he did, and he thought that was the cue to run off and pivot.
Yeah.
I mean, you know,
Which fair enough.
going for a late round pivot is not the absolute end of the world, but they had so many better options they could have gone for. It was really weird.
Yeah. Well, 6-1 now on the scoreboard, and I mean that's also a morale breaker if you're FearX. Those are the kind of rounds that are hard to come back from. They really are, and you're already down 6-1. It's maybe just a case of lose this and move on to the next one, which will be Bank after this. But no, they will fight. It's the Rin show at the moment for FearX. Logic Bomb Sends the calls out from Good Boy. The concerning thing is, though, there's been now just quite too many rounds in this map. The Fearex have had some kind of advantage and squandered it.
Oh,
And they get another advantage here. Ryder losing the battle against Rin in the 1 versus 1. Second and final logic bomb expended by Good Boy. So 3 versus 5. 2 versus 5. Okay, surely from here.
oh, hold on. Don't get too far ahead of yourself.
Well, that's what I'm saying, surely.
This will be a Fearex round. I mean, again, but it's a one-man show. It's Rin is the one that's putting them in these winnable positions every single time.
Yeah, I mean, 3v5 in the last round is a little different from 2v5 in this round. Different site as well. And Soldier's position known towards East Stairs, half health. On the sentry. Opted for Barbed Wire and the Nitro Cell. There is a nice kill from Misa. There is that Nitro Cell, but Good Boy already timing that push nicely. Misa with another one. That shot from a distance away by Good Boy. And they will win this one out to extend border just a little while longer.
Yeah, clean double there from Rin. Again, I don't think we can really put any blame on him in this match. He's been quite phenomenal. Whether it be some of those roams on defense, now on attack, finding these openings, you know, aggressing, finding key operators, giving his team the advantage. It's been really quite clean from him, although we need to see some more players following his footsteps. 4-round deficit, 4 opportunities for PSG to close this one out in regulation. Event workshop then for the 9th round. And we're going to see some Sentry play on defense.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
So into the 9th round. I mean, we've seen funnier comebacks before, I guess. I don't know, but it's really, I don't want to go down that road until at least maybe a couple more rounds for Fearex. I just don't really envision it. Speaking candidly, it's going to be quite some task. Even in that last round, it's just a case of Fearex were able to, you know, simply just win quite a lot of ones. It doesn't really happen that often, at least from their side of things. Let's see if they can do it again. Extension up above down for PSG Talon, and they will want to close this one up as soon as they possibly can.
Attackers must locate and defuse.
Admittedly, they we didn't really speak about this, guys, because there wasn't a lot of time between the semi-final and the grand final, but I mean, that is the point. There wasn't a lot of time, which means that Fearex actually had a far longer break between games than PSG Talent. Make of it what you will and what they did with that break. I don't know, maybe they were able to eat, kind of just relax, zone out a little bit. You could also make the argument for PSG Talent, it kind of keeps them game ready, but yeah, it is something to consider. The longer this goes on, the marathon of it and the endurance factors, it could favor Fearex.
I mean, they've got to push a 3rd map, and the way they're playing at the moment, they're not going to push a 3rd map, even if Bank is their pick. This kind of quality isn't, in identifying and pushing for win conditions that should be quite obvious. If they aren't able to do that on Bank, it's going to be a challenge, especially on attack. So, wait and see. Push map 3 though keeps it interesting. And, backtracking to map 1, they've still putting in a bit of a fight here. Grimby's deployed. That will spot out Soldier on the sentry, but it is Rheumatic elsewhere to find the first on the Warden, and it's the key playmaker of Rin dealt with.
Ooh, Mephi. Okay, he's starting to cook a little bit. Oh, that was almost a nice kill through the wall. No Rheumatic either on the Warden. Amick searching from up above. Couple of shots back through the floor, but he's still really unable to find what he is searching for. Just over a minute remaining in the round for Fearex. Pace is fine for now, especially with the player advantage. I think they're in a good position. Ryder still in Fountain. Hasn't really been properly cleared out, but his position should be known from the earlier engagement. Yes, just loitering as well.
This is where it's crunch time for FearX. They had a win condition to play into. The man counts for effective trading, and they've actually been able to retain that 2v3. 30 seconds, Ryder and Yas still standing.
Well, if he's going to drop this hatch, he's just dead. Dead. Nova's got to get the kit down as well. Oh, there is still 20 seconds. Oh, the spray gets him to half
Nova,
health.
what are you
dead.
doing?
He's just dead. He's just running again. This is the third time. It's not one, it's not two, it's the third time. It's just caught running. I love the position there from Ryder, just kind of hiding. Bot metal. 5 seconds. There's really just no time. He has to stick this immediately, but he also has to run back inside because he ran outside in the first place. Like, why? What?
I want to start talking about map 2 because that was...
Yeah. Wow, that was not the ending to a map that FearX would have liked. 7-2. I think a very fair scoreline, though, for PSG Talon. Far and away better here on border, and some very, very questionable decision-making and plays there from FearX for a team that I think towards the end of stage 1, I want to say, guys, I thought got a lot of this kind of stuff out of their system, and Nova probably a big part of that. We've spoken at lengths about his improvements, and suddenly where he's just started to actually have an impact. 1 and 8 in this game of border.
Border's not his map. Border is not his map.
Running
it's the
around.
same map when I said the tweet last time, and he's done it again on border. Poor Nova. But again, to be fair to him, he shouldn't be playing at the moment. And I actually was looking across the Twitch chat, and from Jax himself, so the primary source, waiting on visa stuff at the moment. So yeah, I'm assuming that this is not planned for him to not be participating, and we may well see him at the LAN. But they need to win the next 2 maps if that's to be the case. PSG taking map number 1. Their bank looked okay earlier this evening, and so there's every one in which they're able to close this out in a 2-way fashion. The concerning thing for me is FearX found themselves on quite a few occasions, especially off the back of Rin for the most part, in good winnable conditions, and they just never found them, or their execution upon them was really poor. So that doesn't bode well on bank, where you really have to dot your I's and cross your T's, and there's kind of less opportunities to be a little bit more dynamic. And so yeah, it could be quite a bloodbath, I think, on map 2. And I think PSG will be very, very comfortable at the moment.
I just don't see how you can expect to see, and unfortunately, this is the case now for FearX, but I just don't see how they win this if Nova's going to play like this again. We have seen him improve on things. I like Nova. I think he actually started to get to a point where he was more than even just aiding the team, but he actually at various points at the end of stage 1 started to actually lead for the team and became a real big contributor. So it's disappointing that
it's not just him. Let's be very clear. It's not just him. Rin is the only player firing on the team, and Nova's been put in these high pressure situations time after time after time after time. He's a coach. He's not a full-time player. He should not be in these positions. It's up to the 3 remaining players to step it up into gear for their map pick.
Yep. All right, let's go to a break. I think we all need a break. I think especially for FearX, they will get that, and then they will also get to go to their map pick as well. Bank on the other side.
$60 million!
You've been seeing that a lot, right? What does it all mean, though? Here's my friend Alex Machine Richardson to help explain.
So, 60 mil, 20 tournaments, 8 weeks. You probably already know. But how does a club prove themselves to be the very best in the world? That is where the Esports World Cup Club Championship comes in. The Club Championship is where things really heat up. $20 million awarded to the top 16 clubs, with the newly crowned best club in the world awarded an astonishing $7 million.
Wait, so how does that actually work?
It's simple. We've got 20 tournaments. In each tournament, the top 8 teams get awarded points towards their club championship total. The higher you place, the more points you get. Now, these points are worth the same in all titles, so it is important to not put all of your eggs in one basket. But it's important to remember that the club champion needs to win at least one individual game tournament.
Nice, so we'll probably be seeing clubs trying to qualify across a range of games to have the best chance of getting their hands on $7 million.
Yeah, man, there's your incentive. More clubs across more games, more competition.
And so the race begins. This summer, we will crown the best esports club in the world.
So a 1-0 lead for PSG Talent in this grand final to go to Riyadh for the Esports World Cup. They've got themselves a very dominant win on border. Bank now awaits Guz. Of course, it is the map pick for Fear X. They'll be looking for redemption, and they're going to need the entire team to step up. They need really a full team performance. It can't just be Ren to be the one expected to do all of the heavy lifting. But do you really envision that they're going to be able to find that team performance? Because PSG Talent are looking like this is their tournament to win.
I mean, Furex must have something going for them, right? As much as their performance on border was disappointing, we could chalk it down to it not being their map pick. They must have had something cooking, or D plus Kia have absolutely dropped off the face of the earth, because a 2-0 victory against them is a very strong indicator that this will end up being a competitive series. And as I've said before, there are cracks in the armor in my eyes for PSG here on Bank. So there's an opportunity for Furex to respond, but they need to do a much better job in confidently and decisively converting obvious win conditions. We didn't see that on border. Here on Bank, it might be a little bit more linear, so we'll wait and see. They are defensive, though. They are on the side of the defense to kick things off. And so the onus on PSG, I think, to set the tone for
We're
this
not
match.
ready, bro.
Apparently, Yas is not ready, so I don't know. Just play out the bans and then we can pause the lobby. Like,
Yeah.
come on, lads.
Pause, please, after ban. Okay. Well, that's fine.
Fearx is, they've got to come up with some more strats in the next 30 seconds.
Well, I mean, it was PSG that asked for they said they weren't ready.
Oh, was it? Oh, my apologies. Okay, sorry.
You're so toxic.
sorry. I misread it. Sorry.
Now they're ready. Now they're ready.
They're good. I really am the #1 Fearx hater.
The most hilarious thing about it is it's just not intentional, but it just keeps happening. It's Army banned out, along with the Ying and the Montang here heading into Bank. You mentioned the fact that Fearx are actually beginning on the defense, but I think we saw enough from PSG Talent in their own attacking half on Bank. They got 4 rounds against Mer Gaming, and they looked really strong in doing so. I'm expecting more of that here on Bank. Opening round coming your way now for the second map of the grand final. It is best of 3, so for PSG Talent, provided they can win this map, they will be then off to Riyadh for the Esports World Cup, representing Korea as the only team from Korea. It is 1 slot region, and so it does mean for Fearx, if they lose this map, they walk away with nothing, guys. Just memories.
Yeah, and they probably
Memories and good times.
There'll be more nightmares than memories if they lose in a 2-way fashion, especially, I think. Yeah. And I mean, thinking more broadly as well, the opportunity to go overseas and get more international exposure through scrims and officials for PSG Talent is going to be invaluable. So, big opportunity really for both teams. And let's hope that we see a better Fearex here on map number 2.
Attackers have discovered the
We
location
can
of the
forget about map number 1. We go basement for the opening round here of the second map. And a couple of intriguing operators here from the defense, namely that smoke, which is quite common, but in combination with the Tachanka, that Shamika launcher, the ability for the Flames to deny more space. I don't mind it. You know, especially in this more dynamic meta of basement where teams will go for chassis plants and deep plants. Maybe there's a couple of flame lineups that can be used to disrupt those positions. And we're also going to see the Bliss, I think it was them that made it, or at least the first time I saw do it, the inverted mirror from server facing into site.
They did make it. Yep.
Well, maybe they stole it from someone. I don't know.
I'm almost dead set certain they made it.
Well,
And
if
they used
did,
it
then I
at-
respect it.
And they, if I recall, it was like stage 2 last year, and they used it at their site. I mean, I could be a little bit off. the
I
mark,
thought
but
it was maybe... Oh, it could have been. I don't know. Could have been. I thought it was maybe this major. I don't know. I don't know the timeline, but I know they did it. And it's an effective strategy in making that map bridge into the default plant.
Yeah, it
difficult.
depends on how you play off it, though, right? It's not a kind of set and you're done once you kind of invert the mirror. It's not like, all right, job done, now we can leave. You do still need to defend it actively.
What is Mephi
Hence,
doing?
probably the positioning of Mephi. That's now exposed.
He's just going to sit there? He's going to get a kill.
Oh.
Oh! No. Okay. Well, the shenanigans are continuing already here. A minute into map 2.
Well, I mean, it's pretty much just a site defense right now from Fearex. They haven't contested up above. Mirror has been spotted. Or what's left of it. Minute and 25. Open control. Admin hatch. Square. Ball shaping up to be a little bit defaulty.
Was there a message coming in all chat? Maybe not. Thought Rim was going to say something there when he stopped moving. Almost got traded by Soldier, actually, Supernova main stairs.
Went for
But
the
again,
question mark.
it's Rin to find the opening kill. He was by far and away the most impactful player for Fearex back on Porter. Perhaps to an extent where the team became overly reliant on that. But it's Demic as well to double down here for the defense. And unfortunately, PSG, they're not going to really get in any position now to turn this around. It's going to take a big individual effort to find a couple of untraded picks. Misa to send it forward. And he gets 2.
Wow. Oh, he spotted a third. Oh, shot in the back, though. Rin finds 2 as well. Rin versus Misa. Now Rumatic versus Mephi and Rin in 1v2. 20 seconds left, no kit. On the Capital, still has incendiary bolts and smoke bolts as well. Just dead. Mephi up close. Yeah, a bit of a brutal round. Fearex with a really good start, and from there they were able to close it out pretty comprehensively in the end, actually. It was nicely done in the end from Rin. I hate to say it, but it's either Rin or bust. But if Rin can perform to the levels that we know he can, who knows? They could get something from this map. Really good start taking lockers and CCTV. Now a bit of executive and CEO for the second round.
Yeah, we'll see what the approach ends up being then for PSG Talon, if they look to maybe isolate and target him a little bit more specifically, or instead just sort of stick to the game plan and deal with him naturally. I think most importantly, it's about just not feeding into his positions and giving his team that ability to lean more into it and play into the advantage. So it is top floor then, and big discussion point back in the PSG v Mer game was that janitor position and the value that was able to afford the defense in denying the default plant positions, whether it be from rappel or from top square. And so with the mirror persisting here, it's likely going to be another big talking point throughout the match, how the attack looks to deal with that. Ranged hard breach is one of the more effective tools in dealing with it. And so we see both the Ace and Habana in play. But we also see a bit of catch in terms of the Magnus from Rin as well. And he may actually be the one tasked with holding said position inside of Janitor for the round.
Nova seeing if he can get like a bit of a drive-by there from front desk. Out towards the exterior rappel. I think this will be a slow round, to be honest, if PSG Talent are going to be this heavily focused outside on the rappels. Not really a lot of pressure inside of the building at the moment. Yeah, a little bit now over towards Terrace side, looking in towards Stock, as we kind of saw a lot of this similar setup from Talent earlier in the semi-final against Mer Gaming. A lot of expectation here for Ryder to, really clear out that janitor hallway. Especially on the Flores with those Roteros. Bit of help here from Soldier. Does have the kit, so indicating, at least for us, that it's not going to be the rappel in plant style from Talent, that they will be able to find a different avenue of attack, but still 2 players on this rappel outside of Executive and CEO. Mephi in closet. And he is being droned out, and he does have to be careful of the positioning. This is a little susceptible. The X-Karas get shot out. That mirror will stay up, and that's a big kill from Rin on to Ryder. Again, it's the Rin show with 2 kills found before eventually going down. Job is done, though. 1 player advantage for Fear X. 60 seconds left. And this is looking like a tough round for PSG Talent. Hello?
Okay, well, Mephi went wandering there.
Oh my god. Well, they've just given up a lot of key positions. I think Mephi got completely sidetracked by the pressure going in towards airlock. Completely left his post in towards janitor, maybe expecting the push was no longer going to come from top square. And as soon as he did that, waltzed into sight, shot in the back of the head. And half the site then becomes incredibly vulnerable. I mean, it must feel frustrating if you're Rin, you get 2 kills early on. You essentially are weakening the attack significantly for the remainder of that round. Even with his death, it's still a huge win. And they squander the 4-on-3 opportunity.
Yeah, I can't help but feel that it's echoing what we saw on map 1 in terms of the lack of polish from Fear X in this series. It's proving to be costly time and time again, with players wandering into exposed positions, giving free picks, giving those opportunities, giving those openings that a team of PSG's caliber will not, squander, will not take for granted either. They maximize those opportunities when they come, because typically they're quite rare. Unfortunately, tonight, the percentage of them has been rather high. And so it's, got to be frustrating, especially for Rin. He's already on 5 kills again across the first 2 rounds, and only a single round to show for it. I suppose a similar argument can be made for Misa and some of the openings that he's been able to find. Not always converted either, but still with certainly a higher consistency from PSG Talon this evening. Whether it be this match or the matchup earlier tonight. So we see a switch of objectives once more for the 3rd round. We go to open area. And Mephi again looking to play quite a volatile position over towards lone this time around. Good drone in sight. Mirror is in play, so yes. Also on the Twitch, we saw the shock drones last round. I don't think they were particularly effective against the Mirror. Might be a bit more targeted though this time, as others will look for vertical control, and Ryder especially will want to get to work on the skeleton key. Mephi's position over towards lone does yield dividends. Yes falls. And those mirror windows should now be left standing for the rest of the round.
It's definitely one of the pluses, at least for Fear X. Like, I think they've got a really high percentage rate of getting themselves into a 5-on-4, 4-on-3, even at times a 5-on-3. But then in a lot of those rounds, they just squander these opportunities time and time again. You can only give a team like PSG Talent so much of a look in and an opportunity to get themselves back into the round. They'll keep taking it. No, but trying his best to defend against Misa, but yeah, the Ash is just going to be too strong and deals with that mirror window. Pressure now from Reiner as well in towards Stock with the skeleton key. He can be a nuisance from up above, even still without the The fact that they don't have the twitch anymore of Yas, 4 on 5, down a player. They are still getting position. They are still playing in a very coordinated manner. Everyone's got their set roles. Still 2 logic bombs as well from Rumatic, which is, I think, going to be incredibly vital as they push into site later in the round.
Yeah, effective tools to deal with any observation tools available here to the defense, whether that be hack drones from the Mozzie or BPCs. Misa, again, able to find at least one. Does fall, so good trade from Nova, and that should be eventually finished off. Is alongside one more from Good Boy, and so that should put an end to the round. And so Fearex able to convert that early advantage. They don't squander it, so they look much better this time around compared to round 2.
It feels like they went a bit too direct. Maybe this round, PSG telling them, there's still 20 seconds left. The round is obviously over, but they could have cleared out archives. They could have cleared out elevators, first floor, which there were players in both of those positions. Had you clear out those players, then you got numbers, then you can overwhelm site. Instead, they kind of just tried to send it in off that initial logic bomb. Misa just tries to see if he can maybe catch someone off guard, go a little bit early. Yeah, he gets a kill, traded, but then you're losing one of your top entry players. You haven't really done much else in the round either to then capitalize on that particular kill. Like, he gets one kill, he dies, but you haven't cleared out archives, you haven't really cleared out first floor hallway. So, yeah, look, 2 rounds now for Fearex, and I think they've looked far better, at least here on Bank, than what we got from them on Border. There is a world in which this ends up kind of favoring defense, or at least defense for Fearex. Lockers and CCTV. This could be a very telling round. And I think, irregardless of Border, right? Like, this is more so just for me, but you would hope it also goes for the teams and the players, but you kind of just have to forget about Border. How it all played out. The mistakes, the countless mistakes, the beatdown in terms of the scoreline, like, it was super one-sided. It really wasn't much of a contest. You have to just completely erase that from your mind. Play well here. You go into Clubhouse. Like, if we still get to Clubhouse, I'm going to back my earlier statement in the pre-show for this grand final that I'll back in Fearex. Like, if they can get to Club, turn things around here on Bank, win this, I think there's every world in which they could pull off a big upset. So these next couple of rounds, this half especially, 3 rounds to go, so crucial for them in this grand final.
Oh, Rin jumped out. Okay. I thought he was maybe prepping it. I didn't think he'd actually commit. And there's no one else over towards dirt, so he should be able to get back to site. Won't be cut off. Mephi's holding blue. So the trend of Rin being disruptor continues. It's also the Habana off the board, so that's going to limit hard breach potential here for the attack. Only the secondary hard breach in the hands of, I presume, Ryder. Could also be Rumatic, but that's going to then limit how many hatches can be opened up here. Default wall may not get opened up either. So that's a big loss. That is probably the worst operator to lose if you're attacking into basement.
Yeah, Rumatic better have secondaries here. He should. I mean, he really should on Capital.
Yeah,
he does.
Okay, so it was him and then, yeah, right, and another util, but Good Boy tricking the hatch from down below at the gate. Thatcher to deal with that. But the 2 Barrel will stall it, and so Good Boy then can get back up. So it's gone from bad to worse. And look, this is not PSG playing it badly, it's just you lose the Habana.
Well, this is Fearex playing it better. This is one of the better rounds from them, but it's all started off the back of Rin, you know, opting to be aggressive and went for a stellar play, and it does work. And then that kind of just allows the round to snowball because of it. 1 Zoto canister remaining. Oh, and yeah, okay, that's a play because you feel like the round is slipping away and you need to make a play to bring it back. The drop down from Yas, not really any information other than just understanding the fact that the 2 Brass down below throwing at these Zoto canisters. It's not as if he's not going to be watching for that drop down in towards server. They did get at least 1 kill, so 3 to 4. They dealt with Mephi as well on the Warden. Rumatic taking the engagement from server. He's over towards main stairs. He's going to have to make a play. He's going to have to be the one to make a play. I mean, Rumatic's on 5 HP. Right, has got the kit over towards square. Misa has to push and just provide some kind of avenue. Can't sit there forever. And dead.
Yeah, I mean, this is very much a round that's Fearx have won as opposed to PSG losing. I mean, you could probably make a fair argument that you should be losing to a jump out first pick from Rin, but from that point of the round onwards, it was very clinical from Fearx. Rin opens up the round and he closes it shut. Really good work there from Rin. Not really too much more to comment on than the obvious. Just need to be mindful of those spawn pick attempts. 3-1 scoreline for Fearx. And to see how we go for the 5th round. I think, to be fair, PSG only need the 2 attacking round wins, even if it is bank, just to apply a little bit of pressure. But could be hard to come by, but we'll wait and see. It's going to be range hard breach again, probably in anticipation of the mirror setup Jan, but that's not going to be the case. Instead, we see Echo in play this time of the round, Oryx as well. So I think Rin at this point has just well and truly been given the full license to run around and cause chaos. And that's, yeah, probably the best idea.
I mean, this has been a good half, though, for Fearx. In response to Border, especially, a really, really good half. They look far more competent. I mean, I think a large portion of it is just Rin is even going to an even bigger level, which is insane. 8-1, who already dominated in that earlier semi-final against E+ as well. Had something like 27 kills in the 2 maps. Has 8 here. So if you were to look at like a total kill tally over the course of tonight's action in both semi-finals and the grand final, it's Rin, and then there's like multiple gaps to second. He has been by far and away a clear standout and a big reason why Fearx are doing so well here on bank. If he dies early, then suddenly that could probably open up the round for PSG Talon, but I might just be going a little early here, but I could be smelling a little bit of club.
He's going to dash
Need a
out
couple
and go
more
for
rounds.
He's going to dash out and go for the lobby repel here. If somebody spots him or hears him, or the Valk cam maybe gives a sound cue. There's no one out there at the moment, so Rin will be patient, but if somebody goes out there, I mean, there's no Habana here for PSG, so perhaps it's not something they're looking to go for. And so he might just be off-site with the potential to find, you know, a lurker or something. Minute into the round then, and there's pressure on at least the main repulse CEO here from PSG. Sun was being used presumably on the janitor wall. Is that Nova? No? Okay. It's a good boy. I only say that because Nova's been caught
Why are
running
you
multiple
saying
times
that?
tonight. I don't think because he's been caught running across lines of sight when he shouldn't be.
Yeah.
That was, yeah, a pretty aggro
You've
position
done it
for a
again.
good way to play. No, I haven't done it again. I think that one was fair. Oh, here we go. The run out from Rin. It's going to happen. No. It is not going to happen. Okay. Maybe he was prompted back.
Yeah, well, he's in elevators now.
Yeah, he had to
It's actually one of the nice things about the new HUD. You can just kind of look where he is.
True.
Just over a minute remaining. No good boy. And yeah, Rin falling off of that position. Logic bomb out, but the kills are in favor of Fearx. Rin made his way back over to main to really help out. Nova finds an important kill as well onto Yas. Got to get this one Soldier through the janitor hallway, but he gets traded anyway, and only Misa now alive inside a janitor. And a 1v3, Fearx have been able to turn the tides of this round despite the opening kill going to PSG Talon. We are staring down the barrel of a 4-1 lead.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
I mean, the diffuser has at least been picked up by Misa. The Yokai drone is being incredibly annoying. Logic bomb. Can he play off of that? Not really. Oh, nice kill. 2 in the round for Nova. I'm just getting that feeling. That Clubhouse could be on the cards here in this grand final. Last time these two teams played in the Korea League Stage 1 grand final, it did go the distance and went to all 3 maps. And certainly, Fearx are a good enough team on their day, and especially with the way that Rin is playing, that they can send us to the deciding map.
Yeah, it's been a clean performance so far from FearX. Rin's been able to do a lot of damage. PSG must find this next attack to really keep the map
Defenders, protect your
alive,
bombs.
and any
Being
hopes of
defused
closing
by
this series
attackers.
out in a 2-0 fashion. It's going to be very tough, I think, to defend Bank successfully with that kind of buffer. It's going to be quite the challenge. It's open area then for the final round of the half. Vigil in play for Good Boy, so like potential available. And Rin gets stuck on presumably a bit more of an anchor position this time around. Yeah, PSG just haven't looked particularly inspired throughout this map, unfortunately. It's been quite rough for them, and even that last round where I think the push off the back of the flashes was well timed and decently synchronized. It just fell a little bit flat. Some deeper positions from FearX. Nice shots landing was the difference maker. So yeah, feels like we're at a bit of a juncture point for this match in this particular round. And so FearX, to their credit, have done a good job resetting after what was a little bit of a disaster back on board.
Well, it feels like a must-win round for PSG Talent. Got to get this second attacking round. Otherwise, it's going to be a very difficult prospect into the second half from the sort of deficit they would find themselves in. Incredibly dominant on border, but FearX matching that out here on Bank could very well set us up for an enticing final map if we get there. Certainly not one to probably think that PSG Talent couldn't bring this back, guys, but
Rin again.
It's the Rin show, and we haven't seen enough to suggest that PSG Talent have the capabilities here on Bank. Yeah, honestly, getting picked apart. Yas is dead again early, like 2 rounds in a row. Mephi wins the battle comfortably in stock. FearX are finding some form, finding some confidence. Despite the fact that PSG Talent played this very map in the earliest semi-final against Merc Gaming, FearX look like they own it.
FearX looking very sharp in these fights. Rin does eventually get taken care of. That was Soldier from the lobby repel. Rin perhaps going for some kind of rotation and gets caught in the act. FearX will vacate above. They'll lock down site with crossfires. It does give PSG some room to maneuver. Maybe an opportunity to get some hard breach at work as well. 2 Salmas for Soldier. And that's 2 potential lines of sight that could be broken up. Maybe opportunities for plays to be made. It's rounds like this where on border I would have been a little bit more fearful for FearX and their ability to close it out, but given their proficiency at the moment, very much feels like an uphill battle here for PSG. Misa's got in a good leg position, Archives, but we'll need to give away a vault prompt. Pressure up above. Probably should have been a kill, but not converted.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of information there as pointed out by Misa.
15 seconds
But,
left.
I mean, there's 13 seconds left, guys. Hello.
10 seconds.
I mean, this is pretty awful attacking right now from PSG Talent.
5 seconds.
Not much else to really say about it.
Diffuser.
I think actually, I can't remember if you said it for the exact words, but the falling back to site, establishing the crossfires, getting set up, getting in position, as basic as that is, FearX weren't doing a lot of that on border. And that right there is a really good highlight of the coordination being far more in sync here on Bank, and the reward for it. PSG Talent had nothing else to shoot, nothing else to do. 15 seconds left. No one's pushing forward. No one wants to get into sight and take the fights. And a 5-1 lead is incredibly deserved now for FearX. And again, I don't want to go early, but I'm excited for that clubhouse. I think there's every world in which FearX could win that map.
Yeah, and
Got
clubhouse.
to get the jump done here, though, of course. Still 2 rounds to go, and we know that FearX can do FearX things.
Yeah. Oh, tackle naturally tends to be very difficult for teams in South Korea. finding it difficult to formulate these ideas when opening picks and then convert win conditions. And yeah, for PSG, they never really got their foot in the door much at all in that half. It was very rough for them.
10 seconds to go.
Certainly a little bit underwhelming.
5 seconds.
So if they can dig their heels in a bit here for the second half and just see how far they can push the envelope and maybe apply a bit of counter pressure onto Fearex. It's a pretty aggressive lineup to kick things off for the attack with the blitz in play. Jackal Dockerby for map clear. PSG doubling down themselves with Solus and Vigil off-site. Barracks as well can roam. And so, yeah. I do wonder how direct it may actually end up being here from Fearex. It's a double stack garage with Mephi and Demic.
Well, I mean, this is a really good highlight right then as to the level difference between Fearex here on bank and on border. Far cleaner. Nova understanding his role there, allows the swift entry, and then Rin is able to get an easy kill, and Rin finds another one. How many has he got? How do we check? I don't know how do you... I want to see how many kills he's got.
I would, if I had to guess, I'd say 12. Maybe a little less, maybe 11.
A bit messy in towards Janitor, but eventually Rin wins out. 3 in this round. Oh, no guesstimation required for the amount of kills that he's got in this particular round. 2-player advantage now for Fearex, and are looking to honestly wrap this up. A beatdown on border for PSG Talent. They were far too good. But Fearex matching that, maybe even bettering that here on bank. And that is a free kill, at least for Rumatic, holding bot blue. Rin had no idea. In fact, a little bit lackadaisical regarding his movement there. 50 seconds still remaining in the round, and 2 on 3. Certainly the kind of round that on border, these are the rounds Fearex would lose. Can they hold on and get the job done? This time they move as a team. And coming on through, Nova helping out. The kills go to Demic and Mephi. 5 map points for Fearex to send us to the deciding map of Clubhouse. PSG Talent have taken a break, a breather. They've not really attended this map at all. It's been a shambles.
Yeah, taking a little bit of a beating at the moment. It's a 5-round win streak to Fearex, and that prompts the tactical timeout for PSG Talon. 14 kills for Rin, so I was close. I said 11, and then he got what would have been the 12th if I was correct, but a little bit higher on 14 at the moment. So a big impact felt from him. He set the tone very nicely on border, was one of the better players of all 10 inside of the server at that point in time, and that form has carried across here to map number 2. So credit to him and the impact that Rin has been able to have in the map, and the rest of the team consistently showing up numbers-wise. Yas and Ryder still stuck in 1-kill hell, which is not where you want to be. Yas, in particular, new addition to the roster, actually kicked off nicely in his first on-stream official earlier tonight, but has not been able to replicate that here on Bank.
Well, that would have been his first official in general, right?
Well, it depends. Do you count the open quals and the...
Oh, I mean, yeah.
Well, not the forfeit, but definitely the open call you would count.
Yeah, open calls, yeah.
Technically.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Yeah, this one's been disappointing, though, as a team, though. 172717.
I mean, the question now is, do you just wave the white flag and conserve yourself, especially considering you only just played before?
I mean, look, you never do. There's always been comebacks to this degree, and I don't look at Siege as being the kind of game that, like, oh, if we come back and force overtime but then lose, that we've, like, used up some sort of, like, endurance, for example. I don't buy into that. There's never any reason to wave the white flag and just give up on this one. I've always kind of been a believer that you want to fight hard until the end, and if you win only say 3 rounds and then you lose, at least you won a couple of rounds. You can take that goodwill into the next map. So there's never a reason to just wave the white flag. Sens being brought to this round. Nova on the Sens. No Glaz. Ryder just forced back from Beepers as Rin was pushing in Printer, and I think he's made the right call to just back out of there.
Well, Sense now with 4 ROUs as opposed to 3 pre-patch, so an extra piece of utility that can be used to help on these executes would normally be in combination with something like a Glaz to see through those barriers and give the attack some openings that, especially into a defensive lineup that does not have Warden, can be quite difficult to deal with, but no Glaz this time around. Over to basement itself, and Soldier under a bit of pressure from a drone, and a flash actually to come through. Avoids it though and hits the shot. Trade delayed. Drone still up. Nitro to follow. That too will not hit the mark, but at least applies some pressure, stalls out the trade attempt, and Soldier has been able to buy some time. Misa to help alongside and try and hit this trade, and he does. So not too bad there. Took a bit of damage for his efforts, but stays alive in the 4v3.
Yeah, and gets the kill onto Rin as well, which at this point feels like almost you should get given 2 kills if you do manage to take him down. 4 versus 3, so they keep their advantage. Still 60 seconds remaining for FearX to change the course of this round, but it is looking like out of the tactical timeout, PSG Talent very well may be able to find their second round. Not over just yet, though. Yeah, it's looking like Demic's going to grab this kit and maybe look for a repel in.
35 seconds, he'll to come through, so Misa back up to full HP.
Oh.
Marches forward, Mephi to fall. And so still some life left in this match. Nova the last alive. Also hits the grave. And PSG Talent finally get around.
Yeah, I think the original goal there is to play off of the ROU, get in towards airlock, and then you can go for a plan in towards site once you play in and around the wall. But they probably lost too much early on in that round, and the plan itself was then just never in a position that they could formulate it. And it's a bit of a tricky one when you probably needed more bodies alive to execute that. 2-6, okay, round win for PSG. Out of the tactical timeout, better, good response. And again, like, they may not win this map, but you want to go down swinging. You want to play as to the highest level as you possibly can, and take then any of that form of momentum that you maybe are able to gain at the end of this map and bring it into the deciding map of Clubhouse. I feel like it's just a matter of when, not if, though, that FearX should be able to close things out here on Bank. Which would be disappointing for PSG Talent, and once again, they put themselves in this position. It's a common theme with them. If you even go back to the Stage 1 Grand Final, pretty much all stage long, it was PSG Talent in their own tier. And yet, in that very Grand Final, it got pushed 2-3 maps from a FearX team that struggled immensely at the beginning of that stage.
5 seconds left before insertion.
So, unfortunately, as we get into EWC now, throughout the time since Manchester to now, it does not appear to me, at the very least, that PSG Talent have improved upon their deficiencies. Although they've made roster changes, and so you can kind of use that as an excuse that maybe it's kind of like take 1 step back before you eventually take 2 steps forward.
So how much longer then can PSG Talon continue to eke out this map? Not waving the white flag there, back on round 8, and we head over towards open area then with a pretty extensive hold above. Mirror window facing Jan, Misa, stock corridor, so it almost feels like an impromptu top floor hold, but of course this is in an attempt to prevent FearX from taking site from top down, especially that random play. Doesn't stop Rin though on the Ash. able to get the first pick again in this series. Ryder finds Good Boy though in the response. Critically, that's the Dockerby, so that's quite the find, but Mephi to trade. So good work from Fearex, not even necessarily needing top floor control to clear archives, and that's quite important. Rin doubles down, and Clubhouse feels like it's moments away.
Yep, inevitable at this point. And I'm excited for it because I think you've got a Fearex team now that will believe. They will have that belief created by themselves as a team led from Rin, but everyone was following in his leadership. And that direction is towards Clubhouse. 1-1 in this grand final. 7-2 in favor of Fearex. We will be heading to a deciding map to see who will head to the Esports World Cup from Korea. And again, whenever you win that second map, guys, you can take the momentum. 17 kills for Rin. No one else in the server has double-digit kills. 17. He had 27 kills in the other semifinal. How many kills did he have on border? Because he still had a decent amount. Like, he was still pretty good on border.
I don't know the exact number. I'd hesitate to say close to double digits there as well. So, I mean, yeah, it's been quite the run for Rin. I guess in some respects a bit of a one-man show, so he needs to show up again here, map 3, or could expose some weaknesses for Fearex. But overall,
like
attacking,
almost
proving to be very, very difficult.
It has to be like 50 kills or something through the 4 maps played. Like, just quick mathsing it a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know. But it's been phenomenal from him. You know, Rin, obviously, with a lot of experience, and maybe has failed to reflect that so far throughout 2024. But good showing here so far. But it might not count for anything. Still one more map to go.
Yeah, and that's the most important map of the 3 because it's the one that's going to decide from Korea who will be heading to Esports World Cup. PSG Talon or Fearex, we'll find out on the other side of the break.
$60 million!
You've been seeing that a lot, right? What does it all mean, though? Here's my friend Alex Machine Richardson to help explain.
So, 60 mil, 20 tournaments, 8 weeks. You probably already know. But how does a club prove themselves to be the very best in the world? That is where the Esports World Cup Club Championship comes in. The Club Championship is where things really heat up. $20 million awarded to the top 16 clubs, with the newly crowned best club in the world awarded an astonishing $7 million.
Wait, so how does that actually work?
It's simple. We've got 20 tournaments. In each tournament, the top 8 teams get awarded points towards their club championship total. The higher you place, the more points you get. Now, these points are worth the same in all titles, so it is important to not put all of your eggs in one basket. But it's important to remember that the club champion needs to win at least one individual game tournament.
Nice, so we'll probably be seeing clubs trying to qualify across a range of games to have the best chance of getting their hands on $7 million.
Yeah, man, there's your incentive. More clubs across more games, more competition.
And so the race begins. This summer, we will crown the best esports club in the world.
One map is all that remains here in the grand final. The Korean closed qualifiers from EWC as they look to make their journey over to Riyadh for the Esports World Cup. It is down to Clubhouse, guys, as for PSG Talent, they will need to respond for what was a quite dismal performance on Bank. I didn't see it coming after Border. I wholeheartedly thought the Border performance was going to translate to Bank. Boy, was I wrong. And twofold, the improvement was out of sight, really, from their opponents in Fear X. They looked far and away better and led from Rin, but really the whole team stepped up and raised their levels on Bank and have now really thrown a spanner in this grand final, because at this point, I'm not going to change my approach. In the pre-show, I said, if we get to Clubhouse, I'm backing in Fear X, and I'm going to stick with it. They're on defense first to begin. If it does go to overtime, PSG Talon have got defense OT.
Okay, then. Well, it should be a very interesting conclusion. Map 3 and a spot at EWC on the line. Defense has been reigning supreme in this match so far. And so attacking rounds coming at a premium mean that if PSG Talon are to respond in this series, they need to find rounds to kick off this particular map. It's Capital off the board first. We'll see if that's followed up with a hard breach potentially. And no, it's the Monty. So Monty continues to be a prevalent ban. Defensively, again, a couple of options available in terms of what we're likely to see. Perhaps an Azami, maybe even Qaid on a map like Club. And so we'll see what those eventually end up being. There is the Qaid. Could also see a Valkyrie off the board. Although with Dockerby available, you already have that counterplay available. Solace certainly will not be getting banned, as only seen a little bit of playtime so far this evening. Fenrir, another potential option as well here for the final ban to round things off. And there it is.
Are you team blue or are you team orange for this final map?
I am team blue, PSG Talon.
Right. So Church Arsenal, we go for the opening round. It is the last map of the Korean closed qualifiers. And as was the case in stage 1 for the Korea League, it has come down to this. One map between these two teams for the second time in not too many months. It's been, of course, a bit of a wait. But we're here again and looking for maybe a different result if you're Fear X, or the same result if you're PSG Talon. Fear X on the defense to begin. They go straight down to basement. And we'll see if they can bring their form from Bank, apply it here to Clubhouse. They were very dominant against D+ on this very map off air when we were, of course, watching PSG Talon emerge. They won it 7-3 over D+ Kia, which was a very convincing result. So something to keep in mind, guys, considering that for Fear X, they've already played this today and they were very good on it.
yeah, how much of that was D plus Kia? How much of that was Firex beating them out with raw form? And the way we're going to get an answer to that is over the next 45 minutes or so. Basement, we go round number 1. And it's a pretty classic lineup from both teams. Bandit maybe being a little bit of an exemption here on basement. As you can see with IQ, those Bandit batches being used on triple wall into church. And so impact EMPs are a potential tool to deal with those. Unless the wall's going to be directly tricked, in which case there might need to be a bit more pressure to alleviate that. Rin's been a hot talking point. If you've been watching, then you would know that. If you are just tuning in, though, Rin has been absolutely farming the server, especially on entry as well. He's been a big difference maker. If he has a bit more of a quiet map, who knows? That could very much change the tide. Although PSG can't put all their stock in just dealing with him. It is, a team game at the end of the day, and a relatively well-rounded team effort from Firex back on map number 2 of Bank. Groundwork to be done here from Habana. Soldier tasked with opening up hatches, and eventually, Yas on the Ram will be getting to work with those auto breaches as well. Firex not contesting on the roam at all, just chipping away at drone economy on the staircases, but otherwise playing it relatively safe.
Opening kill for Soldier, and it is on to Rin. That's a telltale sign that maybe this could be the map for PSG Talon. Taking out the player that was essentially haunting them on Bank. Soldier on 4 HP. Just over a minute, but with this advantage, attacking into Church Arsenal. This is, well, such an important round early on into this final map of the grand final. A chance to take one of the more difficult sites that you can attack into really in the game. With this advantage, can they get off to the dream start? Firex will just have to hold sight, hope for the best. Good stack over towards blue with ADSs. Mugemis will be hard to push through this. It's looking heavily like it could be just a drop from Kitchen, though, for PSG Talon, coupled with a bit of main stairs pressure. Demic finds a kill onto Ryder in a second. Don't tell me they just went for the drop. No, he actually went and got the kill. Yeah, from Dirt.
Which is pretty insane, yeah. I mean, big 2K, and there's only 20 seconds now.
Not a lot of time remaining, and suddenly it is through main. Goes Rumatic. They haven't even got triple opened up. Into Moto. Bees have stopped buzzing. Misa with a big kill on to Demic. Ties things up, but there's not a lot of time, and Misa Dem will go down. Yeah, slips in towards Arsenal, but shot out by Good Boy, who got all 3 of them. An opportunity for PSG Talon has gone begging after getting that opening kill onto Rin. They couldn't do anything else in the round, but it's great news for Firex because they were able to win a round, not only from a disadvantage, but without Rin.
Yeah, that's huge. Someone else taking the initiative on that occasion. Peak from Dirt. Quick 2K. Good Boy for the final 3 as they look to try and cross in through Ashwall for a plant position inside of Armory. I think PSG Talon, lacking time there. Distinct lack of split pressure. I'm not sure there was much of alert going the way of blue. Certainly a couple of elements of that attack left begging. And perhaps setting the precedent that attacking again here on this 3rd map of the series is going to continue to be a challenge. It has so far back on border, on Bank. It was tough for both teams. And with PSG Talon very much on the back foot now in this series with a lot of momentum against them, now having to attack into the decider. Find themselves in a rough position. I mean, there are promising signs in the fact that they're able to deal with Ring, but equally, it's probably more of a positive in the column of Firex, as you're alluding to, the fact that they're able to convert the round, do it in a confident fashion without Ren. May be an indicator that they're not going to crutch on him too hard on this map, which is certainly a concerning point for PSG.
Yeah, small sample size.
And Ryder's down, and it's Rin spawn peeking garage.
Oh, Rin's dead though.
Ryder's 5, that's big. Yeah, I did see that. I saw the outline. He was playing the right side of the door. You can see there the spawn peek, but...
And he dies on the smoke as well, if you really want to kind of double on down. I know it's Rin, who as a player is already a big loss, but you've lost a pretty big operator. It's the smoke that has been eliminated. Ryder also then back up and alive. Still all 3 hard breaches available for PSG Talon.
Bomb located by attackers.
So 2 rounds in a row to begin after the Rin show on Bank, where Rin is 0-2, and it's a 5 versus 4 for the second round on a primary site. Another opportunity for PSG Talon, but also another opportunity for FearX to come from behind without Rin. If they can do it 2 rounds in a row, guys, I'm going to be starting to be very fearful for PSG Talon. This is another really big opportunity for Talon to get on the board early and get an attacking round.
Yeah. Objective over towards bedroom. Not CCTV, just to keep that in mind. Probably exemplifies just how aggressive Rin is being on defense. Minute 30 to go. Flores Rotarios for groundwork to chip away at utility. They have the Grim for the execute. Double down on hard breach as well to open up as many lines of sight and, you know, pincer points as possible for the attack. And so it's a golden opportunity here. Golden opportunity for PSG Talon, but Good Boy responds. Both Misa and Ryder very, very low for this final minute.
In this final minute, can PSG Talent continue to hold and maintain this advantage? Find a way to get that diffuser down. They haven't cleared out Demic. Flash will miss. I like this angle from Mephi to help out watching Demic's back for any kind of push from main. Another kill. Oh! Whoa! 1 tap! He almost could have killed his teammate as well. The control there is insane from Mephi. Demic then swings. This is an amazing start for FearX. There are some concerns for PSG Talent. 2 rounds in a row. They've gotten the opening kill. Both onto Rin. And they've lost both rounds.
They have full gym control, full bathroom control, jacuzzi open, still Grim Bees up, and they're pushing deep instead of forcing plan. I don't know if they were fearful of denial below, maybe. Still trying to piece that round together really mentally. It very much felt like PSG were in a perfect position. Obviously, they get Rin opening pick, then convert that to good site control, and over peaking in towards Moto proving to be costly. FearX were literally just standing there holding lines and winning the shots. So, yeah, attacking this evening has been very poor for both teams, and so those rounds are going to come at a premium. And CCTV probably the best opportunity on a map like Club where it's fallen out of fashion defensively to right their wrongs here, PSG Talon. But again, that is now a couple of opportunities, golden opportunities in a series where Rin has been farming them. They just haven't converted, and that is going to be, if they go on to lose this map, very disappointing, especially if it comes down to razor-thin margins where these opportunities haven't been converted. Noting as well, round 3 prep phase, Demic hiding the Bandit, and so we'll see that employed again, likely for a trick on the wall.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, and I like to point out the fine margins, but right now it's just the bigger picture. PSG Talon just don't look confident. They're squandering a lot of the opportunities that have been presented upon them. Their late round execution here on Club has honestly looked quite poor. And credit to FearX where it is due. They have really just turned around this grand final because Border looked, well, borderline embarrassing. And at times, as a spectator, you kind of go, well, how are you going to come back from that? But these are professionals, and they're able to put out of sight, out of mind a performance like that, move on. And I mean, credit to their mentality because the response has been noted. 2-0 lead in the grand final, 5 rounds away from making it to the Esports World Cup and knocking out the favorites. Long, long way to go, but a good start to their defense. No one dead just yet. Rin, I think, might play a more conservative role this round, guys. After the opening 2 rounds, I think he's lost his license.
Yeah, it's been revoked. I mean, put him on an anchor role if he's able to farm there, then PSG may look even worse when it comes to executes, which have fallen through a couple of times now. But as mentioned before, CCTV offers a really good opportunity here to at least salvage something on the first rotation. They have the Grim for displacement for Rafters push. No Capital though in play as it was picked up. Hard breach efforts on the wall and Demic to try and trick. A grenade kill onto Nova. You don't see that every day of the week. Post rework. So I don't know exactly how that's come into play, but presuming that was the Azami playing Rafters, garage control now can be obtained and is being obtained by PSG.
This is the third round in a row where it's a 5-on-4 in favor of PSG. But I've lost all confidence in them to be able to formulate the plan and execute it perfectly. The latter stages of this particular round.
Drop the bomb diffuser. Attackers
Imagine you
recover
say
the bomb
before
diffuser.
this game even started that in the opening 3 rounds, PSG are going to get all 3 opening kills on the attack on club and they will not win a round. That would be quite a damning statement to make. This round's still alive though. Must win it. Nitrocell in the hands of Rin. Waiting, of course, for PSG Talent to eventually make their way into that default position. Already being smoked up though by Good Boy. Rin forced off of this position momentarily. Not a lot of time left. Oh, has he got a tap angle here? The smoke obscuring the vision, but he finds the kill anyway on a Rubitic. A second to follow elsewhere from Good Boy. Numbers are now with FearX. They've lost Rin. With that, they've also lost the Nitrocell. No gas babes remaining for Good Boy. Top red though, like this position. He's got 2 players still in the exterior. The run-in from Rafters. Oh, what are you doing? He runs with his gun down though, and he gives PSG Talent a look in. It's only Yas though that's alive. No time, no kit, no way!
Have run out of time.
3 rounds in a row that Talent have squandered an opening kill. And rightfully and timely, a tactical timeout has been taken.
Yeah, this is a really hard watch if you're a PSG fan or, you know, part of the coaching staff right now. On a map like Clubhouse, where fundamentals on attack are almost a given for teams at this level, fundamentally these executes are falling off the mark significantly. And these opportunities being given to FearX, even with some of the mistakes that they're making, still salvaging these rounds. Yeah, the default attack pattern there for CCTV falling short for PSG Talent. And I would not be shocked if Fabian right now is giving them a bit of a kick up the bum to refocus after that first rotation, because they let this, you know, slip out of their fingers anymore. They're going to be fighting from a position where they cannot make mistakes. So for PSG, it's about resetting. They can find confidence in the early round. That was a big issue for them on Bank. It hasn't been here on Clubhouse. And it's more so now a reflection of their inability to close out rounds. So we'll see if PSG can tidy that up. As for FearX, I think it's very much just, yeah, a case of continuing on this path. They revoked the roam license from Rin, and that proved to be successful. It was a good anchor value there on the previous round. And on basement, where we've already seen them be able to win defenses where they've lost that initial pick with a bit of aggression. And the onus on PSG Talon here to prove they've got what it takes, because unfortunately at the moment, map 3, they're falling short of the mark.
Yeah, and it's the concerning factor that it's not even as if they've started bad in these rounds. You're getting 3 opening kills and you're not converting that. On the primary sites, that's maybe one thing, but even on the tertiary, even on Cash and CCTV, unable. And with that, out of the tactical timeout, but also back down to basement, and around the world we can go again here for FearX on the defensive club, turning into a dream run here in the grand final after a very disappointing border. They have responded. 4 rounds to go for them. PSG Talent yet to get off the mark. So in through Garage. Due diligence here. And rightfully done with the way that Rin has been playing. He did slow it down though, of course, in that last round. In church at the moment, as is the entire team in basement, as you can clearly see. It's one of the nice things I like about the new HUD though. It is very easy to see where everyone is located at a quick glance. There are a lot of things wrong with the HUD though, but it's one nice thing. One small thing to take as a win.
I mean, PSG would take any little win that they can at the moment as well. It's been a very rough half for them thus far. Tactical timeout. They will see if they can spur them back into action. Late round executes have looked a little bit uncoordinated, perhaps a little bit too one-dimensional, even though on a map like Clubhouse sometimes you can actually get away with that. Smooth sailing for round 4 though. Hatches opened up. FearX are electing not to aggress. They do have some rather aggressive Valkyrie cameras though, feeding information for the blue drop, so something to keep in mind in the late round. Last time they looked to push through Ashwall, get that plant down, but good boy Deep Armory was able to deny that. So we might see a bit of a switch up here, perhaps a focus more so on triple wall. Could see a lurk through dirt as well, maybe as to try and open up that pincer point. But the 60 seconds to go, and it's a rather even round for now.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Oh, change up. But for all the wrong reasons if you're PSG Talent. It's an opening kill for the first time in this game that has gone the way of FearX. Not what you need when you're attacking into Church and Arsenal. Now down a player. Right up. He looks so cautious of a push up from Secret. Of course, we can see there is one holding there. I think it was Rin.
Attackers have
Who
recovered.
has pushed back now out of Secret and back down in towards Blue. 30 seconds. Oil pit. Drop for Yas. Rin with a big nitrocell. Rin with the peak. Almost was about to say Rin with the kill, and there it is. Just makes something happen. A bit of a dull round from PSG Talent. If that's what you've got out of a tactical timeout, then they do not understand Swedish.
Wow, this is quite insane that we find ourselves in this position. The initial perfect rotation from FearX prompts the tactical, expecting the conversion to be, you know, rather good from PSG Talent, and not to be the case. Every single key engagement to try and fight for a bit of map control and apply some pressure just absolutely falling flat. FearX look very switched on here. You compare map 1 to map 3, it's like different teams inside of the server. That's how stark of a contrast it is.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
And so for
the main
PSG
bomb.
Talent, who don't look particularly comfortable in terms of late round win conditions at the moment, need at least a 2-round buffer. So next 2 rounds are essentially must win at this point, unless the defenses are insane. But on a map that can be a bit more volatile like Clubhouse these days, I wouldn't, you know, be fully entrusting that, which is why we saw that tactical timeout procced. So yeah, this has been a funny old day. FearX heading into this match with a 2-0 victory over D plus Kia, a 7-3 victory on Clubhouse on that occasion. I think putting a very formidable case forward that there's a reason they were able to win in such a fashion.
5 seconds left.
I mean, this is a FearX organization,
Attackers' objective is to locate
guys,
the
that
bomb
has
and defuse it.
tried to do as much as possible over, I want to say, not even the last 12 months, at least the last 8 months, to get this team to the level where they think it is required to be. Greener pastures of yesteryear as one of the top teams from the Korean region. They've wanted to boot camp, they've wanted help from the Brazilian region. They've done everything they possibly can, and we're starting to see the results of an organization that, you know, clearly puts in the effort to help its team out. They made Manchester via the last chance qualifiers. They're now 3 rounds away from being the #1 team from Korea, heading to the Esports World Cup. 2 rounds to close this half out. They must stay diligent. They cannot be thinking ahead. This has been an incredibly impressive performance. What can PSG Talent do now to change the approach? The battle outside on the balcony from Misa not looking all that comfortable. Everything just looks a bit scrappy, a little bit messy.
Yeah, I don't think this match, where it stands right now, is necessarily about a huge skill discrepancy. It's about dealing with pressure. I mean, there's one spot on the line. There's a lot of pressure on attack to get off to a good start here on the decider, and PSG Talent,
Attackers' bomb diffuser
despite
has
multiple
been
times getting themselves in winnable positions, are succumbing to that pressure. This time around, it's double.
Rin.
Rin gets the first pick, so they don't even have the entry to fall back on. I don't know what Rin's doing there. He too is succumbing to the pressure inside of this server right now. Falls and gives a freebie to Misa, and that could be a potential lifeline to get PSG not only into this round, but the match as well.
Minute to go. 4 versus 4. Big round. Big opportunity. Goes without saying. You lose this, I think you don't win this map. The pressure certainly feels palpable. What a nitrocell from Nova. This one's done and dusted, surely, Mephi. 3 versus 1, right of the solo. He has the kit, pushes in towards logistics, but he is surrounded. 5-0. A stalwart defense that has been impenetrable.
I really do believe that if PSG were to keep their heads above water in this series, they needed 2.5 to give them the buffer if there's going to be a bit of rust in the second half. They have now lost that opportunity, and from this point onwards, irrespective of the next round, they essentially need to play perfectly and have depth in terms of defensive rotation as well. So this is an uphill battle. I sound defeated on behalf of PSG Talon. I'm not even the one inside of the server now having to fight back, so this is a real test of resilience. It's also the independence of the team. They don't have Fabian to lean into anymore. The tactical has been burnt. They have gotten absolutely nothing from it. They are still making the same fundamental mistakes and looking one-dimensional on attack. Sure, they're able to fight back against Rin, but then the rest of it falling apart. As you mentioned, great Nitro from Nova. So Ferex are just doing everything right. They're not being pressured enough on the defense. So I'm not going to say it's 100% they're doing the way in which PSG are playing, but they're countering what's being presented very nicely. So I think that's difficult to dispute. And if they go on to close out this map, yeah, they've been significantly, at least at this point in time, by far and away the better team.
Yeah, 100%. The best player in the server has also been on Ferex, and there's no dispute, no question. And sometimes it can always, this is the case in esports, and certainly with sports, if you've got the best player, you've got the best opportunity. And the team has started to rally, and I think we've seen that more on Clubhouse than even on Bank. I mean, Bank really was just the Rin show. He went to insane levels, but here on Clubhouse, yeah, Rin continues to play well outside of the opening 2 rounds, but the rest of the team is starting to find confidence. Starting to really feel like, hey, we can do this. 2 rounds to go. Final round of this half. Let's finish strong. Cash, CCTV, tertiary site. I mean, goes without saying. Must win for PSG. Like you said, you've got to be perfect from here. And that includes this site. Fine Hive launcher to try and put the pressure on towards Rafters. Misa will just send it straight up. Finally, they find a little bit of confidence and just feel like they've got to send it, go for broke, make something happen, and it works. Isn't it funny when you've kind of got that confidence? Nova completely outdone by a good piece of utility along with the aggression from Misa. Opening kill for PSG Talent. And they put pressure towards site as they gain control of Rafters in Garage.
Yeah, they got themselves in a good plant position last time, though, on this objective. We saw the jump outs from Con, the retake top main, and the Nitros from Cash proved to be quite a challenge to deal with. So, still a lot of work to be done. But a promising sign that Misa's been, allowed to make that play. It's been one of his strengths throughout the day, is finding these pockets and exploiting that, and hunting down Nova, the weakest player from Ferex, is certainly a smart strategy and works out. So we'll see now how the rest of the round plays out. Again, there is going to be the Nitro in the hands of Demic or Rin, either or. One's been used. And so too will the information from Mephi on the Maestro. So let's see how this plan attempt goes. Rotor close by with it tucked under his arm. B's deployed. Gas canisters though in response. But they've afforded themselves a lot of time here, so it's not too bad.
Developing intel for Rumatic.
How is Mirror there? Hello?
Expecting to see whether or not that was going to be a swing from CC window. Rin got incredibly aggressive and overstepped the mark. That's a flash in the wrong position. Didn't quite make that over the wall. 4 versus 2. Down to just Good Boy Endemic. I think Rumatic's still anticipating this swing. Anticipation pays off, and in the end, we are going to get a round win for PSG Talent in this half. At some point, it has finally made its way in. Not much else a Good Boy can do from here. Has the solo smoke, no gas pipes. Tried his best to maybe push them off the plant with the shotgun from below, but now they get themselves into post-plant positions. The feet are sticking there, Missy. That's not going to work, and there is a player that could be on a bit of an island here. If this is a successful swing, holds nicely tucked in. Good Boy gets a bit of intel. It's a 1 versus 2. The other one was inside a cache for what it's worth, guys. So it's never going to be a world in which that will be a successful defuse. And to close out the half, PSG Talent finally are on the board with an attacking round win. Now, I will say, Defense Club in Korea, 1 attacking round could be enough.
I think you could just remove Clubhouse from that sentence.
Sorry, you're right.
Probably some
In
validity to
Korea,
it.
one attacking round could be enough.
I mean, potentially, but I don't know. I'm not
The
as
vibes are
confident. No. There's just too many foundational problems that are being made by PSG at the moment that if we see similar, late round lack of confidence and ability in locking out win conditions, it's just going to be the same old story. So I don't know. We'll wait and see. PSG are going to stick to their guns, though, in terms of strategy here for round 7. They bring the castle. They're going to go for a roam. Legion Goyo trap combo. So I like this. I presume Furex are going to stick with a relatively similar lineup, maybe with a couple of changes. Okay, so they'll retain the Nook and the Deimos. That's what I was really looking at. Both of those operators into the roam are going to be really effective in, creating lurk positions, gaining information. Yeah, then Ram for the vert, and the effectiveness of that from safety. Amaru as well for quick entry. They dropped the Nook though, which probably makes a little bit more sense. Nook underpowered at the moment, but Dockerby to persist. This is a good tester for PSG Talon. You need to be working very well as a team to execute this kind of roam, and then also be able to employ the strategy to get back towards side. And, the shot calling behind that and the strategy as well is really important.
Wonder how the pacing's soon to be for VRX. The Dockerby, Amaru, Deimos, very aggressive looking lineup, but I don't think they can go too fast on a Church Arsenal site. Maybe looking to just clear out roamers, Vsot. Over towards stage there momentarily as we watched him last. So considering the way that PSG Talon have set up, they are backing in their aggression here, wanting to take the contact fights early on in this round rather than just kind of sitting basement. I mean, it's good signs at the very least that, mentally they feel ready to kind of take these fights. But it's Rin. Gets one, but then done. Takes out Yas, so Noah's army. No keeper barriers for the remainder of this round. Good little battle here from Misa. Wins that over towards Bar. He can drop down 3 versus 3. I mean, a bit of damage done to the offense is not bad, but it is also now a wounded defense. No Legion, Noah's army. So the generative utility will now be missing for the next 90 seconds, I should say.
I mean, if this map goes on for another 90 minutes, I'd be shocked. Yeah, losing the Legion obviously hurts, but I think it's a relatively even trade game. The Deimos probably didn't get too much value there, and the Amaru as well. The players, or the operators rather, still available for attack though, will prove to be impactful. Ram auto breaches for the hatch, secondary shotgun for dirt. Dockerby as well, Nephi, those logic bombs could have impact to late round, in disrupting the 2 BPCs that are up as well, presuming he still has a call remaining. And it goes without saying that the X-Kairos as well will be effective for hatches and maybe triple wall as well. So 50 seconds to go. Difficult to pick who's going to be able to win this one out. I don't know how much Goyo utility may be here for the hatch shop either. And so that may make things a little bit more complicated when it comes to the plant. I think Dirt Door as well had a canister on it, which may now have been destroyed. Either way, though, Mephi's still able to find a pick. Actually pushes through straight into the shotgun of Soldier.
1v1.
1v1.
Oh, Misa! Holy moly! Let's watch this one back. Oh my god! He's unpeaked that so quick, but he still dies.
That is insane.
Oh
that is,
my goodness.
I don't think we can really overstate just how fortunate that is to be in that prone position with the UMP and the rate of fire that that weapon has. To hit a shot like that of someone quick peeking is very, very fortunate. I mean, well played, obviously, but still, that was, yeah. The stars aligning for PSG Talon in that round, and may
it's just the beginning of a comeback.
May spruik into something a little bit more. We'll wait and see.
2 rounds in a row, but these are the kind of rounds, right? Like, you win like that, and that's when you can start to believe. A little scrappy on defense. I think the original part of that round didn't quite go to the script that PSG Talon wanted. Yes, it was 3 versus 3 by the time that they went back to site. But that's essentially a draw at best. You haven't really won. Yeah, the numbers haven't favored you. You ideally want to get at least 1, maybe 2 if you're fortunate, and then back to site. And even then, it comes down to a 1 versus 1. And Mesa just hits an incredible shot. He doesn't hit that. He might have been dead on the re-peak after the unpeak. 2-5. Gym Bedroom can easily make it 3-5, and then it looks a little bit more palatable that a comeback could be on the cards. Especially on defense in Korea, as mentioned earlier.
So Glaz and Ying for round 8, and maybe indicative that we'll see those leaned into for some kind of aggressive push. You think about the opportunities that are afforded to the attack once Jacuzzi is open. You can sometimes, as an attacking unit, stack it and be aggressive, and then in doing so mitigate having to clear cache, Logi, and other areas of the map. Ying, though, does also offer the opportunity to play for the Logi hatch drop, and typically we'll see the defense posture with a Warden in that position, reinforcing off Con now. So that's pretty interesting. It's the mirror to actually hold down, at least for now. Elsewhere, oh, hold on, Rin's has been allowed in. Probably should have landed that shot, Rin. Got a little bit unlucky on timing. Fortunately, though, for PSG, he is shut down. But yeah, I mean, if that little clip doesn't show you how Rin's finding so many kills in these matches, it's just opportunistic plays like that.
So another opening kill, though, for PSG Talent. I mean, this is the area of this map and this game that they've really dominated consistently this has been the one issue that FearX have probably had on Clubhouse. This now makes attacking in this 8th round far more difficult onto Gym Bedroom. Definitely smelling a comeback. It's just the start of one, and you kind of said it earlier. You got to be perfect essentially every round from here on out. In fairness, their defense has kind of started really, really well. Drop down. Double smoke's not quite going to work. Yas will spot Mephi. Kit down. Bad spot. And maybe, just maybe, a dominant round. PSG Talent haven't had many of that. Even in their wins, they've been quite scrappy. 4 versus 2. And they still don't even have the kit. And I think for FearX, this will be a round they're going to have to forfeit.
Yeah, looks like the defensive prowess will continue here. And I think South Korea might be making the best case study for the quarter system to be added, because every single game is like this, where defense reigns supreme to some extent, and then we often see a belated comeback. Good boy, able to chip away at that Kiba and finds the kill, but with only 10 seconds left, he dies on the vault. Rubitic to conclude it. PSG not going down without a fight, but it's going to be the final round of this rotation. That's key in terms of their ability to withstand the likelihood of there being more pressure either on CC or bar. I don't know which one they'll go to. Looks like CCTV.
Yeah, I mean, even if they were to lose, if they bring it back, force OT, yada, 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 I'd at least commend them far more, because the 5-0 start was brutal. Absolutely brutal. Maybe the worst siege I've seen from Talon since Fabian's arrival. But these last 3 rounds now start to fill me with a little bit more hope that this is a grand final that will certainly go down to the wire and be befitting of these 2 teams that, on their best day, are both honestly pretty decent teams. I don't think this has been their best performances in this grand final, but you're never always going to play at your very best every single time. An opportunity, though, for Talon to honestly put the fear into FearX. If they bring this back to, say, 5-5, the doubts start creeping in for FearX, and I think that's something to really consider. When you get out to a really big lead, mentally, it's quite draining when you then give up that lead. Only a 2-round differential, and we head to, I think, arguably the biggest round now. Cash and CCTV, tertiary site. Lose this round, if you're FearX, and the next time you might see this is to then send it to OT.
So Maverick Trick in play then around number 9, Nova to hold down the line. This is in response to the Bandit selection from Rumitic. Then a battery's dealt with, and so the wall can now be opened up with the Selma breaches. So not a full Mav trick, but just enough to deal with the presence of Bandit. So pretty smooth sailing to open up the round here for the attack. Jacuzzi has been reinforced off, and so Good Boy prepped and ready with a stun. So there's Sophia being brought here in case Rimatic is to rotate over towards Jacuzzi. Not the case though. Wall gets opened up. And so PSG, yeah, working through the checklist quite nicely at the moment. Pretty aggressive here from Soldier though. So inside of Gym. And has these mute jammers to just make the drone work a little bit more challenging. And so perhaps some guesswork now for PSG Talon, if anybody is in that position, and how they're going to deal with it.
Just under a minute and a half remaining. Where's this contact going to come from, though, for FearX? They're stalling this round out. It's not pacing that I like. Although, an opening kill from Demic doesn't last very long in terms of the advantage gained via it, as Soldier was able to at least get a kill back, but then they lose gas. Where are these kills coming from? How are Talons just suddenly dying on sight? What is going on? They looked like they were shutting things up. They looked like they were actually kind of bunkering down and making it a little bit more fortified, and then we kind of look away and they've just lost 2 players on site.
Well, I mean, and there's only 2 site now because Soldier's rotated basement, so they're very weakened here. This is scary for PSG.
Good kill for Rimatic. Takes out Rin. Been very quiet, actually, on Clubhouse for his standards. Standards that are very, very high. Oh, Demic. Maybe he's stolen Rin's powers here.
It's just Ryder on site. It's literally a 1 versus 3.
Ryder. Well, bit of help from Soldier can come from down below. He's in lounge now. Flashes to come in. He can avoid that with the bomb chance. See, left side window, left side. Gets him. Gets them both. Oh, Ryder. Absolutely something special. And the pistol won't do enough. Ryder with a 3K and PSG Talon survived to fight another day. Tactical timeout called by FearX.
That is insane from Ryder. Wow. That was a very, very volatile position to make. Very ballsy play. And had it not have been for perhaps some unlucky timing in terms of the attack in that position con, he would have fallen, and then it definitely would have been a 1v3 officially on site. But he wins that out, hits double digits. And again, it's sort of those big moments in Siege that can sometimes spur on these comebacks. And so I think FearX, sensing that, have elected to take a tactical time out of their own. And PSG now on the verge of maybe replicating the same success that we saw from FearX. You can see on the timeline, it was a 5-round unbroken streak from FearX to open up proceedings and carry forth momentum from Bank. PSG Talon digging their heels in. Perfect first rotation after finally capturing an attack. So that's 4 rounds for them. And yeah, this feels like a match that is never going to end at this point. It's basement to come next. So primary site is available.
Oh boy. It's also has probably been the sort of series that I now envision FearX just win Church Arsenal somehow randomly on a scrappy attacking ground to offset all this good work from PSG Talon. Would not surprise me in the slightest. Double-digit kills now for Ryder, 10 and 8 after getting 3 kills and three very important clutch kills in that last round. Talk about the impact of those kills outside of just the statistical number. 12 and 5 for Good Boy. Nova 1 and 7 continues to just struggle in this matchup. And Rin, 6 and 8, the superstar, the best player all night, has struggled in this do or die match. He has not been able to rise to the occasion maybe required upon him for his team. It's been a very good team effort from FearX, but guys, I think it's time for Rin to take over from here.
Yeah, pivotal role in this round for the IQ in the face of Valkyrie. And so he doesn't really have the license to be too aggressive early on, especially if they want to, prior those information gathering tools. Because we know how impactful they can be in the late round for the defense. They may also open opportunities for some vert C4s as well, depending on where those have been placed around. So flicking defaults at the moment, identifying that Fearx are taking top-down control. No big extensive roam this time from PSG. Last time around we did see the Castle SSG roam in play, or a variant of it. Much larger focus in terms of plant denial this time around. There is at least one Valkyrie first floor in bar, and the other two are stairs and arsenal, I believe. So we'll, so like keep that in mind towards the pointy end of the round. The one in bar should be dealt with by Ren, as long as he's doing his job properly. And in terms of dealing with other key parts of the map, they're forgetting to work on hatches. And if this camera survives any longer, I am going to be scratching my head. If they get a kill from this PSG, they have been gifted free.
Well, Ren's in secret, so he's nowhere near it.
He's lounged now. He's looking for it. He's going to find it. Yeah, he sees it. He's shooting it now, I think. Yep, just heard it. Okay, cool.
There you go.
I was getting scared there. I was getting very scared.
It's a lot of value out of that camera, though, when you've got an IQ on the attacking lineup. So, small margins. Minute and 10. Work being done in kitchen. Is it going to be a kitchen drop? Main stairs pressure. Flash got thrown out. Still trying to deal with this mirror window on the triple wall, though. They are struggling to break down this fortified site.
The X-Car is being used to try and chip away at key, the barrier utility diffuser in the hands of Nova. He's in bar currently, may look for a moto drop, as it's Misa to find the first.
Yeah, and there's no time. I mean, this is just really poor from Fearx. You've played this game enough. You know at this point, if you're hitting Church Arsenal with 20-something seconds left, it's never going to be easy. It's never going to be really likely that you're going to win this round. The push from Oil Pit when there's a mirror facing in towards blue. These are just strange decisions that are being made. It's almost like a team that's just starting to lose some confidence. The drop though from Rin, is he going to be able to do anything from that? We don't quite get to see it. No, he does not. That mirror window too strong, looking into blue. Maffy, the solo, no real time. He does have the kit, needs to stick it, cannot get off of this. He does get off of this. It didn't really matter anyway, because as soon as time would have run out, he would have got swarmed by the last two players. It is 5 rounds in a row now for PSG Talent. An ultra defensive clubhouse. No surprise to anyone that follows this Korean region. And one of these two teams will acquire EWC point after this gym bedroom.
Yeah, breakpoint. Last round there, unfortunate for Fearx. They were eventually able to break down triple wall. The double stack blue raises some questions. They had no displace utility. They didn't have like a Capital or a Grim. Didn't have a meaningful amount of flashbangs to burn magnets to facilitate the grenades, and so that mirror window was bolstered and just not dealt with properly. So pretty free for PSG to be able to play that position, as opposed to, you know, forcing something a little bit more over towards Moto or a triple plant, for instance. So the decision making from these attacking teams late round continues to be brought into question, but definitely in a more positive light, the ability for PSG to fight back into this game, a match where it probably could have been quite easy for them to bow out a little bit and drop their heads, especially after only a single round in the first half. I think that's a testament to, you know, the team's ability to continue to fight. And so Gym Bedroom sets the stage for a big round. As you mentioned, only one slot, one singular slot for South Korea to EWC. And if you win this round, you're then only one away.
So far, Fearx unable to find an attacking round here on Clubhouse in this grand final deciding map. They must find it here and now, otherwise PSG Talent at least secure OT at minimum. Far more likelihood that if Talent do lose this round, that they can at least force OT, and guess what? They've got defense on OT, and as we've seen in this game, well, that in itself is basically going to mean they should probably win it if it does go to OT. It's almost a guarantee. So for Fearx, guys, they must win this in regulation. Otherwise, it's going to be incredibly difficult. Almost verging on impossible.
Yeah, they would have to go against every trend that has been set, not just in this map, but the entire series of attack being a struggle. So the onus on them to conclude this match with a victory in regulation. PSG forfeiting control over towards Cash and CCTV. They'll give that away, instead playing again defensively inside of Logi with the Conwall reinforced and electrified. Mirror window facing Jacuzzi if and when that gets opened up.
Cuba deployed, surface secured.
You can really start to feel that pressure beginning to mount. PSG repositioning for what they want in the late round. Keep in mind as well, Yas down below going for a rotate, so potential nitro denial. Whilst that happened, Shock Drone finding the mirror inside of bathroom.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
So a couple of little util mini games at the moment, setting the stage for the final minute.
Fault from Misa on the move out of stash. Rumatic waiting patiently for that drop into logistics. Everyone is set and waiting. They've all got locked in their final positions to defend from. Just really no movement at all. Yes, bot main. Red ping intel. Drop from Nova. Unsuccessful. Go time now for VRX. Candela thrown out from Rin. In through Jim. Into bedroom for Mephi. With the kit in hand, they did lose Messer eventually. Still an advantage though.
Frostmat!
For PSG Talon. Frostmat Rin down. And it's out probably for the count. Indeed, that is now EWC point. 6 rounds, 1 in a row for PSG Talon. The Frostmat, so damning. But honestly, even before that Frostmat, they were losing all of the gunfights anyway, guys. Strong defense once again from PSG Talon. I did say at the end of the half, that one round, that one attacking round may be enough. And so far, that's proving to be fruitful. Cash and CCTV, tertiary site, final opportunity for VRX. Otherwise, not only will they miss out on the Esports World Cup, they will be staring down the barrel of embarrassment to allow 7 rounds in a row after leading 5-0.
Yeah, I really strongly did believe that PSG Talon were going to go down without much of a fight here after that first half, but it has been anything but that. A 6-5 scoreline, as we've said, and we'll reiterate in case it was missed. Overtime, PSG have defense. They have the side that has proved to be ultra successful in this match so far, and they'll only have to win the primary sites in order to close out the map if that's the case. And they still have an opportunity here on the tertiary of CC to also win it out. So how things quickly flip. Felt like it was only a few minutes ago where we were potentially writing VRX into the history books of qualifying, but certainly not to be. PSG have snatched that away. VRX need to tidy up in terms of late round conversion. Groundwork's been great. I mean, it's difficult to fault either team really for early round groundwork, but yeah, the late round has left a little bit to be desired. So in that last round, Rin unable to capitalize much on the Ying. That's just one instance, and then the rest of those gunfights unable to be unlocked as a result as well. Here on CCTV, often we see a big focus through Garage at the moment. Teams wanting to clear out that Rafters position. Capital bound out, so there'll be a reliance on the Grim this time around. And hard breach as well on Jacuzzi, so there's a pinch opportunity now afforded to anyone that wants to lurk there. And in fact, based on where the attack is pivoting at the moment, we may actually see a con hit here to try and mix it up a little bit, which is a pretty big call for VRX to be making, you know, straying away from the norm in such a critical round.
Kind of reminds me of the final round of the first half when PSG Talon attacking into Cash and CCTV kind of just sent it into Garage to clear out Rafters as soon as possible, picked up the pace a little bit, looked a little bit more in control of their offense. I think VRX need to play like that. Rin, you've got to be the one, and he does get the opening kill onto Soldier. At this point, it's OT or bust. Forget about who starts defense and who starts attack. Doesn't really matter. You've just got to get there and figure it out one round at a time. 90 seconds. Player advantage for VRX. They have not really been in this position too often in this half. Struggling to just win any of the contact fights. Rumatic able to avoid that as they're looking to open up This con wall in towards Cash.
Ooh, impact trick
Good
didn't
boy.
land.
Well,
I mean,
yeah, it did. It's opened up, isn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, we saw them pistol out the hole for a potential nitro / impact trick, and I don't think the impact trick landed, so...
Rubitic's dead. Rin with another one. 2 big kills. Indeed, it did get opened up. Rin drops down as well. Good push in through Lounge. Oh, Quan Hive Launcher actually stays on the balcony. Yeah, Ryder, this is a very aggressive position. Main breach still closed, and that's something they're going to have to try and start playing off from. But the bees are buzzing, revealing his location for a couple more pings. Haven't cleared out Misa. Still pushing into sight is not going to be easy. Through that doorway could be death. Misa's got a great angle. 30 seconds. You do have to push in. You can't just stay looking in forever. But they were waiting. That push in towards top red, it's so lethal. Big kill from Demic onto Yas, and overtime is beckoning. Down to just Misa in a 1 versus 2 with Mephi on the floor. It's still winnable. Spots the run. Is that Nova running again? In the final moments, they get the revive onto Mephi. They know where his last player is. Running again is Nova, but he survives to get the kit down. It could get denied if Demi can't get the kill. Nova just has to stay up, and he does. Great help from Demic. Big round win for Fearx, and we go to overtime.
That was cooked. That is all I'm going to say. That late round could not have been any more convoluted if Fearx tried. I mean, holy moly. They gave so many opportunities there that shouldn't have been the case. But they get the round. That's all that matters. The number at the top, 6-6 scoreline. They get 1 attack in the half. And it's enough to push the envelope now to overtime. But the sides persist. PSG will continue here on defense. And so if the success on the primary sites continues here, they are going to win this match. Fearx have to put to rest the storyline and the stat that has developed throughout the entire night, where defense, particularly on primary sites, has been almost impossible to break down. So for PSG, they're still in the driver's seat, but my word, I'm sure they would have been very much hoping to close it out on that previous round, not meant to be. And so to basement we go.
Yeah, it's just comical as well that it ended up in a round where Nova, he had no choice. He had to start running around, picking up Mephi, then run into sight. After what happened on border, he's 1-9, but he's just filling his role as best as he possibly can to help out the team with Jax's absence due to visa issues. On the blitz now. Into overtime. And as much as we say, you know, defense OT for PSG, but Fearx, you literally just showed in that 12th round you can win an attacking round. The only issue is that it is the site that you wanted on. Now you got to try and win Church Arsenal. So what can they cook here? Well, they bring the blitz. They've still got the IQ in response to the Valkyrie. And I don't mind the blitz because you're probably not expecting PSG Talon to be aggressive up above, but what you can get from the blitz then is a bit of an aiding hand when you do go into the site itself and you have to then push the site. The blitz can certainly aid with that.
So again, no extension here from PSG, but they will lean into mirror on site. Valkyrie persists again, and so too does the IQ, this time though in the hands of Demic. Rin on Thatcher. Nova is an interesting one. On the blitz this time around, he's been fulfilling a very heavy support role as expected this evening. He's had a couple of blunders throughout the night. And so, quite an intriguing operator to put him on here for round number 13, but could be the ace up the sleeve for Fearx as they look to try and buck the trend of primary defense. Ash charge to deal with the triple mirror window. And so, good groundwork again from Fearx. Cam spotted, that too dealt with, I think. And so with 70 seconds on the clock, the onus is on PSG being clinical here in the late round. They still have the tools and the information available to do so.
Under a minute for what's been such an intense grand final. Here we go. Now's your time to shine, Nova. Now you're allowed to run. Now you're encouraged to run. Run forward, my friend, into the ever-encroaching darkness. Through dirt, he slowly walks for now, but eventually the pace will pick it up. The proxy alarm gives away information on his location. 30 seconds. Got to get going. Run, my friend. Now you're allowed. Go, go, go. Well, keep a barrier. You can break that down with the shield pretty quickly. Come on. Not a lot of time. They're waiting. Bot main. They want to make the push. You need to do something here. Guys, there's 20 seconds. Big pivotal round. Big pivotal round. EWC on the line. Go, go, go. Everyone in. Make your way in. And straight down the hallway. Good boy. All the way. Almost allowed in. Soldier shot him in the back, though. Mephi goes down. Nova, he was unsuccessful. There's only one player up. It's an absolute calamity. Is anyone surprised, though?
I'm not. I am not surprised. It's another round to the defense on the primary site. Big kill from Soldier. And as we saw, cut that cross could have potentially unlocked Church if that was to land. But again, showing the cascade effect there of the attack stalling out, lack of urgency, and it gives you so little room for error. You have to play it perfectly, and if you don't, the opportunity to salvage it is near impossible. So it's EWC point then for PSG, but they too will need to find an attack.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. I didn't even stop to think about that. They're going to have to win an attack round too. Well, I don't have to, I guess.
Attackers need to locate
It would
and
be
defuse as many
handy
bombs
to
as
win
they
it, because guess what? Then you just win the tournament. You just win the qualifiers off the EWC. You go. Oh boy. Boy. What a night, guys. What a night. You know, when I came into tonight, I was just thinking it's going to be Korea, and it ended up being Korea. I think you went into tonight maybe thinking it could be PSG Talon being far too good. And while they've been good, it hasn't been by much.
I mean, we're splitting hairs, and I felt like that was probably the storyline heading into the night, was that may end up being the case. But to the extent of this, I mean, probably not, where both teams are finding it almost impossible to find attacking round wins. I didn't expect it to be quite this level. And it's not a case of the defense throwing up these crazy strategic setups that we've never seen, and it's kind of excusable. It's just, unfortunately, yeah, a lack of urgency from the attack, and then, yeah, the inability to actually convert win conditions. So it's been rough. It has been very, very rough. It's been hard fought by all the players inside of the server. They've both had to dig deep. We see the blitz then for round 14, so a double down here in overtime. Ying as well, throwing the Dockerby for good measure, and that may help in this room. Clear! Oh, Rin falls. That is monumental. Rin has been one of the biggest win conditions, if not the biggest win condition for Furex tonight, especially on defense, finding entry, and he falls essentially for free in this round. Mephi in logistics, prone. Droned out there, surely. Surely he was droned there. Please tell me he was.
Well,
I think he was.
don't think.
And they tried to fake that they didn't see him. I'm going to operate under that assumption for now. If that was a misdrone, though, that was very poor.
I think PSG Talent might actually be in a position to take this round, provided they don't mess it up from here. Mephi down. And this could be the Esports World Cup after a very eventful grand final. 5 versus 3. This could be the attack to do it. How fitting after such a defensive-sided map. Can PSG take it on the attack? Just over a minute remaining. No Rin. Down 2 players. Who's going to be the one for Furex on the defense to just hold strong in these final moments? Triple wall still closed. No breach has been made. Still 2 gas babes. 1 actually pre-placed in towards Moto. Every world in which Furex could still pull this off if PSG Talent aren't clinical.
40 seconds. You need to be clinical, but also conscious of time. They have so many opportunities available now. Whether it's a hatch drop, it's a triple wall push. This position, though, under the hatch from Demic could make or break the attack if he is able to find one and fall back.
Oh, that's going to be it, surely. That just further compounds the pain. Nitrocell misses the mark. Demic Gets a little bit aggressive. Does find the headshot. Lands it before he went full white. Shield making its way in on the blitz. Big kill from Yas. There goes good boy Demic in 1 versus 4. Esports World Cup. Here we come for PSG Talon. From 5-0 down, they complete the comeback on Clubhouse. And they have sent themselves to Riyadh. Hard-fought victory indeed. An 8-6 win. A 3-mapper. A big comeback. But ultimately, it is their second grand final win from 2 grand finals for this year. A huge achievement for this roster, for the entire organization, for the entire team. It is back-to-back grand final wins for PSG Talon from the Korean region. They will head to Riyadh. Unfortunately for FearX, guys, they get nothing. Second place is it. You get nothing for second. Only commiserations.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations to PSG, the entire team, the coaching staff as well. Having to dig very deep this evening, a long night of Siege, and I'm sure a big relief more than anything that they were able to get this result across the line. It was very hard fought. I mean, you and I feel like we've seen countless big comebacks at this point in Siege, but this was, one of the more gritty ones with just how impossible it felt for attacks to be brought back, to be brought into contention. So to get it across the line, first attack, well, one and only attack, obviously in overtime, was very impressive. And so for PSG Talon, a team that has undergone change, they now have an opportunity to, continually chip away at that, prepare, hopefully get some scrim experience overseas before EWC and the event itself. And that's going to be a big boost for them over the rest of the region going forward as well.
They will be the 4th team that is now confirmed for Esports World Cup. You've got Team Bliss, you've got W7M, and you've got FaZe Clan. Now, you've also got PSG Talon, Fabian and co. making their way over to LAM. More experience to be gained off the back of Manchester. Now heading over to Riyadh as well. It's a big opportunity. Unfortunately for FearX, there are no second chances this time. Last time out, it was the last chance quals that got them to Manchester. Not available here, just the 1 slot. Back to the drawing board. The good news is, though, and speaking candidly, you didn't have your new import. You had to play with Nova. And you pushed PSG Talon all the way to a 3rd map OT. You were a couple of rounds short. Even, you had the 5-0 lead and whatnot. It was mainly because of defense on club. But I think they can actually take some positives away from this, ultimately, and say, okay, well, we get a new import in. We can improve on this. We're not that far off them. And we've got some time before stage 2.
No, I 100% agree, and it's a point that maybe we didn't hammer home as much on the 3rd map, but I feel like we were, certainly touching on it throughout the earlier couple of maps, is that this is probably not FearX at full strength. It's unfortunate that visa issues got in the way of them maybe being at full strength for this particular event, but they're going to be a team to watch continually going forward. And so, yeah, excited for the future of FearX, especially after the earlier result against the Plus. Not their night, though. PSG Talon, it's just too good in the end. They had to really chip away at this match. I hope Fabian's still alive. He probably had a heart attack at multiple points throughout that match, and so too did the team. So, yeah, congratulations to them. And yeah, EWC is a very exciting prospect for them.
It certainly is, and that is exactly when you will see PSG Talon next in Riyadh for the Esports World Cup. We're done here for the Korean Closed Qualifiers. Thank you so much to everybody for tuning in. Again, commiserations. Definitely go to FearX. I think they're a team and an organization that I respect dearly, and I'm looking forward to them continuing to make leaps and bounds of improvement going into stage 2. Good luck, of course, to PSG Talon over in Riyadh. Thank you so much again for everyone tuning in, and hopefully for the Esports World Cup, you can cheer on the mighty PSG Talon.